Part 4, Blade and Guitar, Chapter 5 of Romance, by Joseph Conrad and Ford Madox Ford. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Mark Leader. Part 4, Chapter 5 of Romance. Manuel's escape was the last event of that memorable night. Nothing more happened, and nothing more could be done, but there remained much talk and wonderment to get through. I did all the talking, of course, under the cuddy lamps. Williams, red and stout, sat staring at me across the table. His round eyes were perfectly motionless with astonishment. The story of what had happened in the Casa Riego was not what he had expected of the small, badly reputed Cuban town. Seabright, who had all the duties of the soiled ship and shipped men to attend to, came in from the deck several times and would stand listening for minutes with his fingers playing thoughtfully about his slight mustache. The dawn was not very far when he had led me into his own cabin. I was half dead with fatigue and troubled by an inward restlessness. "Turn into my berth," said Seabright. I protested with a stiff tongue, but he gave me a friendly push, and I tumbled like a log onto the bedclothes. As soon as my head felt the pillow, the fresh coloring of his face appeared blurred, and an arm, mistily large, was extended to put out the light of the lamp screwed to the bulkhead. "I suppose you know there are warrants out in Jamaica against you for that row with the Admiral," he said. An irresistible and unexpected drowsiness had released all my limbs. "Hang Jamaica," I said with difficult animation. "We are going home." "Hang Jamaica," he agreed. Then in the dark, as if coming after me across the obscure threshold of sleep, his voice meditated. "I'm sorry, though, we are bound for Havana. Pity. Great pity. Has it occurred to you, Mr. Kemp, that—" It's very possible that he did not finish his sentence. No more penetrated, at least, into my drowsy ear. I awoke slowly from a trance-like sleep with the confused notion of having to pick up the thread of a dropped hint. I went up on deck. The sun shone, a faint breeze blew, the sea sparkled freshly, and the wet decks glistened. I stood still, touched by the new glory of light falling on me. It was a new world, new and familiar, yet disturbingly beautiful. I seemed to discover all sorts of secret charms that I had never seen in things I had seen 100 times. The watch on deck were busy with brooms and buckets. A sailor, coiling a rope over a pin, paused in his work to point over the port quarter with a massive forearm like a billet of red mahogany. I looked about, rubbing my eyes. The Lion, close hauled, was heading straight away from the coast, which stood out not very far yet, outlined heavily and flooded with light. Astern and to leeward of us, against the headland of black and indigo, a dazzling white speck resembled a snowflake fallen upon the blue of the sea. "That's a schooner," said the seaman. They were the first words I heard that morning, and their friendly hoarseness brushed away whatever of doubt might seem to mar the inexplicability of my new glow of my happiness. It was because we were safe, she and I, and because my undisturbed love let my heart open to the beauty of the young day and the joyousness of a splendid sea. I took deep breaths, and my eyes went all over the ship, embracing like an affectionate contact her elongated shape, the flashing brasses, the tall masts, the gentle curves of her sails soothed into perfect stillness by the wind. I felt that she was a shrine, For was not Seraphina sleeping in her, as safe as a child in its cradle? And presently the beauty, the serenity, the purity and the splendor of the world would be reflected in her clear eyes and made over to me by her glance. There are times when an austere and just providence in its march along the inscrutable way brings our hearts to the test of their own unreason. Which of us has not been tried by irrational awe, fear, pride, abasement, exultation? And such moments remain marked by indelible physical impressions, standing out of the ghostly level of memory, like rocks out of the sea, like towers on a plain. I had many of these unforgettable emotions. The profound horror of Don Balthasar's death, the first floating of the boat, like the opening of wings in space, the first fluttering of the flames in the fog. Many others afterwards, more cruel, more terrible, with a terror worse than death, in which the very suffering was lost. And also this moment of elation in the clear morning, as if the universe had shed its glory upon my feelings, as the sunshine glorifies the sea. I laughed in very lightness of heart, in a profound sense of success. I laughed, irresponsible and oblivious as one laughs in the thrilling delight of a dream. "Do I look so confoundedly silly?" asked Seabright, speaking as though he had a heavy cold. "I am stupid, tired. I've been on my feet this 24 hours. About the liveliest in my life, too. You haven't slept very long either. None of us have. I'm sure I hope your young lady has rested." He put his hands in his pockets. He might have been very tired, but I'd never seen a boy fresh out of bed with a rosier face. The black pinpoints of his pupils seemed to bore through distance, exploring the horizon beyond my shoulder. The man called Mike, the one I had had the tussle with overnight, came up behind the indefatigable mate and shyly offered me my pistol. His head was bound over the top and under the chin as if for toothache, and his bronzed, rough-hewn face looked out astonishingly through the snowy whiteness of the linen. Only a few hours before we'd been doing our best to kill each other. In my cordial glow, I banded him light-heartedly about his ferocity and his strength. He stood before me, patiently rubbing the brown instep of one thick foot with the horny sole of the other. "You paid me off for that bit, sir," he said bashfully. "It was in the way of duty." "I'm uncommon glad you didn't squeeze the ghost out of me," I said. "A morning like this is enough to make you glad you can breathe." To this day I remember the beauty of that rugged, grizzled, hairy seaman's eyelashes. They were long and thick, shadowing the eyes softly like the lashes of a young girl. "I'm sure, sir, we wish you luck, to you and the young lady, all of us," he said shamefacedly. And his bass, half-concealed mutter was quite as sweet to my ears as a celestial melody. It was, after all, the sanction of simple earnestness to my desires and hopes, a witness that he and his like were on my side in the world of romance. "Well, go forward now, Mike," Seabright said as I took the pistol. "It's a blessing to talk to one's own people," I said expansively to him. "He's a fine fellow." I stuck the pistol in my belt. "I trust I shall never need to use barrel or butt again as long as I live." "A very sensible wish," Seabright answered, with a sort of reserve of meaning in his tone. "Especially as on board here we couldn't find you a single pinch of powder for a priming. Do you notice the consort we have this morning?" "What do I want with powder?" I asked. "Do you mean that?" I pointed to the white sail of the schooner. Seabright, looking hard at me, nodded several times. We sighted her as soon as day broke. Do you know what she means? I said I supposed she was a coaster. It means most likely that the fellow with the curls that made me think of my maiden aunt has managed to keep his horse face above water. He meant Manuel del Popolo. What mischief he may do yet before he runs his head into a noose, it's hard to say. The old Spaniard you brought with you thinks he's already been busy, for no good, you may be sure. You mean that's one of the Rio schooners? I asked quickly. That, with all its consequent troubles for me, was what he did mean. He said I might take his word for it that with the winds we had had, no craft working along the coast could be just there now unless she came out of Rio Medio. There was a calm almost up to sunrise, and it looked as if they had towed her out with boats before daylight. Seems a rather unlikely bit of exertion for the lazy brutes, but if they are as much afraid of that confounded Irishman as you say they are, that would account for their energy. They would steal and do murder simply for the love of God, but it would take the fear of a devil to make them do a bit of honest work. And pulling an oar was honest work, no matter why it was done. This was the combined wisdom of Seabright and of Tomas Castro, with whom he had been in consultation. As to the fear of the devil, O'Brien was very much like a devil, an efficient substitute. And there was certainly somebody or something to make them bestir themselves like this. Before my mind arose a scene. Manuel the night before pulled out of the water into a boat, raging, half-drowned, eloquent, inspired. The contemptible beast was inspired, as a politician is, a demagogue. He could sway his fellows, as I had heard enough to know. And I felt a slight chill on the warmth of my hope, because that bright sail, brilliantly and furtively dodging along in our wake, must be the product of Manuel's inspiration, urged to perseverance by the fear of O'Brien. The mate continued, staring knowingly at it. You know, I'm putting two and two together like the old maids that come to see my aunt when they want to take away a woman's character. But Dagos are out, no mistake. Question is, why? You must know whether those schooners can sail anything, but don't forget the old lion's pretty smart. Is it likely they'll attempt the ship again? I negatived that at once. I explained to Seabright that the store of ammunition in Rio Medio would not run into it, that the Lugareños were cowardly, divided by faction, incapable by themselves of combining for any length of time, and still less of following a plan requiring perseverance and hardihood. They can't mean anything in the nature of open attack, I affirmed. They may have attempted something of the sort in Nichols' time, but it isn't in their nature. Seabright said that was practically Castro's opinion too, except that Castro had emphasized his remarks by spitting all the time. Like an old tomcat, he seems a very spiteful man with no great love for you, Mr. Kemp. Do you think it's safe to have him about you? What are all these grievances of his? Castro seemed to have spouted his bile like a volcano and had rather confused Seabright. He had said much about being a friend of the Spanish lord, Carlos, and that now he had no place on earth to hide his head. As far as I could make out, he's wanted in England, said Seabright, for some matter of a stolen watch, years ago in Liverpool, I think. And your cousin, the grandee, was mixed up in that too. That sounds funny. You didn't tell us about that. Damn me if he didn't seem to imply that you too. But you've never been in Liverpool. Of course not. But that had not been precisely Castro's point. He had affirmed he had enemies in Spain. He shuddered at the idea of going to France, and now my English fancifulness had made it impossible for him to live in Rio Medio, where he had had the care of a good padrona. I suppose he means a landlady, Seabright chuckled. Old but good, he says. He expected to die there in peace, a good Christian. And what's that about the priests getting hold of his very last bit of silver? I must say that sounded truest of all his rigmarole. For the salvation of his soul, I suppose? No, my cousin's soul, I said gloomily. Humbugs. I only understood one word and three. Just then Tomas himself stalked into sight among the men forward. Coming round the corner of a deck house, he stopped at the galley door like a crow outside a hut, waiting. We watched him getting a light for his cigarette at the galley door with much dignified pantomime. The Negro cook of a lion, holding out to him in the doorway a live coal in a pair of tongs, turned his Ethiopian face and white ivories towards a group of sailors lost in the contemplation of the proceedings. And when Castro had passed them, spurting jets of smoke, they swung about to look after his short figure, upon whose draped blackness the sunlight brought out reddish streaks as if bucketfuls of rusty water had been thrown over him from hat to toe. The end of his broken plume hung forward aggressively. Look how the fellow struts. Night and thunder. Hey, Don Tenebroso, would your worship hasten hither? Seabright hailed jocularly. Castro, without altering his pace, came up to us. What do you think of her now? Asked Seabright, pointing to the strange sail. She's grown a bit plainer now she's out of the glare. Castro, rapping his chin, stood still, face to the sea. After a long while, malediction, he pronounced slowly, and without moving his head shot a sidelong glance at me. It's clear enough how he feels about our friends over there. Malediction. Just so, very proper. But it seems as though he had a bone to pick with all the world, drawled Seabright, a little sleepily. Then, resuming his briskness, he bantered, So you don't want to go to England, Mr. Castro? No friends there? Sus per call and that sort of thing? Castro, contemptuous, staring straight away, nodded impatiently. But this gentleman you are so devoted to is going to England, to his friends. Castro's arm shook under the mantle falling all round him straight from the neck. His whole body seemed convulsed. From his puckered dark lips issued a fiendish and derisive squeal. Let his friends beware then, por Dios. Let them beware. Let them pray and fast and beg the intercession of the saints. Ha ha ha! Nothing could have been more unlike his saturnine, self-centered truculence of restraint. He impressed me, and even Seabright's steady, cool eyes grew perceptibly larger before this sarcastic fury. Castro choked. The rusty black folds encircling him shook and heaved. Unexpectedly he thrust out in front of the cloak one yellow, dirty little hand, side by side with the bright end of his fixed blade. What do I hear? To England. Going to England. Ha! Let him hasten there straight. Let him go straight there, I say. I, Tomas Castro. He lowered his tone to impress us more, and the point of the knife, as if it were an emphatic forefinger, tapped the open palm forcibly. Did we think that a man was not already riding along the coast of Havana on a fast mule? The very best mule from the stables of Don Balthasar himself, that murdered saint. The Captain General had no such mules. His late Excellency owned a sugar estate halfway between Rio Medio and Havana, and a relay of riding mules was kept there for quickness when His Excellency, of holy memory, found occasion to ride his commands to the capital. The news of our escape would reach the Juez next day at the latest. Manuel would take care of that, unless he were drowned. But he could swim like a fish. Malediction! I cried out to you to kill, he addressed me directly. With all my soul, I cried. And why? Because he had seen you and the senorita too, alas. He should have been made dumb with your pistol, senor, since those two stupid English mariners were too much for an old man like me. Manuel should have been made dumb forever, I say. What mattered he, that gutter-born offspring of an evil gitana, whom I have seen, senor? I myself have seen her in the days of my adversity in Madrid, senor. A red flower behind the ear, clad in rags that did not cover all her naked skin, looking on while they fought for her with knives in a wine shop full of beggars and thieves. Si, senor, that's his mother. Improvisador, politico, capataz. Ha! Dirt! He made a gesture of immense contempt. What mattered he? The coach would have returned from the cathedral, and the Casa Riego could have been held for days. And who could have known you were not inside? I conversed earnestly with Cesar the majordomo, an African, it is true, but a man of much character and excellent sagacity. Ah, Manuel, but the devil himself fathers the children of such mothers. I am no longer in possession of my first vigor, and you, senor, have all the folly of your nation. He bared his grizzled head to me loftily. And the courage. Doubtless that is certain. It is well, you may want it all before long, senor. And the courage. The broken plume swept the deck. For a time he blinked his creased brown eyelids in the sun, then pulled his hat low down over his brows and, wrapping himself up closely, turned away from me to look at the sail to leeward. What an old, wrinkled little puffy beggar he is, observed Seabright in an undertone. Well, and what is your worship's opinion as to the purpose of that schooner? Castro shrugged his shoulders. Who knows? He released the gathered folds of his cloak and moved off without a look at either of us. There he struts with his wings drooping like a turkey cock gone into deep mourning, said Seabright. Who knows? Ah, well, there's no hurry to know for a day or two. I don't think that craft could overhaul the Lion if they tried ever so. They may manage to keep us in sight, perhaps. He yawned and left me standing motionless, thinking of Serafina. I longed to see her, to make sure, as if my belief in the possession of her had been inexplicably weakened. I was going to look at the door of her cabin, but when I got as far as the companion, I had to stand aside for Mrs. Williams, who was coming up the winding stairs. From above, I saw the grey woolen shawl thrown over her narrow shoulders. Her parting made a broad line on her brown head. She mounted busily, holding up a little the front of her black plain skirt. Her glance met mine with a pale, searching candour from below. Overnight she had heard all my story. She had come out to the saloon whilst I'd been giving it to Williams, and after saying reassuringly, "The young lady, I am thankful, is asleep," she had sat with her eyes fixed upon my lips. I'd been aware of her anxious face and of the slight nervous movements of her hands at certain portions of my narrative under the blazing lamps. We met now for the first time in the daylight. Hastily, as if barring my road to Serafina's cabin, "Miss Riego, I would have you know," she said, "is in good bodily health. I have this moment looked upon her again. The poor superstitious young lady is on her knees, crossing herself." Mrs. Williams shuddered slightly. It was plain that the sight of that popish practice had given her a shock, almost a scare, as if she had seen a secret in nefarious rite. I explained that Serafina, being a Catholic, worshipped as her lights enjoined, as we did after ours. Mrs. Williams only sighed at this, and making an effort, proposed that I should walk with her a little. We began to pace the poop, she gliding with short steps at my side, and drawing close the skimpy shawl around her. The smooth bands of her hair put a shadow into the slight hollows of her temples. No nun in the chilly meekness of the habit had ever given me such a strong impression of poverty and renunciation. But there was in that faded woman a warmth of sentiment. She flushed delicately whenever caught, and one could not help catching her continually, following her husband with eyes that had an expression of maternal uneasiness and the captivated attention of a bride. And after she had got over the idea that I, as a member of the male British aristocracy, was dissolute, it was an article of faith with her. That warmth of sentiment would bring a faint, sympathetic rosiness to her sunken cheeks. She said suddenly and trembling, "Oh, young sir, reflect upon these things before it is too late. You young men in your luxurious, worldly, ungoverned lives." I shall never forget that first talk with her on the poop, her hurried, nervous voice, for she was a timid woman speaking from a sense of duty, and the extravagant forms her ignorance took. With the emotions of the past night still throbbing in my brain and heart, with the sight of the sea and the coast, with the Rio Medio schooner hanging on our quarter, I listened to her and had a hard task to believe my ears. She was so convinced that I was dissolute because of my class as an earl's grandson. It's difficult to imagine how she arrived at the conviction. It must have been from pulpit denunciations of a small Bethel on the outskirt of Bristol. Her uncle, J. Perkins, was a great ruffian, certainly, and Williams was dissolute enough if one wished to call his festive imbecilities by a hard name. But these two could by no means be said to belong to the upper classes, and these two, apart from her favorite preacher, were the only two men of whom she could be said to have more than a visual knowledge. She had spent her best years in domestic slavery to her bachelor uncle, an old ship owner of savage selfishness. She had been the deplorable mistress of his big, half-furnished house, standing in a damp garden full of trees. The outrageous Perkins had been a sailor in his time, mate of a privateer in the great French War, afterwards master of a slaver, developing at last into the owner of a small fleet of West Indiamen. Williams was his favorite captain, whom he would bring home in the evening to drink rum and water and smoke churchwarden pipes with him. Venice had to sit up too at these dismal revels. Old Perkins would keep her out of bed to mix the grogs till he was ready to climb the bare stone staircase, echoing from top to bottom with his stumbles. However, it seems he dozed a good deal in snatches during the evening, and this, I suppose, gave their opportunity to the pale, spiritual-looking spinster with the patient eyes, and to the thick, staring Williams, florid with good living, and utterly unused to the company of women of that sort. But in what way these two unsimilar beings had looked upon each other, what she saw in him, what he imagined her to be like, why, how, wherefore, an understanding arose between them remains inexplicable. It was her romance, and it is even possible that he was moved by an unselfish sentiment. Seabright accounted for the matter by saying that, as to the woman, it was no wonder. Anything to get away from a bullying old ruffian that would use bad language in cold blood just to horrify her, and then burst into a laugh and jeer. But as to Captain Williams, Seabright had been with him from a boy. He ought to have known he was quite incapable of keeping straight after all these free and easy years. He used to talk a lot about that time, of good women, of settling down to a respectable home, of leading a better life. But of course he couldn't. Simply couldn't, what with old friends in Kingston and Havana, and his habits formed, and his weakness for women who, as Seabright put it, could not be called good. Certainly there did not seem to have been any sordid calculation in the marriage. Williams fully expected to lose his command, but as it turned out, the old beast Perkins was quite daunted by the loss of his niece. He found them out in their lodgings, came to them crying, absolutely whimpering about his white hairs, talking touchingly of his will and promising amendment. In the end it was arranged that William should keep his command, and Mrs. Williams went back to her uncle. That was the best of it. Actually went back to look after that lonely old rip out of pure pity and goodness of heart. Of course, old Perkins was afraid to treat her as badly as before, and everything was going on fairly well, till some kind friend sent her an anonymous letter about William's goings-on in Jamaica. Seabright strongly suspected the master of another regular trading ship, with whom Williams had a difference in Kingston the voyage before last, Seabright said, about a small matter with long hair, not worth talking about. She said nothing at first and nearly worried herself into a brain fever. Then she confessed she had a letter, didn't believe it, but wanted a change and would like to come for one voyage. Nothing could be said to that. The worst was the captain was so knocked over at the idea of his little sins coming to light that he, Seabright, had the greatest difficulty in preventing him from giving himself away. If I hadn't been really fond of her, Seabright concluded, I would have let everything go by the board. It's too difficult, and mind, the whole of Kingston was on the broad grin all the time we were there. But it's no joke. She's a good woman, and she's jealous. She wants to keep her own. Never had much of her own in this world, poor thing. She can't help herself any more than the skipper can. Luckily, she knows no more of life than a baby. But it's a most cruel set-out. Seabright had exposed the domestic situation on board the Lion with a force of insight and sympathy hardly to be expected from his years. No doubt his attachment to the disparate couple counted for not a little. He seemed to feel for them both a sort of exasperated affection, but I have no doubt that in his way he was a remarkable young man with his contrasted bringing up, first at the hands of an old maiden lady, afterwards on board with Williams, to whom he was indentured at the age of 15, when, as he casually mentioned, a scoundrelly attorney in Exeter had run off with most of the old girl's money. Indeed, looking back, they all appear to me uncommon, even to the round-eyed Williams, cowed simply out of respect and regard for his wife, and as if dazed with fright at the conventional catastrophe of being found out before he could get her safely back to Bristol. As to Mrs. Williams, I must confess that the poor woman's ridiculous and genuine misery, inducing her to undertake the voyage, presented itself to me simply as a blessing there on the poop. She had been practically good to Seraphina, and her talking to me mattered very little set against that. And such talk! It was like listening to an earnest, impassioned, tremulous impertinence. She seemed to start from the assumption that I was capable of every villainy and devoid of honour and conscience. Only one perceived that she used the words from the force of unworldly conviction, and without any real knowledge of their meaning, as a precocious child uses terms borrowed from its pastors and masters. I was greatly disconcerted at first, but I was never angry. What of it if, with a sort of sweet absurdity, she talked in great agitation of the depravity of hearts, of the sin of light-mindedness, of the self-deception which leads men astray? A confused but purposeful jumble in which occasional allusions to the errors of Rome and to the want of seriousness in the upper classes put in a last touch of extravagance. What of it? The time was coming when I should remember the frail, homely, as if starved woman, and thank heaven for her generous heart, which was gained for us from that moment. Far from being offended, I was drawn to her. There is a beauty in the absolute conscience of the simple, and besides, her distrust was for me alone. I saw that she erected herself not into a judge, but into a guardian against the dangers of our youth and our romance. She was disturbed by its origin. There was so much of the unusual, of the unheard of in its beginning, that she was afraid of the end. I was so inexperienced, she said, and so was the young lady, poor motherless thing, willful no doubt, so very taking, like a little child rather. Had I comprehended all my responsibility? And here one of the hurried side allusions to the errors of Rome came in, with a reminder touching the charge of another immortal soul beside my own. Had I reflected? It seems to me that this moment was the last of my boyishness. It was as if the contact with her earnestness had matured me with a power greater than the power of dangers, of fear, of tragic events. She wanted to know insistently whether I were sure of myself, whether I had examined my feelings and had measured my strength and had asked for guidance. I had done nothing of this. Not till brought face to face with her unanswerable simplicity did I descend within myself. It seemed I had descended so deeply that for a time I lost the sound of her voice. And again I heard her. "There's time yet," she was saying. "Think, young sir." She had addressed me throughout as young sir. "My husband and I have been talking it over most anxiously. Think well before you commit the young lady for life. You are both so young, it looks as if we had been sent providentially." What was she driving at? Did she doubt my love? It was rather horrible, but it was too startling and too extravagant to be met with anger. We looked at each other, and I discovered that she had been, in reality, tremendously excited by this adventure. This was the secret of her audacity. And I was also possessed by excitement. We stood there like two persons meeting in a great wind. Without moving her hand, she clasped and unclasped her fingers, looking up at me with soliciting eyes, and her lips firmly closed, twitched. "I'm looking for the means of explaining to you how much I love her," I burst out. "And if I found a way, you could not understand. What do you know? What can you know?" I said this not in scorn, but in sheer helplessness. I was at a loss before the august magnitude of my feeling, which I saw confronting me like an enormous presence arising from that blue sea. It was no longer a boy and girl affair, no longer an adventure. It was an immense and serious happiness to be paid for by an infinity of sacrifice. "I am a woman," she said with fluttering dignity, "and it is because I know how women suffer from what men say." Her face flushed. It flushed to the very bands of her hair. She was rosy all over the eyes and the forehead, rosy and ascetic, with something outraged and inexpressibly sweet in her expression. My great emotion was between us like a mist through which I beheld strange appearances. It was as if an immaterial spirit had blushed before me. And suddenly I saw tears that glittered exceedingly, falling hard and round like pellets of glass out of her faded eyes. "Mrs. Williams," I cried, "you can't know how I love her. No one in the world can know. When I think of her, and I think of her always, it seems to me that one life is not enough to show my devotion. I love her like something unchangeable and unique, altogether out of the world, because I see the world through her. I would still love her if she had made me miserable and unhappy." She exclaimed a low, "Ah," and turned her head away for a moment. "But one cannot express these things," I continued. "There are no words. Words are not meant for that. I love her so that, were I to die this moment, I verily believe my soul, refusing to leave this earth, would remain hovering near her." She interrupted me with a sort of indulgent horror. "Shh, shh, I mustn't talk like that. I really must not." And inconsequently she declared she was quite willing to believe me. Her husband and herself had not slept a wink for thinking of us. The notion of the fat, sleepy Williams sitting up all night to consider owlishly the durability of my love cooled my excitement. She thought they had been providentially thrown into our way to give us an opportunity of reconsidering our decision. There were still so many difficulties in the way. I did not see any. Her utter incomprehension began to weary me, while she still twined her fingers, wiped her eyes by stealth as it were, and talked unflinchingly. She could not have made herself clearly understood by Seraphina. Moreover, women were so helpless, so very helpless in such matters. That's why she was speaking to me. She did not doubt my sincerity at the present time, but there was, humanly speaking, a long life before us. And what of afterwards? Was I sure of myself, later on, when all was well? I cut her short, seizing both her hands. "I accept the omen, Mrs. Williams," I cried. "That's it. When all is well, and all must be well in a very short time, with you and your husband's help, which shall not fail me. I know, I feel as if the worst of our troubles were over already." But at that moment I saw Seraphina coming out on deck. She emerged from the companion, bareheaded, and looked about at her new surroundings with that air of imperious and childlike beauty which made her charm. The wind stirred slightly her delicate hair, and I looked at her. I looked at her still as one watches the dawn, or listens to a sweet strain of music caught from afar. Suddenly, dropping Mrs. Williams' hand, I ran to her. When I looked round, Williams had joined his wife, and she had slipped her arm under his. Her hand, thin and white, looked like the hand of an invalid on the brawny forearm of that man bursting with health and good condition. By the side of his lustiness, she was almost ethereal, and yet I seemed to see in them something they had in common, something subtle like the expression of eyes. It was the expression of their eyes. They looked at us with commiseration, one of them sweetly, the other with his owlish fixity. As we two, Seraphina and I, approached them together, I heard William's thick, sleepy voice asking, "And so he says he won't?" To which his wife, raising her tone with a shade of indignation, answered, "Of course not." No, I was not mistaken. In their dissimilar persons, eyes, faces, there was expressed a common trouble, doubt, and commiseration. This expression seemed to go out to meet us sadly, like a bearer of ill news. And, as if at the sight of a downcast messenger, I experienced the clear presentiment of some fatal intelligence. It was conveyed to me late in the afternoon of that same day, out of William's own lips, that seemed as heavy and inert as his voice. "As far as we can see," he said, "you can't stay in the ship, Kemp. It would do no one any good, not the slightest good. Ask Seabride here." It was a sort of council of war to which we had been summoned in the saloon. Mrs. Williams had some sewing in her lap. She listened, her hands motionless, her eyes full of desolation. Seraphina's attitude, leaning her cheek on her hand, reminded me of a time when I had seen her absorbed in watching the green and gold lizard in the back room of Ramon's store, with her hair falling about her face like a veil. Castro was not called in till later on, but Seabright was there, leaning his back negligently against the bulkhead behind Williams, and looking down on us seated on both sides of a long table. And there was present too, in all our minds, the image of the Rio Medio schooner, hull down on our quarter. In all the trials of sailing, we had not been able to shake her off that day. "I don't want to hide from you, Mr. Kemp," Seabright began, "that it was I who pointed out to the captain that he'd be only getting the ship in trouble for nothing. She's an old trader and favourite with shippers, and if we once get to loggerheads with the powers, there's an end of our trading. As to missing Havana this trip, even if you, Mr. Kemp, could give a pot of money, the captain could never show his nose in there again after breaking his charter party to help steal a young lady. And it isn't as if she were nobody. She's the richest heiress in the island. The biggest people in Spain would have their say in this matter. I suppose they could put the captain in prison or something. Anyway, goodbye to the Havana business for good. Why, old Perkins would have a fit. He got over one runaway match. All right, Mrs. Williams, not another word. What I meant to say is that this is nothing else but a love story, and to knock on the head a valuable old established connection for it. Don't bite your lip, Mr. Kemp. I mean no disrespect to your feelings. Perkins would start up to break things, let alone his heart. I'm sure the captain and Mrs. Williams think so too." The festive and subdued captain of the Lion was staring straight before him as if stuffed. Mrs. Williams moved her fingers, compressed her lips, and looked helplessly at all of us in turn. "Besides altering his will," Seabright breathed confidentially at the back of my head. I perceived that this old Perkins, whom I'd never seen, and was never to see in the body, whose body no one was ever to see any more, he died suddenly on the echoing staircase, with a flat candlestick in his hand, was already dead at the time, so that Mrs. Williams was actually sitting in the cabin of her very own ship. I perceived that old Perkins was present at this discussion with all the power of a malignant, bad-tempered spirit. Those two were afraid of him. They had defied him once, it's true, but even that had been done out of fear, as it were. Dismayed, I spoke quickly to Seraphina. With her head resting on her hand and her eyes following the aimless tracings of her finger on the table, she said, "It shall be as God wills it, Juan." "For heaven's sake, don't," said Seabright, coughing behind me. He understood Spanish fairly well. "What I've said is perfectly true. Nevertheless, the captain was ready to risk it." "Yes," ejaculated Williams profoundly, out of almost still lips, and otherwise so motionless all over that the deep sounds seemed to have been produced by some person under the table. Mrs. Williams' fingers were clasped on her lap, and her eyes seemed to beg for belief all round our faces. "But the point is that it would have been no earthly good for you two," continued Seabright. "That's the point I made. If O'Brien knows anything, he knows you are on board this ship. He reckons on it as a dead certainty. Now it's very evident that we could refuse to give you up, Mr. Kemp, and that the Admiral, if the flagship's off Havana, as I think she must be by now, would have to back us up. How you would get on afterwards with old groggy Rowley, I don't know. It isn't likely he's forgotten you tried to wipe the floor with him, if I am to take the captain's yarn as correct." "A regular hero," Williams testified suddenly in his concealed from under the table tone. "He's not afraid of any of them, not he. Ha! Old Topnambo must have—" He glanced at his wife and bit his tongue, perhaps at the recollection of his unsafe conjugal position, ending in disjointed words. "In his chaise, warrant, separationist, rebel," and all this without moving a limb or a muscle of his face, till with a low, throaty chuckle, he fluttered a stony sort of wink to my address. Seabright had paused only long enough for this ebullition to be over. The cool logic of his surmise appalled me. He didn't see why O'Brien or anybody in Havana should want to interfere with me personally. But if I wanted to keep my young lady, it was obvious she must not arrive in Havana on board a ship where they would be sure to look for her the very first thing. It was even worse than it looked, he declared. His firm conviction was that if the Lion did not turn up in Havana pretty soon, there would be a Spanish man-of-war sent out to look for her, or else Mr. O'Brien was not the man we took him for. There was lying in harbour a corvette called the Tornado, a very likely-looking craft. I didn't expect him to fight a corvette. No doubt there would be a fuss made about stopping a British ship on the high seas, but that would be a cold comfort after the lady had been taken away from me. She was a person of so much importance that even our own admiral could be induced, say by the Captain General's remonstrances, to sanction such an action. There was no saying what Rowley would do if they only promised to present him with half a dozen pirates to take home for a hanging. Why, that was the very identical thing the flagship was kept dodging off Havana for. And O'Brien knew where to lay his hands on a gross of such birds, for that matter. No, concluded Seabright, overwhelming me from behind as I sat looking, not at the uncertainties of the future, but at the paralyzing hopelessness of the bare tomorrow. The Line's no place for you, whether she goes into Havana or not. Moreover, into Havana she must go now. There's no help for it. It's the deuce of a situation. Very well, I gasped. I tried to be resolute. I felt suddenly as if all the air in the cabin had gone up the open skylight. I couldn't remain below another moment, and muttering something about coming back directly, I jumped up and ran out without looking at anyone, lest I should give myself away. I ran out on deck for air, but the great blue emptiness of the open staggered me like a blow over the heart. I walked slowly to the side, and planting both my elbows on the rail, stared abroad defiantly and without a single clear thought in my head. I had a vague feeling that the descent of the sun towards the waters, going on before my eyes with changes of light and cloud, was like some gorgeous and empty ceremonial of immersion belonging to a vast barren faith, remote from consolation and hope. And I noticed also small things without importance. The hirsute aspect of a sailor, the end of a rope trailing overboard, and Castro, so different from everybody else on board that his appearance seemed to create profound solitude round him, lounging before the cabin door as if engaged in a deep conspiracy all by himself. I heard voices talking loudly behind me, too. I noted them distinctly, but with perfect indifference. A long time after, with the same indifference, I looked over my shoulder. Castro had vanished from the quarter-deck, and I turned my face to the sea again as a man, feeling himself beaten in a fight with death, might turn his face to the wall. I had fought a harder battle with a more cruel foe than death, with the doubt of myself, an endless contest in which there is no peace of victory or of defeat. The open sea was like a blank and unscalable wall imprisoning the eternal question of conduct. Right or wrong? Generosity or folly? Conscience or only weak fear before remorse? The magnificent ritual of sunset went on palpitating with an inaudible rhythm, with slow and unerring observance, went on to the end, leaving its funeral fires on the sky and a great shadow upon the sea. Twice I had honorably stayed my hand. Twice to this end. In a moment I went through all the agonies of suicide which left me alive, alas, to burn with the shame of a treasonable thought, and terrified by the revolt of my soul, refusing to leave the world in which a young girl lived. The vast twilight seemed to take the impress of her image like wax. What did Serafina think of me? I knew nothing of her but her features, and it was enough. Strange, this power of a woman's face upon a man's heart. This mastery, potent as witchcraft and mysterious like a miracle. I should have to go and tell her. I did not suppose she could have understood all of Seabright's argumentation. Therefore it was for me to explain to what a pretty pass I'd brought our love. I was so greatly disinclined to stir that I let Seabright's voice go on calling my name half a dozen times from the cabin door. At last I faced about. "Mr. Kemp! I say, Kemp, aren't you coming in yet?" "To say goodbye," I said, approaching him. It had fallen dark already. "Goodbye? No, the carpenter must have a day at least." "Carpenter? What had a carpenter to do in this?" However, nothing mattered, as though I had managed to spoil the whole scheme of creation. "You didn't think of making a start tonight, did you?" Seabright wondered. "Where would be the sense of it?" "Sense," I answered contemptuously. "There's no sense in anything. There's necessity. Necessity." He remained silent for a time, peering at me. "Necessity, to be sure," he said slowly. "And I don't see why you should be angry at it." I was thinking that it was easy enough for him to keep cool, the necessity being mine. He continued to philosophize with what seemed to me a shocking freedom of mind. "Must try to put some sense into it. That's what we are here for, I guess. Anyhow, there's some room for sense in arranging the way a thing is to be done, be it as hard as it may, and I don't see any sense either in exposing a woman to more hardship than is absolutely necessary. We've talked it out now, and I can do no more. Do go inside for a bit. Mrs. Williams is worrying the senorita rather, I'm afraid." I paused a moment to try and regain the command of my faculties, but it was as if a bombshell had exploded inside my skull, scattering all my wits to the four winds of heaven. Only the conviction of failure remained, attended by a profound distress. I fancy, though, I presented a fairly bold front. The lamp was lit, and small changes had occurred during my absence. Williams had turned his bulk sideways to the table. Mrs. Williams had risen from her place and was now sitting upright close to Serafina, holding one little hand enclosed caressingly between her frail palms, as if she had there something alive that needed cherishing. And in that position she looked up at me with a strange air of worn-out youth, cast by a rosy flush over her forehead and face. Serafina still leaned her head on her other hand, and I noted through the soft shadow of falling hair the heightened colour on her cheek and the augmented brilliance of her eye. "How I wish she had been an English girl," Mrs. Williams sighed regretfully, and leaned forward to look into Serafina's half-averted face. "My dear, did you quite understand what I've been saying to you?" She waited. "Si, Senora," said Serafina. None of us moved. Then, after a time, turning to me with sudden animation, "This woman asked if I believed in your love," she cried. "She is old. Oh, Juan, can the years change the heart? Your heart?" Her voice dropped. "How am I to know that?" she went on piteously. "I am young, and we may not live so long." "I believe in mine." The corners of her delicate lips drooped, but she mastered her desire to cry, and steadied her voice, which always rich and full of womanly charm took on, when she was deeply moved, an imposing gravity of timbre. "But I am a Spaniard, and I believe in my lover's honor, in your Your English honor, Juan." With the dignity of a supreme confidence, she extended her hand. And it was one of the culminating moments of our love. For love is like a journey in mountainous country, up through the cloud and down into the shadows to an unknown destination. It was a moment wrapped and full of feeling, in which we seemed to dwell together high up and alone, till she withdrew her hand from my lips, and I found myself back in the cabin as if precipitated from a lofty place. Nobody was looking at us. Mrs. Williams sat with downcast eyelids, with her hands reposing on her lap. Her husband gazed discreetly at a gold moulding on the deck beam, and the upward cast of his eyes invested his red face with an air of singularly imbecile ecstasy. And there was Castro, too, whom I had not seen till then, though I must have brushed against him on entering. He had stood by the door a mute, and as it were a voluntarily unmasked conspirator, with the black round of the hat lying in front of his feet. He alone looked at us. He looked from Serafina to me, from me to Serafina. He looked unutterable things, rolling his crow-footed eyes in pious horror and glowering in turns. When Serafina addressed him, he hastened to incline his head with his usual deference for the daughter of the Riegos. She said, "There are things that concern this caballero, and that you can never understand. Your fidelity is proved. It has sunk deep here. It shall give you a contented old age, on the word of Serafina Riego." He looked down at his feet with gloomy submission. "There's a proverb about an enamored woman," he muttered to himself, loud enough for me to overhear. Then, stooping deliberately to pick up his hat, he flourished it with a great sweep lower than his knees. His dumpy black back flitted out of the cabin, and almost directly we heard the sharp click of his flint and blade outside the door. This ends Part 4, Blade and Guitar, Chapter 5 of Romance. Part 4, Blade and Guitar, Chapter 6 of Romance by Joseph Conrad and Ford Madox Ford. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Mark Leader. Part 4, Blade and Guitar, Chapter 6 of Romance. How often the activity of our life is the least real part of it. Life, looked upon as a whole, presents itself to my fancy as a pursuit with open arms of a winged and magnificent dream, hovering just over our heads and casting its glory upon our hopes. It is in this simple vision, which is one and enduring and not in the changing facts, that we must look for meaning and for truth. The 3 quiet days we spent together on board the Lion remain to me memorable and full of import, eventless and containing the very quintessence of existence. We shared the sunshine, always together, very close, turning hand in hand to the sea, whose unstained blueness continued under our feet the blue above our heads, as though we had been snatched up into the sky. The insignificant words we exchanged seemed informed by a sustaining certitude and an admirable gravity, as though there had been some quality of unerring wisdom in the blind love of man and woman. From the inexhaustible treasure of her feelings, she drew words, glances, gestures that appeased every uneasiness of my heart. In some brief moment of illumination whose advent my man's eyes had utterly missed, she had learned all at once everything there was to know. She knew. She no longer needed to survey my actions, my words, my thoughts, but she accorded me the sincere flattery of spellbound attention, and it was made intoxicating by her smile. In those short days of a pause, when like a swimmer turning on his back, we lived in the trustful confidence of the sustaining depths, instead of struggling with the agitation of the surface. In these days we had the time to look at each other profoundly, and I saw her smile come back again a little changed, more meaning and a little less mirthful, as if her lips had been made stiff by sorrow. But she was young, and youth, the time of softness, of tenderness, of enthusiasm, and of pity, presents a surface as hard as marble to the finality of death. Breathing side by side, drinking in the sunshine and talking of ourselves, not at all, but casting the sense of our love like a magnificent garment over the wide significance of a world already conquered, we could not help being made aware of the currents of excitement and sympathy that converged upon our essential isolation from the life of the ship. It was the excitement of the adventure brewing for our drinking according to Seabright's recipe. People approached us, spoke to us. We attended to them as if called down from an elevation. We were aware of the kind tone, and remaining indistinct, they retreated, leaving us free to regain the heights of the lover's paradise, a region of tender whispers and intense silences. Suddenly there would be a short, throaty laugh behind our backs, and Williams would begin, "I say, Kemp, do you call to mind so-and-so?" Invariably some planter or merchant in Jamaica. I never could. Williams would grunt, "No. I wonder how you passed your time away these 2 years or more. The place isn't that big." His purpose was to cheer me up by some gossip, if only he could find a common acquaintance to talk over. I believe he thought me a queer fish. He told me once that everybody he knew in Jamaica had that precise opinion of me. Then with a chuckle and muttering, "Lawrence, salt, top nambo, ha ha ha," he would leave us to ourselves and continue his waddle up and down the poop. He wore loose silk trousers, and the round legs inside moved like a contrivance made out of 2 gateposts. He was absurd. They all were that before our sweet reasonableness. But this atmosphere full of interest and goodwill was good to breathe. The very steward, the same who had been hiding in the lazarette during the fight, a hunted creature displaying the most insignificant anatomy ever inhabited by a quailing spirit, devoted himself to the manufacture of strange cakes, which at tea time he would deposit smoking hot in front of Seraphina's place. After each such exploit, he appeared amazed at his audacity in taking so much upon himself. The carpenter took more than a day, tinkering at an old ship's boat. He was a Shetlander, a sort of shaggy Hyperborean giant, with a forbidding face and a praising contemplative manner and many nails in his mouth. At last the time came when he too approached our oblivion from behind, with a large hammer in his hand. But instead of braining us with one sweep of his mighty arm, he remarked simply in uncouth accents, "There now, I'm thinking she'll do well for what you want. I can do no more for ye." We turned round, arm in arm, to look at the boat. There she was, lying careened on the deck with patched sides, in a belt of chips, shavings, and sawdust. A few pensive sailors stood about, gazing down at her with serious eyes. Seabright, bent double, circled slowly on a prowl of minute inspection. Suddenly straightening himself up, he pronounced a curt, "She'll do," and without looking at us at all went off busily with his rapid stride. A light sigh floated down upon our heads. Williams and his wife appeared on the poop above us like an allegorical couple of repletion and starvation, conceived in a fantastic vein on a balcony. A cigar smoldered in his stumpy red fingers. She had slipped a hand under his arm, as she would always do the moment they came near each other. She never looked more wasted and old maidish than when thus affirming her wifely rights. But her eyes were motherly. "Ah, my dears." She usually addressed Seraphina as Miss and myself as young sir. "Ah, my dears, it seems so heartless to be sending you off in such a small boat, even for your own good." "Never fear, Mary. Repaired. Carry 6 comfortably," reassured Williams in a tremendous mutter like a bull. "But why can't you give them one of the others, Owen? That big one there." "Nonsense, Mary. Never see boat again. Wouldn't grudge it. Only Seabright's quite right. Didn't you hear what Seabright said? Very sensible. Ask Seabright. He will explain to you again." It was Seabright, with his asperity and his tact, with fits of brusqueness subdued by an almost affectionate contempt, who conducted all their affairs, as I have seen a trustworthy and experienced old nurse rule the infinite perplexities of a room full of children. His clear-sightedness and mental grip seemed independent of age and experience, like the ability of genius. He had an imaginative eye for detail, and starting from a mere hint would go scheming onwards with astonishing precision. His plan, to which we were committed helplessly and without resistance, was based upon the necessity of our leaving the ship. He had developed it to me that evening in the cabin directly Castro had gone out. He had already got Williams and his wife to share his view of our situation. He began by laying it down that in every desperate position there was a loophole for escape. Like other great men, he was conscious of his ability and was inclined to theorize at large for a while. You had to accept the situation, go with it in a measure, and as you had walked into trouble with your eyes shut, you had only to continue with your eyes open. Time was the only thing that could defeat one. If you had no time, he admitted, you were at a dead wall. In this case, he judged there would be time, because O'Brien, warned already, would sit tight for a few days, being sure to get hold of us directly the Lion came into port. It was only if the Lion failed to turn up within a reasonable term in Havana that he would take fright and take measures to hunt her up at sea. But I might rest assured that the Lion was going to Havana as fast as the winds would allow her. What was then the situation? He continued, looking at me piercingly above William's cropped head. I had run away for dear life from Cuba, taking with me what was best in it, to be sure, he interjected, with a faint smile toward Seraphina. I had no money, no friends, except my friends in this cabin, he was good enough to say. Warrants out against me in Jamaica, no means to get to England, no safety in the ship. It was no use shirking that little fact. We must leave the Lion. This was a hopeless enough position, but it was hopeless only because it was not looked upon in the right way. We assumed that we had to leave her forever, while the whole secret of the trick was in this, that we need only leave her for a time. After O'Brien's myrmidons had gone through her and had been hooted away empty-handed, she became again, if not absolutely safe, then at least possible. The only possible refuge for us, the only decent means of reaching England together, where, he understood, our trouble would cease. Williams nodded approval heavily. The friends of Miss Riego would be glad to know she had made the passage under the care of a respectable married lady, Seabright explained, in that imperturbable manner of his, which reflected faintly all his inner moods. whether of recklessness, of jocularity, or anxiety, and often his underlying scorn. His gravity grew perfectly portentous. Mrs. Williams, he continued, was, of course, very anxious to do her part creditably. As it happened, the Lion was chartered for London this voyage, and notwithstanding her natural desire to rejoin as soon as possible her home and her aged uncle in Bristol, she intended to go with the young lady in a hackney coach to the very door. I had previously told them that the lately appointed Spanish ambassador in London was a relation of the Riegos, and personally acquainted with Serafina, who nearly 2 years before had been on a short visit to Spain, and had lived for some months with his family in Madrid, I believe. No trouble or difficulty was to be apprehended as to proper recognition or in the matter of rights and inheritance and so on. The ambassador would make that his own affair. And for the rest, I trusted the decision of her character and the strength of her affection. I was not afraid she would let anyone talk her out of an engagement, the dying wish of her nearest kinsman sealed, as it were, with the blood of her father. This matter of temporary absence from the Lion, however, seemed to present an insuperable difficulty. We could not obviously be left for days floating in an open boat outside Havana harbor, waiting till the ship came out to pick us up. Seabright himself admitted that at first he did not see how it could be contrived. He didn't see at all. He thought and thought. It was enough to sicken one of every sort of thinking. Then, suddenly, the few words Castro had let drop about the sugar estate and the relay of mules came into his head, providentially, as Mrs. Williams would say. He fancied that the primitive and grandiose manner for a gentleman to keep a relay of mules, any amount of mules, in case he should want to send a letter or two, caused the circumstance to stick in his mind. At once he had our little Hidalgo in, and put him through an examination. He turned fairly sulky and tried constantly to break out against you, till Donna Serafina here gave him a good talking to, Seabright said. Otherwise, it was most satisfactory. The place was accessible from the sea through a narrow inlet, opening into a small, perfectly sheltered basin at the back of the sand dunes. The little river watering the estate emptied itself into that basin. One could land from a boat there, he understood, as if in a dock, and it was the very devil if I and Miss Riego could not lie hidden for a few days on her own property, the more so that, as it came out in the course of a discussion, while I had rushed out to look at the sunset, that the manager, or whatever they called him, the fellow in charge, was the husband of Donna Serafina's old nursewoman. Of course, it behooved us to make as little fuss as possible, try to reach the house along bypaths early in the morning when all the slaves would be out at work in the fields. Castro, who professed to know the locality very well indeed, would be of use. Meantime, the Lion would make her way to Havana as if nothing was the matter. No doubt all sorts of confounded alguazils and custom-house hounds would be ready to swarm on board in full cry. They would be made very welcome. Any strangers on board? Certainly not. Why should there be? Rio Medio? What about Rio Medio? Hadn't been within miles and miles of Rio Medio. Tried this trip to beat up well clear of the coast. Searched the ship? With pleasure. Every nook and cranny. He didn't suppose they would have the cheek to talk of the pirates. But if they did venture, what then? Pirates? That's very serious and dishonorable to the power of Spain. Personally had seen nothing of pirates. Thought they had all been captured and hanged quite lately. Rumors of the Lion having been attacked obviously untrue. Some other ship, perhaps. That was the line to take. If it didn't convince them, it would puzzle them altogether. Of course, Captain Williams, in his great regard for me, had abandoned the intention of making an affair of state of the outrage committed on his ship. He would not lodge any complaint in Havana, nothing at all. The old women of the Admiralty wouldn't be made to sit up this time. No report would be sent to the Admiral either. Only if the ship were interfered with and bothered under any pretense whatever, once they had been given every facility to have one good look everywhere, the Admiral would be asked to stop it. And the Spanish authorities would have not a leg to stand on either, for this simple reason, that they could not very well own to the sources of their information. Meantime, all hands on board the Lion had to be taken into confidence. That could not be avoided. He, Seabright, answered for their discretion while sober, anyhow, and he promised me that no leave or money would be given in Havana for fear they should get on a spree and let out something in the grog shops on shore. We all knew what a sailor-man was after a glass or two. So that was settled. Now, as to our rejoining the Lion, this of necessity must be left to me. Counting from the time we parted from her to land on the coast, the Lion would remain in Havana 16 days. And if we did not turn up in that time, and the cargo was all on board by then, Captain Williams would try to remain in harbour on one pretense or another a few days longer. But 16 days should be ample, and it was even better not to hurry up too much. To arrive on the 15th day would be the safest proceeding in a way, but for the cutting of the thing too fine, perhaps. With all these mules at our disposal, Seabright didn't see why we should not make our way by land, pass through the town at night or in the earliest morning, and go straight on board the Lion. Perhaps use some sort of disguise. He couldn't say. He was out of it there. Blackened faces or something. Anyway, we would be looked out for on board night and day. Later on, however, we had learned from Castro that the estate possessed a sailing craft of about 20 tons, which made frequent trips to Havana. These sugar drogueurs, belonging to the plantation, every estate on the coast had one or more, went in and out of the harbour without being taken much notice of. Sometimes the battery at the water's edge on the north side or a custom-house guard would hail them, but not often, and even then only to ask the name, where from, and for the number of sugar hogsheads on board. "By heavens, that's the very thing," rejoiced Seabright. And it was agreed that this would be our best way. We should time our arrival for early morning or else at dusk. The craft that brought us in should be made by a piece of unskillful management to fall aboard the Lion and remain alongside long enough to give us time to sneak in through an open deck port. The whole occurrence must be so contrived as to wear the appearance of a pure accident to the onlookers, should there be any. Shouting and an exchange of abuse on both parts should sound very true. Then the drogueur, setting herself clear, would proceed innocently to the custom-house steps, where all such coasters had to report themselves on arrival. "Never fear, we shall put in some loud and scandalous cursing," Seabright assured me. "The boys will greatly enjoy that part, I dare say." Remained to consider the purpose of the schooner that had come out of Rio Medio to hang on our skirts. It was doubtful whether it was in our power to shake her off. Seabright was full of admiration for her sailing qualities, coupled with infinite contempt for the lubberly gang on board. "If I had the handling of her now," he said, "I'd take my position as near as I liked and stick there. It seems almost as if she'd do it for herself, if those imbeciles would only let her have her own way. I never yet saw a Spaniard, good or bad, that was anything of a sailor. As it is, we may maintain a distance that would make it difficult for them to see what we are about. And if not then, why, you must take your leave of us at night." He didn't know that, but for the dismalness of such a departure, it were not just as well. Who could tell what eyes might be watching on shore? "You know, I have never pretended my plan was quite safe, but have you got another?" I made no answer because I had no other and could not think of one. Incredible as it may appear, not only my heart but my mind also, in the awakened comprehension of my love, refused to grapple with difficulties. My thoughts raced ahead of ships and pursuing men into a dream of cloudless felicity without end. And I don't think Seabright expected any suggestion from me. This took place during one of our busy talks. Only he and I, alone in his cabin. He had been washing his hands, making ready for tea. "Do you know," he said, turning full on me and wiping his fingers carefully with a coarse towel, "do you know, I shouldn't wonder if that schooner were not keeping watch on us in suspicion of just some such move on our part. 'Tis extraordinary how clever the greatest fool may show himself sometimes. Only with their lubberly Spanish seamanship, they would expect us probably to make a whole ceremony of your landing. Ship hove to for hours close in shore, a boat going off to land and returning, and all such pother. We are sure to see their little show, they think to themselves. Eh, what? Whereas we shall keep well clear of the land when the time comes, and drop you in Madox without as much check on our way as there is in the wink of an eye. Eh? Mind, Mr. Kemp, you take the boat out of sight up that little river in case they should have a fancy as they go along after us to peep into that inlet. As I've said, it wouldn't do to trust too much in any fool's folly." And now the time was approaching, the time to awake and step forth out of a temple of sunshine and love, of whispers and silences. It had come. The night before, both Williams and Seabright had been on deck, working the ship with an anxious care to take the utmost advantage of every favoring flaw in the contrary breeze. In the morning I was told there was a norther brewing. A norther is a tempestuous gale. I saw no signs of it. The realm of the sun, like the vanished one of the stars, appeared to my senses to be profoundly asleep and breathing as gently as a child upon the ship. The Lion, too, seemed to lie wrapped in an enchanted slumber from the waterline to the tops of her upright masts. And yet she moved with the breath of the world, but so imperceptibly that it was the coast that seemed to be nearing her like a line of low vapor blown along the water. Between Williams and Seabright, Castro pointed with his one arm, and a splutter of guttural syllables fell like hail out of his lips. The other two seemed incredulous. He stamped with both his feet angrily. Finally they went below together to look at the chart, I suppose. They came up again very fast, one after another, and stood in a row, looking on as before. 3 more dissimilar human beings it would have been difficult to imagine. Dazzling white patches about the size of a man's hand came out between sky and water. They grew in width and ran together with a hummocky outline into a continuous undulation of sand dunes. Here and there this rampart had a gap like a breach made by guns. Mrs. Williams behind me blew her nose faintly. Her eyes were red, but she did not look at us. No eye was turned our way, and the spell of the coast was on her too. A low, dark headland broke out to view through the dunes and stood there conspicuous amongst the heaps of dazzling sand, like a small man frowning. A voice on deck pronounced, "That's right. Here's his landmark. The fellow knew very well what he was talking about." It was Seabright's voice, and Castro, strolling away triumphantly, affected to turn his back on the land. He had recognized the formation of the coast about the inlet long before anybody else could distinguish the details. His word had been doubted. He was offended and passed us by, wrapping himself up closely. One of Seraphina's locks blew against my cheek, and this last effort of the breeze remained snared in the silken meshes of her hair. "There's not enough wind to fill the sail of a toy boat," grumbled Seabright. "And you can't pull this heavy gig ashore with only that one-armed man at the other oar." He was sorry he could not send us off with 4 good rowers. The norther might be coming on before they could return to the ship, and apart from the presence of 4 English sailors on the coast being sure to get talked about, there was the difficulty in getting them back on board in Havana. We could no doubt smuggle ourselves in, but 6 people would make too much of a show. On the other hand, the absence of 4 men out of the ship's company could not be accounted for very well to the authorities. We can't say they all died and we threw them overboard. It would be too startling. No, you must go alone and leave us at the first breath of wind. And that, I fear, will be the first of a norther, too. He threw his head back and hailed, "Do you see anything of that schooner from aloft there?" "Nothing of her, sir," answered a man perched with dangling feet astride the very end of a topsail yard arm. He paused, scanned the space from under the flat of his hand, and added, shouting with deliberation, "There's a haze to seaward, sir." The ship, with her decks sprinkled over with men in 2s and 3s, sent up to his ears a murmur of satisfaction. If we could not see her, she could not see us. This was a favourable circumstance. To the infinite gratification of everyone on board, it had been discovered at daylight that the schooner had lost touch with us during the hours of darkness, either through unskilful handling or from some accidental disadvantage of the variable wind. I had been informed of it directly I showed myself on deck in the morning by several men who had radiant grins, as if some great piece of luck had befallen them, one and all. They shared their unflagging attention between the land and the sea horizon, pointing out to each other with their tattooed arms the features of the coast, nodding knowingly towards the open. At midday, most of them brought out their dinners on deck and could be seen forward, each with a tin plate in the left hand, gesticulating amicably with clasped knives. A small white handkerchief hung from Mrs. Williams' fingers, and now and then she touched her eyes lightly one after the other. Her husband and Seabright, with a grave mien, stamped busily around the binnacle aft, changing places, making way for each other, stooping in turns to glance carefully along the compass card at the low bluff, like 2 gunners laying a piece of heavy ordnance for an important shot. The steward, emerging out of the companion, rang a handbell violently and remained scared at the failure of that appeal. After waiting for a moment, he produced a further feeble tinkle and sank down out of sight with resignation. A white sun, as if blazing with the pallor of fury, swung past the zenith in a profound and universal stillness. There was not a wrinkle on the sea. It presented a lustrous and glittering level like the polished facet of a gem. In the cabin we sat down to the meal, not even pretending a desire to eat, exchanging vague phrases, hanging our heads over the empty plates. But the regular footsteps of the boatswain left in charge hesitated, stopped near the skylight. He said in an imperfectly assured voice, "Seems as if there was a steadier draught coming now." At this we rose from the table impetuously, as though he had shouted an alarm of fire, and Mrs. Williams with a little cry ran round to Seraphina. Leaving the 2 women locked in a silent embrace, the captain, Seabright, and myself hurried out on deck. Every man in the ship had done the same. Even the shiny black cook had come out of his galley and was already comfortably seated on the rail, baring his white teeth to the sunshine. "Just about enough to blow out a farthing dip," said Seabright in a disappointed mutter. He thought, however, we had better not wait for more. There would be too much presently. Some sailors hauled the boat alongside, the rest lined the rail as for a naval spectacle, and Williams stared blankly. We were waiting for Seraphina, who appeared attended by Mrs. Williams, looking more kind, bloodless, and ascetic than ever. But my girl's cheeks glowed. Her eyes sparkled audaciously. She had done up her hair in some way that made it fit her head like a cap. It became her exceedingly, and the decision of her movements, The white serenity of her brow dazzled me as if I'd never seen her before. She seemed less childlike, older, ripe for this adventure in a new development of strength and courage. She inclined her head slowly at the gaping sailors who had taken their caps off. As soon as she appeared, Castro, who'd been leaning against the bulwark, started up, and with a muttered, "Adios, senores," went down the overside ladder and ensconced himself in the bow of the boat. The leave-taking was hurried over. Williams gave no sign of feeling except, perhaps, for the greater intensity of the stare, which passed beyond our shoulders in the very act of handshaking. Seabright helped Seraphina down into the boat and ran up again nimbly. Mrs. Williams, with her slim hand held in both mine, uttered a few incoherent words about men's promises and the happiness of women, as I thought, but, truth to say, my own suppressed excitement was too considerable for close attention. I only knew that I had given her my confidence, that complete and utter confidence which neither wisdom nor power alone can command. And suddenly it occurred to me that the heiress of a splendid name and fortune down in the boat there had no better friend in the world than this woman who'd come to us out of the waste of the sea, opening her simple heart to our need like a pious and naive hermit in a wilderness, throwing open the door of his cell to strange wayfarers. "Mrs. Williams," I stammered, If there's no saying what may happen to any of us. If she ever comes to you, if she ever is in want of help, yes, always, like my own daughter." And the good woman broke down, as if indeed I were taking her own daughter away. "Nonsense, Mary," Williams advanced, muttering tremendously. "They're not going round the world. Dare say get ashore in time for supper." He stared through her without expression, as if she had been thin air, but she seized his arm, of course, and he gave me then an amazingly rapid wink, which, I suppose, meant that I should go. "All right there?" asked Seabright from above, as soon as I had taken my seat in the stern sheets by the side of Seraphina. He was standing on the poop deck, ready with a sign for letting go the end of our painter on deck. But before I could answer in the affirmative, Castro, ensconced forward under his hat, drew his ready blade across the rope as it were a throat. At once a narrow strip of water opened between the boat and the ship, and our long-prepared departure, hastened thus by half a second, seemed to strike everybody dumb with surprise, as if we had taken wings to ourselves to fly away. Hastily I grasped the tiller to give the boat a sheer, and heard a sort of loud gasp in the air above. A row of heads, posed on chins all along the rail, stared after us with unanimous fixity. Mrs. Williams averted her face on her husband's shoulder. Behind the couple, Seabright raised his cap gravely. Our little sail filled to a breeze which was much too feeble to produce a perceptible effect on the ship, and we left behind us her towering form as one recedes from a tall white spire on a plain. I laid the boat's head straight for the dwarf headland, marking the mouth of the inlet on the interminable range of sand dunes. We drove on with a smart ripple, but before we felt sufficiently settled to exchange a few words, the animated sound languished suddenly, paused altogether, and with a renewed murmur under our feet, seemed to lose itself below the glassy waters. This ends Part 4, Blade and Guitar, Chapter 6 of Romance. Part 4, Blade and Guitar, Chapter 7 of Romance by Joseph Conrad and Ford Madox Ford. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Mark Leader. Part 4, Blade and Guitar, Chapter 7 of Romance. The calm had returned. The sea, changing from the warm glitter of a gem and attuned to the greys and blacks of space, resembled a monstrous cinder under a sky of ashes. The sun had disappeared, smothered in these clouds that had formed themselves all at once and everywhere, like some swift corruption of the upper air. For the best part of the afternoon, the ship and the boat remained lying at right angles, within half a mile of each other. What light was left in the world, cut off from the source of life, seemed to sicken with a strange decay. The long stretch of sands and the sails of the motionless vessels stood out lividly pale in universal gloom. And yet the state of the atmosphere was such that we could see clear-cut the very folds in the steep face of the dunes, and the figures of the people moving on the poop of the Lion. There was always somebody there that had the aspect of watching us. Then, with some excitement, we saw them on board haul up the mainsail and lower the gig. The 4 oars beat the sombre water, rising and falling apparently in the same place. She was an interminable time coming on, but as she neared us, I was surprised at her dashing speed. Seabright, who steered, laid her alongside smartly, and 2 of his men, clambering over without a word, lowered our lug at once. "We came to reef your sail for you. You couldn't manage that very well with a one-armed crew," said the young mate quietly in the enormous stillness. In his opinion, we couldn't expect now any wind till the first squall came down. This flurry, as he called it, would send us in smoking, and he was sure it would help the ship as well into Havana in about 24 hours. He didn't think that it would come very heavy at first, and once landed we need not care how hard it blew. He tendered me over the gunwale a pocket flask covered with leather and with a screwed silver stopper in the shape of a cup. It was from the captain, full of prime rum. We were pretty sure to get wet. He thrust also into my hands a grey woolen shawl. Mrs. Williams thought my young lady might be glad of it at night. "The dear old woman has shut herself up inside the stateroom and is praying for you now," he concluded. "Look alive, boys." His men did not answer him, but at some words he addressed to Castro, the latter in the bows and looking at the coast, growled with a surly impatience. He was perfectly sure of the entrance, had been in and out several times, yes, at night too. Seabright then turned to me. After all, it was not so difficult. The inlet bore due south from us, and the wind would come true from the north. Always did in these bursts. I had only to keep dead before it. "The clouds will light ye in the last," he added meaningly, glancing upwards. The 2 sailors, having finished reefing, hoisted, lowered, and hoisted again the yard to see that the gear ran clear, and without one look at us, stepped back into the gig and sat down in their places. For a moment longer we lay together, touching sides. Seabright extended his hand from boat to boat. "You're in God's care now, Kemp," he said, looking up at me and with an unexpected depth of feeling in his tone. "Take no turn with the sheet on any account, and if you feel it coming too heavy, let fly and chance it. Did I tell you we've sighted the schooner from aloft? No, we can just make her out from the main yard away astern under the land. That don't matter now. Senorita, I kiss your hands." He liked to air his Spanish. "Keep cool whatever happens. Dead before it, mind, and count on 16 days from tomorrow. Well, no more. Give way, boys." He never looked back. We watched the boat being hoisted and secured. Shortly afterwards, as we were observing the lion's shortening sail, the first of the rain descended between her and us like a lowered veil. For a time she remained mistily visible, dark and gaunt with her bared spars. The downpour redoubled, she disappeared, and our hearts were stirred to a faster beat. The shower fell on us, around us, descending perpendicularly with a steady force, and the thunder rolled far off as if coming from under the sea. Sometimes the muffled rumbling stopped, and let us hear plainly the gentle hiss and the patter of the drops falling upon a vast expanse. Suddenly, mingled with a loud detonation right over our heads, a burst of light outlined under the bellying strip of our sail the pointed crown of Castro's hat, reposing on a heap of black clothing huddled in the bows. The darkness swallowed it all. I swung Serafina in front of me and made her sit low on the stern sheets beneath my feet. A lot of foam boiled up around the boat, and we had the sensation of having been sent flying from a catapult. Everything was black, perfectly black. At intervals, headlong gusts of rain swept over our heads. I suppose I did keep sufficiently cool, but in every flash of lightning, the wind, the sea, the clouds, the rain, and the boat appeared to rush together, thundering upon the coast. The line of sands bordered with a belt of foam zigzagged dazzlingly upon an earth as black as the clouds. Only the headland, with every vision, remained sombre and unmoved. At last it rose up right before the boat. Blue lightning streamed on a lane of tumbling waters at its foot. Was this the entrance? With a vague notion of shortening sail, I let the sheet go from my hand. There was a jerk, the crack of snapped wood, and the next flash showed me Castro emerging from the ruins of mast and sail. He uprose, hurling the wreck from him overboard, then flickered out of sight with his arm waving to the left, and I bore accordingly on the tiller. In a moment I saw him again, erect forward with the arm pointing to the right, and I obeyed his signal. The clouds, straining with water and fire, were indeed lighting us on our way. A wave swelled astern, chasing us in, rocking frightfully. We glanced past a stationary mass of foam, a sandbar. Breakers. It was terrible. Suddenly the motion of the boat changed, and the flickers of lightning fell into a small landlocked basin. The wind tore deep furrows in it, howling and scuffling behind the dunes. Spray flew from the whole surface. The entire pool of a bay seemed to heave bodily upwards. And I saw Castro again, with his face to me this time. His black cloak was blowing straight out from his throat. His mouth yawned wide. He shouted directions, but in an instant darkness sealed my eyes with its impenetrable impress. It was impossible to steer now. The boat swung and reeled where she listed. A violent shock threw me sideways off my seat. I felt her turning over, and gathering Serafina in my arms, I leaped out before she capsized. I leaped clear out into shallow water. I should never in my life have thought myself capable of such a feat, and yet I did it with assurance, with no effort that I can remember. More than that, I managed after the leap to keep my feet in the clinging, staggering clutch of water charged with sand, which swirled heavily about my knees. It kept on hurling itself at my legs from behind, while I waded across the narrow strip of sand with an inspired firmness of step defying all the power of the elements. I felt the harder ground at last, but not before I had caught a momentary glimpse of a black and bulky object tumbling over and over in the advancing and withdrawing liquid flurry of the beach. "Sit still here on the ground," I shouted to Serafina, though flights of spray enveloped us completely. "I'm going back for Castro." I faced about, putting my head down. He had been undoubtedly knocked over, and an old man with only one hand to help himself with ran a very serious risk of being buffeted into insensibility, and thus coming to his death in some 4 feet of water. The violent glare disclosed the body, entangled in a cloak, rolling about helplessly between land and water, as it were. I dashed on in the dark. A wave went over my head as I stooped, nearly waist deep, groping. His rotary motion in that smother made it extremely difficult to obtain any sort of hold. A little more and he would have knocked my legs from under me. But it was as if my grim determination were by itself of a saving nature. He submitted to being hauled up the beach, passively, like a sack. It was a heavy drag on the sand. I felt him bump behind me on the edge of the harder ground, and a deluge fell uninterruptedly from above. He lay prone on his face like a corpse between Serafina and myself. We could not remain there, however. But where to go? What to do? In what direction to look for a refuge? Was there any shelter nearby? How were we to reach it? How were we to move at all? No doubt he had expired, and the earth swept, deluged, glimmering fiercely and devastated with an awful uproar, appeared no longer habitable. A thunderclap seemed to crash new life into him. The world flared all round as if turning to a spark, and he was seen sitting up dazedly, like one called up from the dead. Through it all, he had preserved his hat. It was fixed firmly down under his chin with a handkerchief, the side rims over his ears like flaps, and for the rest presenting the appearance of a coal scuttle bonnet behind as well as in front. We followed its peculiar aspect. Driving on under this indestructible headgear, he flickered in and out of the world, while with entwined arms and leaning back against the wind with all our might, Serafina and myself were borne along in his train. He knew of a shelter, and this knowledge perhaps, and also his evident familiarity with the topography of the country, made him appear indomitably confident in the storm. A small plain of coarse grass was bounded by the steep spur of a rise. To the left a little river would burst all at once, in all its windings into a bluish sulphurous glow, and between the crashes of thunder there was heard the long-drawn, whistling swish of the russes and canebrakes springing on the boggy ground. We skirted the rise. The rain beat against it. The lightning showed its streaming and furrowed surface. We stumbled in the gusts. We felt under our feet mud, sand, rocky inequalities of the ground, and the moving stones in the bed of a torrent which broke headlong against our ankles. The entrance of a deep ravine opened. Its lower sides palpitated with the ceaseless tossing of dwarf trees and bushes, and motionless above the somber tumult of the slopes, the monumental stretch of bare rock rose on high, level at the top and emitting a ghastly yellow sheen in the flashes. The thunderclaps rolled ponderously between the narrowing walls of that chasm that was all aflame one moment and all black the next. A torrent springing at its head and dashing with inaudible fury along the bottom seemed to gleam placidly among the rounded forms of inky bushes and pale boulders below our path. Enormous eddies of wind from above made us stop short and totter, breathless, clinging to each other. Castro sustained Serafina on the other side, but frequently he had to leave us and move ahead, looking for the way. There was, in fact, a half-obliterated path winding along the less steep of the two sides, and we struggled after our guide with the unthinking fortitude of despair. He was being disclosed to us so suddenly, extinguished so swiftly, that he appeared always as if motionless and posturing in a variety of climbing attitudes. The rise of the bottom was very steep, and the last 100 yards really stiff. We did them practically on our hands and knees. The dislodged stones bounded away from under our feet unheard, like puffballs. At the top, I tried to make of my body a shelter for Serafina. The wind howled and roared over us. "Up! Vamos! The worst is yet before us," shrieked Castro in my ear. What could he mean by this? The play of lightning opened to view only a vast and rolling upland. Fire flowed in sheets undulating with the expanses of long grass amongst the trees here and there in coal-black clumps, and flashed violently against the low edge of forests very dark and far away. "Let us go," he cried. "Courage, senorita." Courage. The populace said of her that she had never needed to put her foot to the ground. If courage consists for a being so tender in toiling and enduring without faltering and plaint, even to the very limit of physical power, then she was the most courageous woman in the world, as she was the most charming, most faithful, most generous, and the most worthy of love. I tried not to think of her racked limbs for the very pain and pity of it. We retraced our steps, but now following the edge of that precipice out of which we had emerged. I had peremptorily insisted on carrying her. She put her arms around my neck, and to my uplifted heart she weighed no heavier than a feather. Castro, grasping my arm, guided my steps and gave me support against the wind. There was a distinct lull. Even the thunder had rolled away, dwindling to a deep mutter. Castro fell on his knees in front of me. "It is here!" I heard him scream. I set Serafina down. A hooked dart of fire tore in two the thick canopy of clouds. I started back from the edge. "What? Here?" I yelled. "Senor, see! There is a cavern below." I had seen a ledge clinging to the face of the rock. It was a cornice inclining downwards upon the wall of the precipice, as you see sometimes a flight of stairs built against the outside wall of a house. And it resembled a stair roughly, with long sloping steps wet with rain. "Por Dios, senor, do not let us stay to think here, or we shall perish in this tempest." He howled, gesticulated, shrieked with all the strength of his lungs. He knew these tornadoes. Brute beasts would be found lying dead in the fields in the morning. This was the beginning only. The lightning showed his kneeling form, the eager upturned face, and a finger pointing urgently into the abyss. The wind was nothing to what would come after. As he shrieked these words, I was feeling the crust of the earth vibrate, absolutely vibrate, under the soles of my feet with the sound of thunder. He unfastened his cloak and was seen to struggle above his head with a hovering and flapping cloth, as though he had captured a black and pugnacious bird. We mastered at last a corner each, and then we started to twist the hole as if to wring the water out. We produced thus a sort of short rope, the thickness of a cable, and the descent began. "Do not look behind you! Do not look!" Castro screeched. The first downward steps were terrible, but as soon as our heads had sunk below the level of the plain it was better, for we had turned about to the rock, moving sideways, cautiously, one step at a time, as if inspecting its fractured roughness for traces of a mysterious inscription. Castro, with one end of a twisted cloak in his hand, went first. I held the other, and between us, Serafina, the rope at her back, imitated our movements, with her loosened hair flying high in the wind, and her pale, rigid head as if deaf to the crashes. I saw the drawn stillness of her face, her dilated eyes staring within 3 inches of the strata. The strain on our prudence was tremendous. The knowledge of the precipice behind must have affected me. Explain it as you will. Several times during that descent I felt my brain slip away from my control and suggest the desire to fling myself over backwards. The twigs of the bushes growing a little below the outer edge of the path swished at my calves. Castro stopped. The cornice ended as a broken stairway hangs upon nothing. A tall, narrow arch stood back in the rock, with a sill 3 feet high at least. Castro clambered over. His head and torso, when he turned about, were lighted up blindingly between the inner walls at every flash. Seeing me lay hold of Serafina, he yelled, "Senor, mind, it's death if you stagger back." I lifted her up and put her over like a child, and no sooner in myself felt my strength leave all my limbs as water runs out of an overturned vessel. I could not have lifted up a child's doll then. Directly, with a wild little laugh, she said to me, "Juan, I shall never dare come out." I hugged her silently to my breast. Castro went ahead. It was a narrow passage. Our elbows touched the sides all the way. He struck at his flint regularly. Sparks streamed down from his hand. We felt a freshness, a sense of space, as though he had come into another world. His voice directed us to turn to the left, then cried in the dark, "Stand still." A blue gleam darted after us and retired without having done anything against the tenebrous body of gloom, and the thunder rolled far in, unobstructed, in leisurely, organ-like peals, as if through an amazingly vast emptiness of a temple. But where was Castro? We heard snappings, rustlings, mutters. Sparks streamed, now here, now there. We dared not move. There might have been steep ridges, deep holes in that cavern. And suddenly we discovered him on all fours, puffing out his cheeks above a small flame kindled in a heap of dry sticks and leaves. It was an abode of darkness, enormous, without sonority. Feeble currents of air passing on our faces gave us a feeling of being in the open air on a night more black than any known night had been before. One's voice lost itself in there without resonance, as if on a plain. The smoke of our blaze drove aslant, scintillating with red sparks, and went trailing afar, as if under the clouds of a starless sky. Ultimately, it must have escaped through some imperceptible crevices in the roof of rock. In one place only the light of the fire illuminated a small part of the rugged wall, where the shadows of our bodies would surge up, repeating our movements, and suddenly be gone from our sight. Everywhere else, pressing upon the reflection of the flames, the blind darkness of the vault might have extended away for miles and miles. Castro thought it probable. He made me observe the incline of the floor. It sloped down deep and far, for miles, no doubt. Nobody could tell. No one had seen the end of it. This cavern had been known of old. This brushwood, these dead leaves that would make a couch for Her Excellency, had been stored for years, perhaps by men who had died long ago. Look at the dry rot. These large piles of branches were found stacked up when he first beheld this place. Caramba! What toil, what fatigue! Let us thank the saints, however. Nevertheless, he shook his head at the strangeness of it. His cloak, spread out wide, was drying in the light, while he busied himself with his hat, turning it before the blaze in both hands, tenderly. And his tight little figure, lit up in front from head to foot, steamed from every limb. His round, plump shoulders and grey shock head smoked quietly at the top. Suddenly, the fine mesh of wrinkles on his face ran together, shrinking like a torn cobweb. A spasmodic sound quite new to me was heard. He had laughed. The warmth of a fire had penetrated our chilled bodies with a feeling of comfort and repose. William's flask was empty, and this was a new Castro, mellowed, discoursive, almost genial. It was obvious to me that, had it not been for him, we too, lost and wandering in the storm, should have died from exposure and exhaustion, from some accident, perhaps. On the other hand, I had indubitably saved his life, and he had already thanked me in high-flown language, very grave but exaggerating the horrors of his danger, as a woman might have done for the better expression of gratitude. He had been greatly shocked. Spaniards as a race have never, for all their conquests, been on intimate terms with the sea. As individuals, I have often observed in them, especially in the lower classes, a sort of dread, a dislike of salt water, mingled with contempt and fear. Castro, lifting up his right arm, protested that I had given a proof of very noble devotion in rushing back for an old man into that black water. Oh, he shuddered. He had given himself up, por Dios. He hinted that at his age he could not have cared much for life. But then drowning in the sea was a death abhorrent to an old Christian. You died brutally, without absolution, and unable even to think of your sins. He had had his mouth filled with horrid, bitter sand, too. Pfui! He gave me 1,000 thanks. But these English were wonderful in their way. Ah, caramba, they were. A large protuberance of the rocky floor had been roughly chipped into the semblance of a seat, God only knows by what hands and in what forgotten age. Seraphina's inclined pose, her torn dress, the wet tresses lying over her shoulders, her homeless aspect made me think of a beautiful and miserable gypsy girl drying her hair before a fire. A little foot advanced, gleamed white on the instep in front of the ruddy glare. Her clasped fingers nursed one raised knee, and shivering no longer, her head drooping in still profile, she listened to us, frowning thoughtfully upon the flames. In the guise of a beggar maid, and fair, like a fugitive princess of romance, she sat concealed in the very heart of her dominions. This cavern belonged to her, as Castro remarked, and the bay of the sea, and the earth above our heads, the rolling upland, herds of cattle, fields of sugar cane, even as far as the forest away there, the forest itself, too. And there were on that estate alone over 200 Africans, he was able to tell us. He boasted of the wealth of the Riegos. Her Excellency probably did not know such details. 200, certainly. The estate of Don Vicente Salazar was on the other side of the river. Don Vicente was at present suffering the indignity of a prison for a small matter of a quarrel with another caballero who had died lately, and all he understood through the intrigues of a prior of a certain convent, the uncle, they said, of the dead caballero. Bah! There was something to get. These fat friars were like the lean wolves of Russia, hungry for everything they could see, never enough. Cuerpo de Dios. Never enough. Like their good friend who helped them in their iniquities, the Juez O'Brien, who'd been getting rich for years on the sublime generosity of Her Excellency's blessed father. In the greatness of his nobility, Don Balthasar of holy memory had every right to be obstinate. Basta. He would speak no more. Only there is a saying in Castile that fools and obstinate people make lawyers rich. Nuestra Señorita, he cried, checking himself, slapping his breast penitently, deign to forgive me. I have been greatly exalted by the familiarity of the 2 last men of your house, allowed to speak freely because of my fidelity. Alas, alas. Serafina on the other side of the fire made a vague gesture and took her chin in her hand without looking at him. Patience, he mumbled to himself very audibly. He is rich, this Picaro O'Brien. But there's also a proverb that no riches shall avail in the day of vengeance. Noticing that we had begun to whisper together, he threw himself before the fire and was silent. Promise me one thing, Juan, murmured Serafina. I was kneeling by the side of her seat. By all that's holy, I cry, I shall force him to come out and fight fair, and kill him as an English gentleman may. Not that, she interrupted me. She did not mean me to do that. It was what she feared. It would be delivering myself into that man's hands. Did I think what that meant? It would be delivering her too into that man's power. She would not survive it. And if I desired her to live on, I must keep out of O'Brien's clutches. In my thoughts I have bound my life to yours, Juan, so fast that the stroke which cuts yours cuts mine too. No death can separate us. No, I said. And she took my head in her hands and looked into my eyes. No more mourning, she whispered rapidly. No more. I am too young to have a lover's grave in my life, and too proud to submit. Never, I protested ardently. That couldn't be. Therefore look to it, Juan, that you do not sacrifice your life, which is mine, either to your love or to revenge. She bowed her head. The falling hair concealed her face. For it would be in vain. The cloak is perfectly dry now, senorita, said Castro, reclining on his elbow on the edge of the darkness. We two stepped out towards the entrance, leaving her on her knees in silent prayer, with her hands clasped on her forehead and leaning against the rugged wall of rock. Outside, the earth, enveloped in fire and uproar, seemed to have been given o'er to the fury of a devil. Yes, she was right. O'Brien was a formidable and deadly enemy. I wished ourselves on board the Lion, chaperoned by Mrs. Williams, and in the middle of the Atlantic. Nothing could make us really safe from his hatred but the vastness of the ocean. Meantime, we had a shelter, for that night at least, in this cavern that seemed big enough to contain, in its black gloom of a burial vault, all the dust and passions and hates of a nation. Afterwards, Castro and I sat murmuring by the diminished fire. He had much to say about the history of this cave. There was a tradition that the ancient buccaneers had held their revels in it. The stone on which the senorita had been sitting was supposed to have been the throne of their chief. A ferocious band they were, without the fear of God or devil, mostly English. The Rio Medio picaroons had used this cavern occasionally up to a year or so ago. But there were always ugly affairs with the people on the estate, the vaqueros. In his younger days, Don Balthasar, having whole leagues of grassland here, had introduced a herd of cattle. Then, as the Africans are useless for that work, he had ordered some peons from Mexico to be brought over with their families, ignorant men who hardly knew how to make the sign of the cross. The quarrels had been about the cattle which the Lugareños killed for meat. The peons rode over them, and there were many wounds on both sides. Then, the last time a Rio Medio schooner was lying here, after looting a ship outside, there was some gambling going on. They played round this very stone. And Manuel, si senor, the same Manuel the singer, bestia, in a dispute over the stakes, killed a peon, striking him unexpectedly with a knife in the throat. No vengeance was taken for this, because the Lugareño sailed away at once. But the widow made a great noise, and some rumors came to the ears of Don Balthasar himself. For he, Castro, had been honored with a mission to visit the estate. That was even the first occasion of Manuel's hate for him, Castro. And as usual, the intendente, after all, settled the matter as he liked, and nothing was done to Manuel. Don Balthasar was old, and besides, too great a noble to be troubled with the doings of such vermin. And Castro began to yawn. At daybreak, he explained, he would start for the hacienda early and return with mules for Serafina and myself. The buildings of the estate were nearly 3 leagues away. All this tract of the country on the side of the sea was very deserted, the sugar cane fields worked by the slaves lying inland beyond the habitations. Here, near the coast, there were only the herds of cattle ranging the savannas and the peons looking after them. But even they sometimes did not come in sight of the sea for weeks together. He had no fear of being seen by anybody on his journey. We also could start without fear in daylight as soon as he brought the mules. For the rest, he would make proper arrangements for secrecy with the husband of Serafina's nurse. Enrico, he called him, a silent Galician, a greybeard worthy of confidence. One of his first cares had been to grub out of his soaked clothes a handful of tobacco, and now he turned over the little drying heap critically. He hunted up a fragment of maize leaf somewhere upon his bosom. His face brightened. "Bueno," he muttered, very pleased. "Senor, good night," he said, more humanized than I had supposed possible. Or was it only that I was getting to know him better? "And thanks. There's that in life which even an old tired man—" "Here I, Castro, old and sad, senor." "Yes, senor, nothing of mine in all the world, and yet—" "But what a death! Oh, the brute water! Caramba! Altogether improper for a man who has escaped from a great many battles. And the winter of Russia. The snow, senor." He drowsed, garrulous, with the blackened end of his cigarette hanging from his lower lip, swayed sideways, and let himself go over gently, pillowing his head on the stump of his arm. The thin, viperish blade stuck upwards from under his temple, gleamed red before the sinking fire. I raised a handful of flaring twigs to look at Serafina. A terrible night raged over the land. The inner arch of the opening growled, winking bluishly time after time. And like an enchanted princess enveloped in a beggar's cloak, she was lying profoundly asleep in the heart of her dominions. This ends part 4. Blade and Guitar, Chapter 7 of Romance. Part 4, Chapter 8 of Romance by Joseph Conrad and Ford Madox Ford. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Mark Leader. Part 4, Blade and Guitar, Chapter 8 of Romance. The first thing I noted on opening my eyes was that Castro had gone already. I was annoyed. He might have called me. However, we had arranged everything the evening before. The broad day, penetrating through the passage, diffused a semicircle of twilight over the flooring. It extended as far as the emplacement of the fire, black and cold now, with a great heap of ashes in the middle. Farther away in the darkness, beyond the reach of light, Serafina on her bed of leaves did not stir. But what was that hat doing there? Castro's hat. It asserted its existence more than it ever did on the head of its master, black and rusty, like a battered cone of iron, reposing on a wide flange near the ashes. Then he was not gone. He would not start to walk 3 leagues bareheaded. He would appear presently, and I waited, vexed at the loss of time. But he did not appear. "Castro!" I cried in an undertone. The leaves rustled. Serafina sat up. We were pleased to be with each other in an inexpugnable retreat, to hear our voices untinged by anxiety, and going to the outer end of the short passage, we breathed with joy the pure air. The tops of the bushes below glittered with drops of rain, the sky was clear, and the sun, to us invisible, struck full upon the face of the rock on the other side of the ravine. A great bird soared, all was light and silence, and we forgot about Castro for a time. I threw my legs over the sill, and sitting on the stones surveyed the cornice. The bright day robbed the ravine of half its horrors. The path was rather broad, though there was a frightful sheer drop of 90 feet at least. 2 men could have walked abreast on that ledge, and with a handrail one could have thought nothing of it. The most dangerous part yet was at the entrance, where it ended in a rounded projection not quite so wide as the rest. I bantered Serafina as to going out. She said she was ready. She would shut her eyes and take hold of my hand. Englishmen, she had heard, were good at climbing. Their heads were steady. Then we became silent. There were no signs of Castro. Where could he have gone? What could he be doing? It was unimaginable. I grew nervous with anxiety at last, and begged Serafina to go in. She obeyed without a word, and I remained just within the entrance, watching. I had no means to tell the time, but it seemed to me that an hour or 2 passed. Hadn't we better, I thought, start at once on foot for the hacienda? I did not know the way, but by descending the ravine again to the sea, and walking along the bank of the little river, I was sure to reach it. The objection to this was that we should miss Castro. Hang Castro! And yet there was something mysterious and threatening in his absence. Could he have stepped out for some reason in the dark, perhaps, and tumbled off the cornice? I had seen no traces of a slip. There would be none on the rock. The twigs of the growth below the edge would spring back, of course. But why should he fall? The footing was good. However, a sudden attack of vertigo? I tried to look at it from every side. He was not a somnambulist as far as I knew, and there was nothing to eat. I felt hungry already. Or drink. The want of water would drive us out very soon to the spring bubbling out at the head of the ravine, a mile in the open. Then why not go at once, drink and return to our lair as quickly as possible? I did not like to think of her going up and down the cornice. I remembered that we had a flask and went in hastily to look for it. First I looked near the hat. Then Serafina and I, bent double with our eyes on the ground, examined every square inch of twilight. We even wandered a long way into the darkness, feeling about with our hands. It was useless. I called out to her, and then we desisted, and coming together, wondered what might have become of the thing. He had taken it, that was clear. But if, as one might suppose, he had taken it away to get some water for us, he ought to have been back long before. I was beginning to feel rather alarmed, and I tried to consider what we had better do. It was necessary to learn first what had become of him. Staring out of the opening in my perplexity, I saw on the other side of the ravine the lower part of a man from his waist to his feet. By crouching down at once, I brought his head into view. This was not Castro. He wore a black sombrero, and on his shoulder carried a gun. He turned his back on the ravine and began to walk straight away, sinking from my sight till only his hat and shoulders remained visible. He lifted his arm then straight up, evidently as a signal, and waited. Presently another head and shoulders joined him, and they glided across my line of sight together. But I had recognized their bandit-like aspect with infinite consternation. Lugareños! I caught Serafina's hand. My first thought was that we should have to steal out of the cavern with the first coming of darkness. Castro must be lying low and hiding somewhere above. The thing was plain. We must try to make our way to the hacienda under the cover of the night, unseen by those two men. Evidently they were emissaries sent from Rio Medio to watch this part of the coast against our possible landing. I was to be hunted down, it seems, and I reproached myself bitterly with the hardships I was bringing upon her continually. Thinking of the fatigue she had undergone, I did not think of dangers. That was another thing, the romance of dying together like all the lovers in the tradition of the world. I shook with rage and exasperation. The firm pressure of her hands calmed me. She was content. But what if they took it into their heads to come into the cavern? The emptiness of the blue sky above the sheer yellow rock opposite was frightful. It was a mere strip, stretched like a luminous bandage over our eyes. They were perhaps even now on their way round the head of the ravine. I had no weapon except the butt of my pistol. The charges had been spoilt by the salt water, of course, and I had been tempted to fling it out of my belt, but for the thought of obtaining some powder somewhere. And those men I had seen were armed. At once we abandoned the neighborhood of the entrance, plunging straight away into the profound obscurity of the cave. The rocky ground under our feet had a gentle slope, then dipped so sharply as to surprise us, and the entrance, diminishing at our backs, shone at last no larger than the entrance of a mouse-hole. We made a few steps more, gropingly. The bead of light disappeared altogether when we sat down, and we remained there hand in hand and silent like two frightened children placed at the center of the earth. There was not a sound, not a gleam. Serafina bore the crushing strain of this perfect and black stillness in an almost heroic immobility. But as to me, it seemed to lie upon my limbs, to embarrass my breathing like a numbness full of dread, and to shake that feeling off, I jumped up repeatedly to look at that luminous bead, that point of light no bigger than a pearl in the infinity of darkness. And once, just as I was looking, it shut and opened at me slowly, like the deliberate drooping and rising of the lid upon a white eyeball. Somebody had come in. We watched side by side. Only one. Would he go out? The point of light, like a white star setting in a cold black firmament, remained uneclipsed. Whoever had entered was in no haste to leave. Moreover, we had no means of telling what another obscuring of the light might mean, a departure or another arrival. There were two men about, as we knew, and it was even possible that they had entered together in one wink of the light, treading close upon each other's heels. We both felt the sudden great desire to know for certain, but especially we needed to find out if perchance this was not Castro who had returned. We could not afford to lose his assistance, and should he conclude we were out, should he risk himself outside again in order to find us and be discovered himself and thus lost to us when we felt him so necessary? And the doubt came. If this man was Castro, why didn't he penetrate further and shout our names? He ought to have been intelligent enough to guess. And it was this doubt that, making suspense intolerable, put us in motion. We circled widely in that subterranean darkness which, unlike the darkest night on the surface of the earth, had no suggestion of shape, no horizon, and seemed to have no more limit than the darkness of infinite space. On this floor of solid rock we moved with noiseless steps, like a pair of timid phantoms. The spot of light grew in size, developed a shape. stretching from a pearly bead to a silvery thread, and approaching from the side, we scanned from afar the circumscribed region of twilight about the opening. There was a man in it. We contemplated for a time his rounded back, his drooping head. It was grey. The man was Castro. He sat rocking himself sorrowfully over the ashes. He was mourning for us. We were touched by this silent faithfulness of grief. He started when I put my hand on his shoulder, looked up, then instead of giving any signs of joy, dropped his head again. "You managed to avoid them, Castro?" I said. "Senor, behold, here I am, Castro." His tone was gloomy, and after sitting still for a while under our gaze, he slapped his forehead violently. He was in his tantrums, I judged, and as usual angry with me, the cause of every misfortune. He was upset and annoyed beyond reason, as I thought, by this new difficulty. It meant delay, a certain measure of that sort of danger of which we had thought ourselves free for a time, night travelling for Serafina. But I had an idea to save her this. We did not all want to go. Castro could start alone for the hacienda after dark and bring, besides the mules, half a dozen peons with him for an escort. There was nothing really to get so upset about. The danger would have been if he had let himself be caught, but he had not. As to his temper, I knew my man. He had been amiable too long. But by this time we were so sure of his truculent devotion that Serafina spoke gently to him, saying how anxious we had been, how glad we were to see him safe with us. He would not be conciliated easily, it seemed, and let out only a blood-curdling, dismal groan. Without looking at her, he tried hastily to make a cigarette. He was very clever at it generally, rolling it with one hand on his knee somehow, but this time all his limbs seemed to shake. He lost several pinches of tobacco, dropped a piece of maize leaf. Serafina, stooping over his shoulder, took it up, twisting the thing swiftly. "Take, amigo," she said. He was looking up at her as if struck dumb, roiling his eye wildly. He jumped up. "You, señorita, for a miserable old man, you break my heart." And with long strides he disappeared in the darkness, leaving us wondering. We sat side by side on the couch of leaves. With Castro there, I felt we were quite equal to dealing with the two lugareños if they had the unlucky idea of intruding upon us. Indeed, a vigilant man posted on one side of the end of the passage could have disputed the entrance against 10, 20, almost any number, as long as he kept his strength and had something heavy enough to knock them over. Faint sounds reached me as if at a great distance. Castro had been shouting to himself. I called to him. He did not answer, but unexpectedly his short person showed itself in the brightest part of the light. "Señor," he called out with a strange intonation. I got up and went to him. He seemed to be listening intently with his ear turned to the opening. Then suddenly, "Look at me, señor. Am I Castro, the same Castro, old and friendless?" He stood biting his forefinger and looking up at me from under his knitted eyebrows. I didn't know what to say. What was this nonsense? He ejaculated a sort of incomprehensible babble, and passing by me, rushed towards Serafina. She sat up, startled, on her couch of leaves. Falling before her on his plump knees, he seized her hand, pressed it against his ragged mustache. "Excellency, forgive me. No forgiveness. Ha, old man. Ah, thou old man." He bowed before her shadowy figure, that sustained the pale oval of the face till his forehead struck the rock. Plunging his hand into the ashes, he poured a fistful with inarticulate low cries over his grey hairs, and the agitation of that obese little body on its knees had a lamentable and grotesque inconsequence, as inexplicable in itself as the sorrow of a madman. Full of wonder before his abject collapse, she murmured, "What have you done?" He tried to fling himself upon her feet, but my hand was in his collar, and after an unmerciful shaking, I sat him down by main force. He gulped, blinked the whites of his eyes, then in a whisper full of rage, "Horror, shame, misery and malediction, I have betrayed you." At once she said soothingly, "Thomas, I do not believe this." While I thought to myself, how? Why? For what reason? In what manner betrayed? How was it possible? And if so, why did he come back to us? But as things stood, he would never dare approach a lugareño. If he had, they would never have let him go again. "You told them we were here?" I asked, so perfectly incredulous that I was not at all surprised to hear him protest by all the saints that he never did, never would do, never, never. But why should he? Was he the prey of some strange hallucination? Rocking himself, he struck his breast with his clenched hand, then suddenly caught at his hair and remained perfectly motionless. Minutes passed. This despairing stillness inspired in me a feeling of awe at last, the awe of something inconceivable. My head buzzed so with the effort to think that I had the illusions of faint murmurs in the cave, the very shadows of murmurs. And all at once a real voice, his voice, burst out, fearfully rapid and voluble. He had really gone out to get a provision of water. Waking up early, he saw us sleeping and felt a great pity for the señorita. As to the caballero, his savior from drowning, alas, the señorita would need every ounce of his strength. He would let us sleep till his return from the spring, and there being a blessed freshness in the air, he caught up the flask and started bareheaded. The sun had just risen. Would to God he had never seen it. After plunging his face in the running water, he remained on his knees and busied himself in rinsing and filling the flask. The torrent, gushing with force, made a loud noise. And after he had done screwing the top on, he was about to rise when, glancing about carelessly, he saw two men leaning on their escopetas and looking at him in perfect silence. They were standing right over him. He knew them well. One they called El Rubio. The other, the little one, was Jose, Squinting Jose. They said nothing, nothing at all. With a sudden and mighty effort he preserved his self-command, affected unconcern, and instead of getting up, only shifted his pose to a sitting position, took off his shoes and stockings, and proceeded to bathe his feet. But it was as if a blazing fire had been kindled in his breast, and a tornado had been blowing in his head. He could not tell whence these two had come, with what object, or how much they knew. They might have been only messengers from Rio Medio to Havana. They generally went in couples. If Manuel had escaped alive out of the sea, everything was known in Rio Medio. From where he sat, he beheld the empty, open sea over the dunes, but the edge of the upland cleft by many ravines, of which the one we had ascended was the deepest, concealed from him the little basin and the inlet. He was certain these men had not come up that way. They had approached him over the plain, but there was more than one way by which the upland could be reached from below. The thoughts rushed round and round his head. He remembered that our boat must be floating or lying stranded in the little bay, and resolved, in case of necessity, to say that we too were dead and that we had been drowned. It was El Rubio who put the very question to him in an insolent tone, and sitting on the ground out of his reach with his gun across his knees. His long knife ready in his hand, Squinting Jose remained standing over Castro. Those two men nodded to each other significantly at the intelligence. He perceived that they were more than half disposed to credit his story. They had nearly been drowned themselves pursuing that accursed heretic of an Englishman. When from their remarks he learned that the schooner was in the bay, he began putting on his shoes, though the hope of making a sudden dash for his life down the ravine abandoned him. The schooner had been run in at night during the gale, and in such distress that they let her take the ground. She was not injured, however, and some of them were preparing to haul her off. Our boat, as I conceived, after bumping along the beach, had drifted within the influence of the current created by the little river, or else by the water forced into the basin by the tempest, seeking to escape, and had been carried out towards the inlet. She was seen at daylight, knocking about amongst the breakers, bottom up, and in such shallow water that 3 or 4 men wading out knee-deep managed to turn her over. They had found Mrs. Williams' woolen shawl and my cap floating underneath. At the same time the broken mast and sail were made out tossing upon the waves not very far off to seaward. That the boat had been in the bay at all did not seem to have occurred to them. It had been concluded that she had capsized outside the entrance. It was very possible that we had been drowned under her. Castro hastened to confirm the idea by relating how he had been clinging to the bottom of the boat for a long time. Thus he had saved himself, he declared. "Manuel will be glad," observed El Rubio then, with an evil laugh. And for a long time nobody said a word. El Rubio, cross-legged, was observing him with the eyes of a basilisk. But Castro swore a great oath that as to himself he showed no signs of fear. He looked at the water gushing from the rock, bubbling up, sparkling, running away, in a succession of tiny leaps and falls. Why should he fear? Was he not old and tired and without any hope of peace on earth? What was death? Nothing. It was absolutely nothing. It comes to all. It was rest after much vain trouble, and he trusted that through his devotion to the Mother of God, his sins would be forgiven after a short time in purgatory. But as he had made up his mind not to fall into Manuel's hands, he resolved that presently he would stab himself to the heart where he sat, over this running water. For it would not be like a suicide. He was doomed, and surely God did not want his body to be tormented by such a devil as Manuel before death. He would lean far over before he struck his faithful blade into his breast, so as to fall with his face in the water. It looked deliciously cool, and the sun was heavy on his bare head. Suddenly El Rubio sprang to his feet, saying, "Now, Jose!" It is clear that these ruffians stood in awe of his blade. In their cowardly hearts they did not think it quite safe, being only 2 to 1, to try and disarm that old man. They backed away a step or two, and leveling their pieces suddenly ordered him to get up and walk before. He threw at them an obscene word. He thought to himself, "Bueno, they will blow my head off my shoulders." No emotion stirred in him, as if his blood had already ceased to run in his veins. They remained all 3 in a state of suspended animation, but at last El Rubio hissed through his teeth with vexation and grunted, "Attention, Jose! Take aim! We will break his legs and take away the sting of this old scorpion." Castro's blood felt chilly in his limbs, but instead of planting his knife in his breast, he spoke up to ask them where, supposing he consented, they wished to conduct him. "To Manuel, our captain. He would like to embrace you before you die," said El Rubio, advancing a stride nearer, his gun to his shoulder. "Get up. March." And Castro found himself on his feet, looking straight into the black holes of the barrels. "Walk," they exclaimed together, stepping upon him. The time had come to die. "Ha! Canalla," he said. They made a menacing clamor. "Walk, viejo, traitor, walk." "Señorita," I walked. The heart-rending effort of the voice, The trembling of this grey head, the sobs under the words, oppressed our breast with dismay and dread. Ardently he would have us believe that at this juncture he was thinking of us only, of us wandering alone, ignorant of danger, and hidden blindly under the earth. His purpose was to provoke the two lugareños to shoot, so that we should be warned by their reports. Besides, an opportunity for escape might yet present itself in some most unlikely way, perhaps at the very last moment. Had he not his own life in his own hands? He cared not for it. It was in his power to end it at any time. And there would be dense thickets on the way, long grass where one could plunge suddenly, who knows? And overgrown ravines where one could hide, creep under the bushes, escape, and returned with help. But when he faced the plains, its greatness crushed his poor strength. The uncovered vastness imprisoned him as effectually as a wall. He knew himself for what he was, an old man, short of breath, heavy of foot. Nevertheless, he walked on hastily, his eyes on the ground. The footsteps of his captors sounded behind him, and he tried to edge towards the ravine. When nearly above the opening of the cavern, he would, he thought, swerve inland and dash off as fast as he was able. Then they would have to fire at him. We would be sure to hear the shots. The warning would be clear. And suddenly, looking up, he saw that a small band of lugareños, having just ascended the brow of the upland, were coming to meet him. Now was the time to get shot. He turned sharply and began to run over that great plain towards a distant clump of trees. Nobody fired at him. He heard only the mingled jeers and shouts of the two men behind. "Quicker, Castro! Quicker!" They followed him, holding their sides. Those ahead had already spread themselves out over the plain, yelling to each other, and were converging upon him. That was the time to stop and with one blow fall dead at their feet. He doubled round in front of Manuel, who stood waving his arms and screeching orders, and ran back towards the ravine. The plain rang with furious shouts. They rushed at him from every side. He would throw himself over. It was a race for the precipice. He won it. I suppose he found it not so easy to die, to part with the warmth of sunshine, the taste of food, to break that material servitude to life, contemptible as a vice, that binds us about like a chain on the limbs of hopeless slaves. He showered blows upon his chest. Sitting before us, he battered with his fist at the side of his head till I caught his arm. We could always sell our lives dearly, I said. He would have to defend the entrance with me. We two could hold it till it was blocked with their corpses. He jumped up with a derisive shriek. A cloud of ashes flew from under his stumble, and he vanished in the darkness with mad gesticulations. "They're corpses! They're corpses! They're ha 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 ha!" The snarling sound died away, and I understood then what meant this illusion of ghostly murmurs that once or twice had seemed to tremble in the narrow region of the grey light around the arch. The sunshine of the earth and the voices of men expired on the threshold of the eternal obscurity and stillness in which we were imprisoned, as if in a grave with inexorable death standing between us and the free spaces of the world. This ends part 4, Blade and Guitar, chapter 8 of Romance. Part 4, Blade and Guitar, chapter 9 of Romance, by Joseph Conrad and Ford Madox Ford. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Mark Leader. Part 4, Blade and Guitar, chapter 9 of Romance. For it meant that, imprisoned, Castro's derisive shriek meant that, and I had known it before he emerged back out of the black depths with livid, swollen features and foam about his mouth to splutter. "They're corpses, you say? Ah, our corpses," and retreated again, where I could only hear incoherent mutters. Serafina clutched my arm. "Juan, together. No separation." I had known it, even as I spoke of selling our lives dearly. They could only be surrendered miserably to these wretches, or to the everlasting darkness in which Castro muttered his despair. I needed not to hear this ominous and sinister sound, nor yet Serafina's cry. She understood, too. They would never come down unless to look upon us when we were dead. I need not have gone to the entrance of the cave to understand all the horror of our fate. The Lugareños had already lighted a fire, very near the brink, too. It was burning some 30 feet above my head, and the sheer wall on the other side caught up and sent across into my face the crackling of dry branches, the loud, excited talking, the arguments, the oaths, the laughter. Now and then a very shriek of joy. Manuel was giving orders. Some advanced the opinion that the cursed Inglés, the spy who came from Jamaica to see whom he could get for a hanging without a priest, was down there too. So that was it. O'Brien knew how to stir their hate. I should get a short shrift. "He was a fiend, the Inglés. Look how many of us he has killed," they cried. And Manuel would have loved to cut my flesh in small pieces off my bones. Only, alas, I was now beyond his vengeance, he feared. However, somebody was left. He must have thrown himself flat with his head over the brink, for his yell of "Castro!" exploded and rolled heavily between the rocks. "Castro! Castro! Castro!" he shouted 20 times till he set the whole ravine in an uproar. He waited, and when the clamour had quieted down amongst the bushes below, called out softly, "Do you hear me, Castro, my victim? Thou art my victim, Castro." Castro had crept into the passage after me. He pushed his head beyond my shoulder. "I defy thee, Manuel," he screamed. A hubbub arose. "He's there! He is there!" "Bravo, Castro!" Manuel shouted from above. "I love thee because thou art my victim. I shall sing a song for thee. Come up. Hey, Castro! Castro! Come up! No? Then the dead to their grave and the living to their feast." Sometimes a little earth, detached from a layer of soil covering the rock, would fall streaming from above. The men told off to guard the cornice walked to and fro near the edge, and the confused murmur of voices hung subdued in the air of the cleft, like a modulated tremor. Castro, moaning gently, stumbled back into the cave. Serafina had remained sitting on the stone seat. The twilight rested on her knees, on her face, on the heap of cold ashes at her feet. But Castro, who had stood stock still with his hand to his forehead, turned to me excitedly. "The peons! For Dios! Had I ever thought of the peons belonging to the estancia?" Well, that was a hope. I did not know exactly how matters stood between them and the Lugareños. There was no love lost. A fight was likely, but even if no actual collision took place, they would be sure to visit the camp above in no very friendly spirit. A chance might offer to make our position known to these men, who had no reason to hate either me or Castro, and would not be afraid of thwarting the miserable band of ghouls sitting above our grave. How our presence could be made known, I was not sure. perhaps simply by shouting with all our might from the mouth of the cave. We could offer rewards, say who we were, summon them for the service of their own senorita. But probably they had never heard of her. No matter. The news would soon reach the hacienda, and Enrico had 200 slaves at his back. One of us must always remain at the mouth of the cave listening to what went on above. There would be the trampling of horses' hoofs, quarrelling, no doubt. Anyway, much talk, new voices, something to inform us. Only how soon would they come? They were not likely to be riding where there were no cattle. Had Castro seen any signs of a herd on the uplands nearby? His face fell. He had not. There were many savannas within the belt of forests, and the herds might be miles away, stampeded inland by the storm. Sitting down suddenly, as if overcome, he averted his eyes and began to scratch the rock between his legs with the point of his blade. We were all silent. How long could we wait? How long could people live? I looked at Serafina. How long could she live? The thought seared my heart like a hot iron. I wrung my hands stealthily. "Ha, my blade," muttered Castro. "My sting. Old scorpion, they did not take my sting away. Only, bah." He, a man, had not risen to the fortitude of a venomous creature. He was defeated. He groaned profoundly. Life was too much. It clung to one. A scorpion, an insect within a ring of flames, would lift its sting and stab venom into its own head. And he, Castro, a man, por Dios, had less firmness than a creeping thing. Why did he not stab this dishonored old heart? "Senorita," he cried agonizingly, "I swear I did shout to them to fire. So, into my breast." And then Serafina leaned over him pityingly. "Enough, Castro. One lives because of hope. And grieve not. Thy death would have done no good." Her face had a splendid pallor, the radiant whiteness and majesty of marble. It had never before appeared to me more beautiful, and her hair, unrolling its dark undulations, as if tinged deep with the funereal gloom of the background, covered her magnificently right down to her elbows. Her eyes were incredibly profound. Her person had taken on an indefinable beauty, a new beauty, that, like the comeliness that comes from joy, love, or success, seemed to rise from the depths of her being, as if an unsuspected and somber quality of her soul had responded to the horror of our situation. The fierce trials had gradually developed her, as burning sunshine opens the bud of a flower, and I beheld her now in the plenitude of her nature. From time to time, Castro would raise up to her his blinking old eyes, full of timidity and distress. He had not been young enough to throw himself over. He had worn the chain for too many years, had lived well and softly too long, was too old a slave. And yet, if he had had the courage of the act, who knows? I rejected the thought far from me. It returned, and I caught myself looking at him with irritated eyes. But this first day passed not intolerably. We ignored our sufferings. Indeed, I felt none for my part. We had kept our thoughts bound to the slow, blank minutes. And if we exchanged a few words now and then, it was to speak of patience, of resolution, to endure and to hope. At night, from the hot ravine full of shadows, came the cool fretting of the stream. The big blaze they kept up above crackled distinctly, throwing a fiery, restless stain on the face of the rock in front of the cave, high up under the darkness and the stars of the sky. And a pair of feet would appear stamping, the shadow of a pair of ankles and feet, fantastic, sustaining no gigantic body, but enormous, tramping slowly, resembling two coffins leaping to a slow measure. I see them in my dreams now, sometimes. They disappeared. Manuel would sing. Far in the night, the monotonous staccato of the guitar went on, accompanying plaintive murmurs, outbursts of anger and cries of pain, the tremulous moans of sorrow. My nerves vibrated. I broke my nails on the rock and seemed to hear once more the parody of all the transports and of every anguish, even to death, a tragic and ignoble rendering of life. He was a true artist, powerful and scorned, admired with derision, obeyed with jeers. It was a song of mourning. He sat on the brink with his feet dangling over the precipice that sent him back his inspired tones with a confused noise of sobs and desolation. His idol had been snatched from the humility of his adoring silence like a falling star from the sight of the worm that crawls. He stormed on the strings, and his voice emerged like the crying of a castaway in the tumult of the gale. He apostrophized his instrument. Woe! Woe! No more songs. He would break it. Its work was done. He would dash it against the rock. His palm slapped the hollow wood furiously, so that it should lie shattered and mute like his own heart. A frenzied explosion of yells, jests, and applause covered the finale. A complete silence would follow, as if in the acclamations they had exhausted at once every bestial sound. Somebody would cough pitifully for a long time, and when he had done spluttering and cursing, the world outside appeared lost in an even more profound stillness. The red stain of the fire wavered across to play under the dark brow of the rock. The irritated murmur of the torrent, tearing along below, returned timidly at first, expanded, filled the ravine, ran through my ears in an angry babble. The deadened footfalls on the brink sometimes dislodged a pebble. It would start with a feeble rattle and be heard no more. In the daytime, too, there were silences up there, perfect, profound. No prowl of feet disturbed them. The sun blazed between the rocks, and even the hum of insects could be heard. It seemed impossible not to believe that they had all died by a miracle, or else had been driven away by a silent panic. But two or more were always on the watch, directly above, with their heads over the edge, and suddenly they would begin to talk together in drowsy tones. It was as if some barbarous somnambulists had mumbled in the daytime the bizarre atrocity of their thoughts. They discussed William's flask, which had been picked up. Was the cup made of silver, they wondered. Manuel had appropriated it for his own use, it seems. Well, he was the capataz. The Inglés, should he appear by an impossible chance, was to be shot down at once. But Castro must be allowed to give himself up, and they would snigger ferociously. Sometimes quarrels arose, very noisy, a great hubbub of bickerings touching their jealousies, their fears, their unspeakable hopes of murder and rapine. They did not feel very safe where they were. Some would maintain that Castro could not have saved himself alone. The Inglés was there, and even the señorita herself. Manuel scouted the idea with contempt. He advanced the violence of the storm, the fury of the waves, the broken mast, the position of the boat. How could they expect a woman? No, it was as his song had it. and he defended his point of view angrily, as though he could not bear being robbed of that source of poetical inspiration. He emitted profound sighs and superb declamations. Castro and I listened to them at the mouth of the cave. Our tongues were dry and swollen in our mouths. There was the pressure of an iron clutch on our windpipes, fire in our throats, and the pangs of hunger that tore at us like iron pincers. But we could hear that the bandits above were anxious to be gone. They had but very few charges for their guns, and it was apparent that they were afraid of a collision with the peons of the hacienda. Glaring at each other with bloodshot, uncertain eyes, Castro and I imagined longingly a vision of men in ponchos spurring madly out of the woods, bent low, and swinging riatas over the necks of their horses, with the thunder of the galloping hoofs in the cave. Serafina had withdrawn further into the darkness, and with a shrinking fear I would join her to eat my heart out by the side of her tense and mute contemplation. Sometimes Manuel would begin again, "Castro! Castro! Castro!" till he seemed to stagger the rocks and disturb the placid sunshine with an immense wave of sound. He called upon his victim to drink once more before he died. Long shrieks of derision rent the air, as if torn out of his breast by far greater torments than any his fancy delighted to invent. There was something terrible and weird in the abundance of words screeched continuously, without end, as if in desperation. No wonder Castro fled from the passage. And Serafina and I, within, would be startled out of our half-delirious state by the sudden appearance of that old man, disordered, sordid, with a white beard sprouting, who wandered, weeping aloud in the twilight. More than once I would stagger off far away into the depths of the cavern in an access of rage, fling myself on the floor, bite my arms, beat my head on the rock. I would give myself up. She must be saved from this tortured death. She had said she would throw herself over if I left her. But would she have the strength? It was impossible to know. For days it seemed she had been lying perfectly still, on her side, one hand under her wan cheek, and only answering "Juan" when I pronounced her name. There was something awful in our dry whispers. They were lifeless, like the tones of the dead, if the dead ever speak to each other across the earth separating the graves. The moral suffering, joined to the physical torture of hunger and thirst, annihilated my will in a measure, but also kindled a vague, gnawing feeling of hostility against her. She asked too much of me. It was too much, and I would drag myself back to sit for hours and with an aching heart look towards her couch from a distance. My eyes, accustomed to obscurity, traced an indistinct and recumbent form. Her forehead was white. Her hair merged into the darkness which was gathering slowly upon her eyes, her cheeks, her throat. She was perfectly still. It was cruel. It was odious. It was intolerable to be so still. This must end. I would carry her out by main force. She said no word, but there was in the embrace of those arms instantly thrown around my neck, in the feel of those dry lips pressed upon mine, in the emaciated face, in the big shining eyes of that being as light as a feather, a passionate mournfulness of seduction, a tenacious clinging to the appointed fate that suddenly overawed my movement of rage. I laid her down again and covered my face with my hands. She called out to Castro. He reeled as if drunk, and waited at the head of her couch with his chin dropped on his chest. "Vuestra Señoria," he muttered. "Listen well, Castro." Her voice was very faint, and each word came alone, as if shrunk and parched. "Can my gold, the promise of much gold. You know these men. Save the lives? He uttered a choked cry and began to tremble, groping for her hand. Si, senorita. Excellency. Si, it would. Mercy. Save me, I am too old to bear this. Gold, yes, much gold. Manuel. Listen, Castro. And Don Juan? His head fell again. Speak the truth, Castro. He struggled with himself. Then, rattling in his throat, shrieked, No! With a terrible effort. No. Nothing can save thy English lover. Why? She breathed feebly. He raged at her in his weakness. Why? Because the order had gone forth, because they dared not disobey, because she had only gold in the palm of her hand, while Senor O'Brien held all their lives in his. The accursed Juez was for them like death itself, that walks amongst men, taking this one, leaving another. He was their life and their law, and their safety and their death. And the caballero had not killed him. His voice seemed to wither and dry up gradually in his throat. He crawled away, and we heard him chuckling horribly somewhere like a madman. Serafina stretched out her hand. Then, Juan, why not together, like this? If she had the courage of this death, I must have even more. It was a point of honor. I had no wish and no right to seek for some easier way out of life. But she had a woman's capacity for passive endurance, a serenity of mind in this martyrdom, confessing to something sinister in the power of love that, like faith, can move mountains and order cruel sacrifices. She could have walked out in perfect safety, and it was that thought that maddened me. And there was no sleep. There were only intervals in which I could fall into a delirious reverie of still lakes, of vast sheets of water. I waded into them up to my lips, never further. They were smooth and cold as ice. I stood in them, shivering and straining for a draught, burning within the fire of thirst, while a phantom, all pale and with its hair streaming, called to me, Courage! From the brink, in Serafina's voice. As to Castro, he was going mad. He was simply going mad, as people go mad for want of food and drink. And yet he seemed to keep his strength. He was never still. It was a factitious strength, the restlessness of incipient insanity. Once, while I was trying to talk with him about our only hope, the peons, he gave me a look of such somber distraction that I left off, intimidated, to wonder vaguely at this glimpse of something hidden and excessive springing from torments which surely could be no greater than mine. He had the strength, and sometimes he could find the voice, to hurl abuse, curses, and imprecations from the mouth of the cave. Great shouts of laughter exploded above, and they seemed to hold their breath to hear more. Or Manuel, hanging over, would praise in mocking, mellifluous accents the energy of his denunciations. I tried to pull him away from there, but he turned upon me fiercely, and from prudence, for all hope was not dead in me yet, I left him alone. That night I heard him make an extraordinary sound, chewing. At the same time he was sobbing and cursing stealthily. He had found something to eat then. I could not believe my ears, but I began to creep towards the sound, and suddenly there was a short, mad scuffle in the darkness, during which I nearly spitted myself on his blade. At last, trembling in every limb, with my blood beating furiously in my ears, I scrambled to my feet, holding a small piece of meat in my hands. Instantly, without hesitating, without thinking, I plunged my teeth into it, only to fling it far away from me with a frantic execration. This was the first sound uttered since we had grappled. Lying prone near me, Castro, with a rattle in his throat, tried to laugh. This was a supreme touch of Manuel's art. They were pressed for time, and he had hit upon that deep and politic invention to hasten the surrender of his beloved victim. I nearly cried with the fiery pain on my cracked lips. That piece of half-putrid flesh was salt, horribly salt, salt like salt itself. Whenever they heard him rave and mutter at the mouth of the cave, they would throw down these prepared scraps. It was as if I had put a live coal into my mouth. "Ah," he croaked feebly. "Have you thrown it away?" "I too, the first piece." "No matter. I can no more swallow anything now." His voice was like the rustling of parchment at my feet. "Do not look for it, Don Juan. The sinner's in hell." "Ha! Fiend, I could not resist." I sank down by his side. He seemed to be writhing on the floor, muttering, "Thirst, thirst, thirst." His blade clicked on the rock, then all was still. Was he dead? Suddenly he began with an amazingly animated utterance. "Senor, for this they had to kill cattle." This thought had kept him up. Probably they'd been firing shots, but there was a way of hamstringing a stalked cow silently, and the plains were vast, the grass on them was long, the carcasses would lie hidden out of sight. The herds were rounded up only twice every year. His despairing voice died out in a mournful fall, and again he was as still as death. "No, I can bear this no longer," he uttered with force. He refused to bear it. He suffered too much. There was no hope. He would overwhelm them with maledictions and then leap down from the ledge. "Adios, senor." I stretched out my arm and caught him by the leg. It seemed to me I could not part with him. It would have been disloyal, an admission that all was over, the beginning of the end. We were exhausting ourselves by this sort of imbecile wrestling. Meantime, I kept on entreating him to be a man, and at last I managed to clamber upon his chest. "A man," he sighed. I released him. For a space, unheard in the darkness, he seemed to be collecting all his remaining strength. "Oh, those strange Ingles. Why should I not leap? And whom do you love best or hate more, me or the señorita? Be thou a man also, and pray God to give thee reason to understand men for once in thy life. Ha! Enamored woman. He is a fool. But I, Castro." His whispering became appallingly unintelligible, then ceased, passing into a moan. My will to restrain him abandoned me. He had brought this on us, and if he really wished to give up the struggle... "Senor," he mumbled brokenly, "1,000 thanks. Oh, the ugly water. Water, water, water. Salt water. Salt. You saved me. Why? Let God be the judge. I would have preferred a malignant demon for a friend. I forgive you. Adios. And Her Excellency. Poor Castro. thou old scorpion encircled by fire and thirst. No, no scorpion, alas. Only a man, not like you. Therefore, a mass or two, perhaps. The freshness of the night penetrated through the arch, as far as the faint twilight of the day. I heard his tearful muttering creep away from my side. Thirst, thirst, thirst. I did not stir, and an incredulity, a weariness, the sense of our common fate, mingled with an unconfessed desire, the desire of seeing what would come of it, a desire that stirred my blood like a glimmer of hope and prevented me from making a movement or uttering a whisper. If his sufferings were so great, who was I to? Mine too. I almost envied him. He was free. As if an inward obscurity had parted in two, I looked to the very bottom of my thoughts, and his action appeared like a sacrifice. It could liberate us two from this cave before it was too late. He alone was the prey they had trapped. They would be satisfied, probably. Nay, there could be no doubt. Directly he was dead, they would depart. Ah, he wanted to leap. He must not be allowed, now that I understood perfectly what this meant. I had to prevent him. There was no choice. I must stop him at any cost. The awakening of my conscience sent me to my feet, but before I had stumbled halfway through the passage, I heard his shout in the open air, "Behold me!" A man outside cried excitedly, "He is out!" An exulting tumult fell into the arch, the clash of 20 voices yelling in different keys. "He is out, a traitor! He is out!" I was too late, but I made 3 more hesitating steps and stood blinded. The flaming branches they were holding over the precipice showered a multitude of sparks that fell, disappearing continuously in the lurid light, shutting out the night from the mouth of the cave. And in this light Castro could be seen kneeling on the other side of the sill. With his fingers clutching the edge of the slab, he hung outwards, his head falling back, his spine arched tensely like a bow, and the red sparks coming from above with a dancing whirl of snowflakes vanished in the air before they could settle on his face. "Manuel! Manuel!" They answered with a deep, confused growl, jostling and crowding on the edge to look down into his eyes. Meantime, I stared at the convulsive heaving of his breast, at his upturned chin, his swelling throat. He defied Manuel. He would leap. Behold, he was going to leap to his own death in his own time. He challenged them to come down on the ledge, and the blade of the maimed arm waved to and fro stiffly, point up, like a red-hot weapon in the light. He devoted them to pestilence, to English gallows, to the infernal powers, while all the time commenting murmurs passed over his head as though he had extorted their sinister appreciation. "Canalla! Dogs! Thieves! Prey of death! Vermin of hell! I spit on you like this!" He had not the force nor the saliva, and remained straining mutely upwards while they laughed at him all together, with something somber, as if doomed in their derision. "He will jump." "No, he will not." "Yes, leap, Castro. Spit, Castro." "He will run back into the cave. Maledetta." Manuel's voice cooed lovingly on the brink. "Come to us and drink, Castro." I waited for his leap with doubt, with disbelief in the helpless agitation of the weak. Gradually he seemed to relax all over. "Drink deep. Drink and drink and drink, Castro. Water. Clear water. Cool water. Taste, Castro." He called on him in tones that were almost tender in their urgency to come and drink before he died. His voice seemed to cast a spell like an incantation upon the tubby little figure, with something yearning in the upward turn of a listening face. "Drink!" Manuel repeated the word several times. Then suddenly he called, "Taste, Castro! Taste!" And a descending brightness, as of a crystal rod hurled from above, shivered to nothing on the upturned face. The light disappearing from above, the cave seemed scared away by the inhuman discord of his shriek, and I flung myself forward to lick the splash of moisture on the sill. I did not think of Castro. I had forgotten him. I raged at the deception of my thirst, exploring with my tongue the rough surface of the stone till I tasted my own blood. Only then, raising my head to gasp and clench my fists with a baffled and exasperated desire, I noticed how profound was the silence, in which the words, "Take away his sting," seemed to pronounce themselves over the ravine in the impersonal austerity of the rock, and with the tone of a tremendous decree. This ends Part 4, Blade and Guitar, Chapter 9 of Romance. Part 4, Blade and Guitar, Chapter 10 of Romance, by Joseph Conrad and Madox Ford. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Mark Leader. Part 4, Blade and Guitar, Chapter 10 of Romance. He had surrendered to his thirst. What weakness! He had not thrown himself over then. What folly! One splash of water on his face had been enough. He was contemptible in lying collapsed in a sort of tormented apathy at the mouth of the cave. I despised and envied his good fortune. It could not save him from death, but at least he drank. I understood this when I heard his voice, a voice altogether altered, a firm, greedy voice saying, "More," breathlessly. And then he drank again. He was drinking. He was drinking up there in the light of the fire, in a circle of mortal enemies under Manuel's gloating eyes. Drinking. Oh, happiness! Oh, delight! What a miserable wretch! I clawed the stone convulsively. I think I would have rushed out for my share if I had not heard Manuel's cruel and caressing voice. "How now? You do not want to throw yourself over, my Castro?" "I have drunk," he said gloomily. I think they must have given him something to eat then. In my mind there are many blanks in the vision of that scene, a vision built upon a few words reaching me suddenly, with great intervals of silence between, as though I had been coming to myself out of a dead faint now and then. A ferocious hum of many voices would rise sometimes impatiently, the scrambling of feet near the edge, or in a sinister and expectant stillness, Manuel the artist would be speaking to his beloved victim Castro in a gentle and insinuating voice that seemed to tremble slightly with eagerness. Had he eaten and drunk enough? They had kept their promises, he said. They would keep them all. The water had been cooled, and presently he, Manuel del Popolo, would accompany with his guitar and his voice the last moments of his victim. Bursts of laughter punctuated his banter. Ah, that Manuel! Some actually swore in admiration. But was Castro really at his ease? Was it not good to eat and drink? Had he quite returned to life? But caramba, amigos, what neglect! The caballero who has honored us must smoke, they shouted in high glee. Yes, smoke, Castro. Let him smoke. I suppose he did, and Manuel expounded to him how pleasant life was in which one could eat and drink and smoke. His words tortured me. Castro remained mute, from disdain, from despair perhaps. Afterwards they carried him along clear of the cornice, and I understood they formed a half-circle round him, drawing their knives. Manuel, screeching in a high falsetto, ordered the bonds of his feet to be cut. I advanced my head out as far as I dared. Their voices reached me deadened. I could only see the profound shadow of the ravine, a patch of dark, clear sky, opulent with stars, and the play of the firelight on the opposite side. The shadow of a pair of monumental feet and the lower edge of a cloak spread amply like a skirt stood out in it, intensely black and motionless, right in front of the cave. Now and then, elbowed in the surge round Castro, the guitar emitted a deep and hollow resonance. He was tumultuously ordered to stand up, and I imagine he was being pricked with the points of their knives till he did get on his feet. "Jump!" they roared all together, and Manuel began to finger the strings, lifting up his voice between the gusts of savage hilarity, mingled with cries of death. He exhorted his followers to close on the traitor inch by inch, presenting their knives. He runs here and there, the blood trickling from his limbs, but in vain. This is the appointed time for the leap. It was an improvisation. They stamped their feet to the slow measure. They shouted in chorus the one word, leap, raising a ferocious roar. And between whiles the song of voice and strings came to me from a distance, softened and lingering in a voluptuous and pitiless cadence that wrung my heart, and seemed to eat up the remnants of my strength. But what could I have done, even if I had had the strength of a giant and a most fearless resolution? I should have been shot dead before I had crawled halfway up the ledge. A piercing shriek covered the guitar, the song, and the wild merriment. Then everything seemed to stop, even my own painful breathing. Again Castro shrieked like a madman. "Senorita, your gold! Senorita, hear me! Help!" Then all was still. "Hear the dead calling to the dead," sneered Manuel. An awestruck sort of hum proceeded from the Spaniards. Was the senorita alive? In the cave? Or where? "Her nod would have saved thee, Castro," said Manuel slowly. I got up. I heard Castro stammer wildly, "She shall fill both your hands with gold. Do you hear, hombres? I, Castro, tell you, each man, both hands." He had done it. The last hope was gone now, and all that there remained for me to do was to leap over or give myself up and end this horrible business. "She was a creature born to command the moon and the stars," Manuel mused aloud in a vibrating tone, and suddenly smote the strings with emphatic violence. She could even stay his vengeance. But was it possible? No, no, it could not be. And yet... "Thou art alive yet, Castro," he cried. "Thou hast eaten and drunk. Life is good, is it not, old man? And the leap is high." He thundered, "Silence," to still the excited murmurs of his band. If she lived, Castro should live too. He, Manuel, said so. But he threatened him with horrible tortures, with 2 days of slow dying if he dared to deceive. Let him then speak the truth quickly. Speak, Viejo. Where is she? And at the opening 50 yards away, I was tempted to call out as though I had loved Castro well enough to save him from the shame and remorse of a plain betrayal. That the moment of it had come, I could have no doubt. And it was I myself, perhaps, who could not face the certitude of his downfall. If my throat had not been so compressed, so dry with thirst and choked with emotion, I believe I should have cried out and brought them away from that miserable man with a rush. Since we were lost, he at least should be saved from this. I suffered from his spasmodic, agonized laugh away there, with 20 knives aimed at his breast and the 80-foot drop of the precipice at his back. Why did he hesitate? I was to learn then that the ultimate value of life to all of us is based on the means of self-deception. Morally, he had his back against the wall. He could not hope to deceive himself. And after Manuel had cried again at him, "Where are they?" in a really terrible tone, I heard his answer, "At the bottom of the sea." He had his own courage after all, if only the courage not to believe in Manuel's promises. And he must have been weary of his life, weary enough not to pay that price. And yet he'd gone to the very verge, calling upon Serafina as if she could hear him. Madness of fear, no doubt, succeeded by an awakening, a heroic reaction. And yet sometimes it seems to me as if the whole scene, with his wild cries for help, had been the outcome of a supreme exercise of cunning. For indeed he could not have invented anything better to bring the conviction of our death to the most skeptical of those ruffians. All I heard after his words had been a great shout, followed by a sudden and unbroken silence. It seemed to last a very long time. He had thrown himself over. It is like the blank space of a swoon to me, and yet it must have been real enough, because huddled up just inside the sill with my head reposing wearily on the stone, I watched 3 moving flames of lighted branches carried by men follow each other closely in a swaying descent along the path on the other side of the ravine. They passed on downwards, flickering out of view. Then, after a time, a voice below, to the left of the cave, ascended with a hooting and mournful effect from the depths. "Manuel! Manuel, we have found him! Es muerte!" And from above, Manuel's shout rolled, augmented between the rocks. "Bueno. Turn his face up for the birds." They continued calling to each other for a good while. The men below declared their intention of going on to the seashore, and Manuel shouted them not to forget to send him up a good rope early in the morning. Apparently the schooner had been refloated some time before. Many of the Lugareños were to sleep on board. They purposed to set sail early next day. This revived me, and I spent the night between Serafina's couch and the mouth of the cave, keeping tight hold of my reason that seemed to lose itself in this hope, in this darkness, in this torment. I touched her cheek. It was hot, while her forehead felt to my fingers as cold as ice. I had no more voice, but I tried to force out some harsh whispers through my throat. They sounded horrible to my own ears, and she endeavored to soothe me by murmuring my name feebly. I believe she thought me delirious. I tried to pray for my strength to last till I could carry her out of that cave to the side of the brook. Then let death come. Live, live, I whispered into her ear, and would hear a sigh so faint, so feeble, that it swayed all my soul with pity and fear. Yes, Juan. And I would go away to watch for the dawn from the mouth of the cave and curse the stars that would not fade. Manuel's voice always steadied me. A languor had come over them above, as if their passion had been exhausted, as if their hearts had been saddened by an unbridled debauch. There was, however, their everlasting quarrelling. Several of them, I understood, left the camp for the schooner, but avoiding the road by the ravine as if Castro's dead body down there had made it impassable. And the talk went on late into the night. There was some superstitious fear attached to the cave, a legend of men who had gone in and had never come back any more. All they knew of it was the region of twilight. Formerly, when they used the shelter of the cavern, no one, it seems, ever ventured outside the circle of the fire. Manuel disdained their fears. Had he not been such a profound politico, a man of stratagems, there would have been a necessity to go down and see. They all protested. Who was going down? Not they. Their craven cowardice was amazing. He begged them to keep themselves quiet. They had him for capataz now, a man of intelligence. Had he not enticed Castro out? He had never believed there was anyone else in there. He sighed. Otherwise, Castro would have tried to save his life by confessing. There had been nothing to confess. But he had the means of making sure. A voice suggested that the Inglés might have withdrawn himself into the depths. These English were not afraid of demons, being devils themselves, and this one was fiendishly reckless. But Manuel observed contemptuously that a man trapped like this would remain near the opening. Hope would keep him there till he died, unless he rushed out like Castro. Manuel laughed, but in a mournful tone. And listening to the craven talk of their doubts and fears, it seemed to me that if I could appear at one bound amongst them, they would scatter like chaff before my glance. It seemed intolerable to wait, more than human strength could bear. Would the day never come? A drowsiness stole upon their voices. Manuel kept watch. He fed the fire, and his incomplete shadow, projected across the chasm, would pass and return, obscuring the glow that fell on the rock. His footsteps seemed to measure the interminable duration of the night. Sometimes he would stop short and talk to himself in low, exalted mutters. A big, bright star rested on the brow of the rock opposite, shining straight into my eyes. It sank as if it had plunged into the stone. At last, another came to look into the cavern. I watched the gradual coming of a grey sheen from the side of Serafina's couch. This was the day, the last day of pain, or else of life. Its ghostly edge invaded slowly the darkness of the cave towards its appointed limit, creeping slowly, as colourless as spilt water on the floor. I pressed my lips silently upon her cheek. Her eyes were open. It seemed to me she had a smile fainter than her sighs. She was very brave, but her smile did not go beyond her lips. Not a feature of her face moved. I could have opened my veins for her without hesitation, if it had not been a forbidden sacrifice. Would they go, I asked myself, through Castro's heroism or through his weakness, Perhaps through both the heroism and the weakness of that man, they must be satisfied. They must be. I could not doubt it. I could not believe it. Everything seemed improbable. Everything seemed possible. If they descended, I would, I thought, have the strength to carry her off away into the darkness. If there was any truth in what I had overheard them saying, that the depths of the cavern concealed an abyss, we would cast ourselves into it. The feeble, consenting pressure of her hand horrified me. They would not come down. They were afraid of that place, I whispered to her. And I thought to myself that such cowardice was incredible. Our fate was sealed, and yet, from what I had heard, we watched the daylight growing in the opening. At any moment it might have been obscured by their figures. The tormenting incertitudes of that hour were cruel enough to overcome almost the sensations of thirst, of hunger, to engender a restlessness that had the effect of renewed vigor. They were like a nightmare, but that nightmare seemed to clear my mind of its feverish hallucinations. I was more collected then than I had been for the last 48 hours of our imprisonment. But I could not remain there waiting. It was absolutely necessary that I should watch at the entrance for the moment of their departure. The morning was serenely cool, and in its stillness their talk filled with clear-cut words the calm air of the ravine. A party, I could not tell how many, had already come up from the schooner in a great state of excitement. They feared that their presence had in some way become known to the peons of the hacienda. There was much abuse of a man called Carnero, who the day before had fired an incautious shot at a fat cow on one of the inland savannas. They cursed him. Last night, before the moon rose, those on board the schooner had heard the whinnying of a horse. Somebody had ridden down to the water's edge in the darkness, and after waiting a while, had galloped back the way he came. The prints of hoofs on the beach showed that. They feared these horsemen greatly. A vengeance was owing for the man Manuel had killed, and I could guess they talked with their faces over their shoulders. And what about finding out whether the Inglés was there, dead or alive, asked some. I was sure now that they would not come down in a body. It would expose them to the danger of being caught in the cavern by the peons. There was no time for a thorough search, they argued. For the first time that morning I heard Manuel's voice. "Stand aside." He came down to the very brink. "If the Inglés is down there, and if he is alive, he's listening to us now." He was as certain as though he'd been able to see me. He added, "But there's no one." "Go and look, Manuel," they cried. He said something in a tone of contempt. The voices above my head sank into busy murmurs. "Give me the rope here," he said aloud. I had a feeling of some inconceivable danger nearing me, and in my state of weakness, I began to tremble, backing away from the orifice. I had no strength in my limbs. I had no weapons. How could I fight? I would use my teeth. With the light knocking against the rock above the arch, William's flask, tied by its green cord to the end of a thick rope, descended slowly and hung motionless before the entrance. It had been freshly filled with water. It was dripping wet outside, and the silver top, struck by the sunbeams, dazzled my eyes. This was the danger, this bait. And it seems to me that if I had had the slightest inkling of what was coming, I should have rushed at it instantly. But it took me some time to understand, to take in the idea that this was water, there, within reach of my hand. With a great effort, I resisted the madness that incited me to hurl myself upon the flask. I hung back with all my power. A convulsive spasm contracted my throat. I turned about and fled out of the passage. I ran to Serafina. "Put out your hand to me," I panted in the darkness. "I need your help." I felt it resting lightly on my bowed head. She did not even ask me what I meant, as if the greatness of her soul was omniscient. There was in that silence a supreme unselfishness, the unquestioning devotion of a woman. "Patience, patience," I kept on muttering. I was losing confidence in myself. If only I had been free to dash my head against the rock. I had the courage for that yet. But this was a situation from which there was no issue in death. "We are saved," I murmured distractedly. "Patience," she breathed out. Her hand slipped languidly off my head. And I began to creep away from her side. I am here to tell the truth. I began to creep away towards the flask. I did not confess this to myself, but I know now. There was a devilish power in it. I have learned the nature of feelings in a man whom Satan beguiles into selling his soul. The horror of an irresistible and fatal longing for a supreme felicity. And in a drink of water for me, then, there was a greater promise than in universal knowledge, in unbounded power, in unlimited wealth, in imperishable youth. What could have been these seductions to a drink? No soul had thirsted after things unlawful as my parched throat thirsted for water. No devil had ever tempted a man with such a bribe of perdition. I suffered from the lucidity of my feelings. I saw with indignation my own wretched self being angled for like a fish. And with all that in my forlorn state, I remained prudent. I did not rush out blindly. No, I approached the inner end of the passage as though I had been stalking a wild creature. Slowly, from the side. I crept along the wall of the cavern and protruded my head far enough to look at the fiendish temptation. There it was, a small dark object suspended in the light, with the yellow rock across the ravine for a background. The silver top shivered the sunbeams brilliantly. I had half hopes they had taken it away by this time. When I drew my head back, I lost sight of it, but all my being went out to it with an almost pitiful longing. I remembered Castro for the first time in many hours. Was I nothing better than Castro? He had been angled for with salted meat. I shuddered. A darkness fell into the passage. I put down my uplifted foot without advancing. The unexpectedness of that shadow saved me, I believe. Manuel had descended the cornice. He was alone. Standing before the outer opening, he darkened the passage, through which his talk to the people above came loudly into my ears. They could see now if he were not a worthy capataz. If the Inglés was in there, he was a corpse. And yet, of these living hearts above, of these valientes of Rio Medio, there was not one who would go alone to look upon a dead body. He had contrived an infallible test, and yet they would not believe him. Well, his valiance should prove it. His valiance, afraid neither of light nor of darkness. I could not hear the answers he got from up there, but the vague sounds that reached me carried the usual commingling of derision and applause. The resentment of their jeers at the admiration he knew how to extort by the display of his talents. They must kill the cattle, these caballeros, he scolded ironically. Of course, they must feed on meat like lions, but their souls were like the souls of hens born on dunghills. And behold, There was he, Manuel, not afraid of shadows. He was coming in, there could be no doubt. Out there in the full light, he could not possibly have detected that rapid appearance of my head, darted forward and withdrawn at once. But I had a view of his arm putting aside the swinging flask, of his leg raised to step over the high sill. I saw him, and I ran noiselessly away from the opening. I had the time to charge Serafina not to move on our lives, on the wretched remnant of our lives. When his black shape stood in the frame of the opening, edged with a thread of light following the contour of his hat, of his shoulders, of his whole body down to his feet, whence a long shadow fell upon the pool of twilight on the floor. What had made him come down? Vanity? The exacting demands of his leadership? Fear of O'Brien? The Juez would expect to hear something definite, and his band pretended not to believe in the stratagem of the bottle. I think that, for his part, from his knowledge of human nature, he never doubted its efficacy. He could not guess how very little only he was wrong. How very little. And yet he seemed rooted in certitude on the threshold. His head turned from side to side. I could not make out his face as he stood, but the slightest of his movements did not escape me. He stepped aside, letting in all the fullness of the light. Would he have the courage to explore at least the immediate neighborhood of the opening? Who could tell his complex motives? Who could tell his purpose or his fears? He killed a man in there once, but then he had not been alone. If he were only showing off before his unruly band, he need not stir a step further. He did not advance. He leaned his shoulders against the rock, just clear of the opening. One half of him was lighted plainly. His long profile, part of his raven locks. One listless hand, his crossed legs the buckle of one shoe. "Nobody," he pronounced slowly in a dead whisper. While I looked at him, the profound politico, the artist, the everlastingly questioned capataz, the man of talent and ability, he thought himself alone, and allowed his head to drop on his breast, as if saddened by the vanity of human ambition. Then, lifting it with a jerk, he listened with one ear turned to the passage. Afterwards he peered into the cavern. 2 long strides over the cold heap of ashes brought him to the stone seat. It was very plain to me from his starting movements and attitudes that he shared his uneasy attention between the inside and the outside of the cave. He sat down, but seemed ready to jump up, and I saw him turn his eyes upwards to the dark vault, as if on the alert for a noise from above. I am inclined to think he was expecting to hear the galloping hoofs of the peons' horses every moment. I think he did. The words, "I am safer here than they above," were perfectly audible to me in the mumbling he kept up nervously. He wished to hear the sound of his own voice as a timid person whistles and talks on a lonely road at night. Only the year before he had killed a man in that cavern under circumstances that were, I believe, revolting even to the honor of these bandits. He sat there between the shadow of his murder and the reality of the vengeance. I asked myself what could be the outcome of a struggle with him. He was armed. He was not weakened by hunger. But he stood between us and the water. My thirst would give me strength. The desire to end Serafina's sufferings would make me invincible. On the other hand, it was dangerous to interfere. I could not tell whether they would not try to find out what became of him. It was safest to let him go. It was extremely improbable that they would sail without him. I am not conscious of having stirred a limb. Neither had Seraphina moved, I am ready to swear. But plainly something, some sort of sound startled him. He bounded out of his seated immobility and in one leap had his shoulders against the rock, standing at bay before the darkness with his knife in his hand. I wonder he did not surprise me into an exclamation. I was as startled as himself. His teeth and the whites of his eyes gleamed straight at me from afar. He hissed with fear. For an instant I was firmly convinced he had seen me. All this took place so quickly that I had no time to make one movement towards receiving his attack when I saw him make a great sign of the cross in the air with the point of his dagger. He sheathed it slowly and sidled along the few feet to the entrance, his shoulders rubbing the wall. He blocked out the light and in a moment had backed out of sight. Before he got to the further end, I was already at the inner, creeping after him. I had started at once, as if his disappearance had removed a spell, as though he had drawn me after him by an invisible bond. Raising myself on my forearms, I saw him from his knees up, standing outside the sill with his back to the precipice and his face turned up. "There's nobody in there," he shouted. I sank down and wriggled forward on my stomach, raising myself on my elbows now and then to look. Manuel was looking upwards, conversing with the people above and holding William's flask in both his hands. He never once glanced into the passage. He seemed to be trying to undo the cord knotted to the end of a thick rope, which hung in a long bight before him. The flask captured my eyes, my thought, my energy. I would tear it away from him directly. There was in me then neither fear nor intelligence, only the desire of possessing myself of the thing. But an instinctive caution prevented my rushing out violently. I proceeded with an animal-like stealthiness, with which cool reason had nothing to do. He had some difficulty with the knot and evidently did not wish to cut the green silk cord. How well I remember his fumbling fingers. He sat down sideways on the sill with his legs outside, of course, his face and hands turned to the light, very absorbed in his endeavour. They shouted to him from above. "I come at once," he cried to them without lifting his head. I had crept up almost near enough to grab the flask. It never occurred to me that by flinging myself on him, I could have pushed him off the sill. My only idea was to get hold. He did not exist for me. The leather-covered bottle was the only real thing in the world. I was completely insane. I heard a faint detonation, and Manuel got up quickly from the sill. The flask was out of my reach. There were more popping sounds of shots fired away on the plain. The peons were attacking an outpost of the Lugareños. A deep voice cried, "They are driving them in." Then several together yelled, "Come away, Manuel! Come away, por Dios!" Stretched at full length in the passage and sustaining myself on my trembling arms, I gazed up at him. He stood very rigid, holding the flask in both hands. Several muskets were discharged together just above, and in the noise of the reports I remembered a voice crying urgently over the edge, "Manuel! Manuel!" The shadow of irresolution passed over his features. He hesitated whether to run up the ledge or bolt into the cave. He shouted something. He was not answered, but the yelling and the firing ceased suddenly, as if the Lugareños had given up and taken to their heels. I became aware of a sort of increasing throbbing sound that seemed to come from behind me, out of the cave. Then, as Manuel lifted his foot hastily to step over the sill, I jumped up deliriously, and with outstretched hands lurched forward at the flask in his fingers. I believe I laughed at him in an imbecile manner. Somebody laughed, and I remembered a superior smile on his face passing into a ghastly grin that disappeared slowly while his astonished eyes glaring at that gaunt and disheveled apparition rising before him in the dusk of the passage, seemed to grow to an enormous size. He drew back his foot as though it had been burnt, and in a panic-stricken impulse, he flung the flask straight into my face and staggered away from the sill. I made a catch at it with a scream of triumph, whose unearthly sound brought me back to my senses. "In the name of God, retire!" he cried, as though I had been an apparition from another world. What took place afterwards happened with an inconceivable rapidity, in less time than it takes to draw breath. He never recognized me. I saw his glare of incredulous awe change suddenly to horror and despair. He had felt himself losing his balance. He had stepped too far back. He tried to recover himself, but it was too late. He hung for a moment in his backward fall. His arms beat the air. His body curled upon itself with an awful striving. All at once he went limp all over, and with the sunlight full upon his upturned face, vanished downwards from my sight. But at the last moment he managed to clutch the bight of the hanging rope. The end of it must have been lying quite loose on the ground above, for I saw its whole length go whizzing after him in the twinkling of an eye. I pressed the flask fiercely to my breast, raging with the thought that he could tear it out of my hands. But by the time the strain came, his falling body had acquired such a velocity that I didn't feel the slightest jerk when the green cord snapped, no more than if it had been the thread of a cobweb. I confess that tears of gratitude were running down my face. My limbs trembled, but I was sane enough not to think of myself any more. Drink, I stammered, raising Seraphina's head on my shoulder, while the galloping horses of the peons in hot pursuit passed with a thundering rumble above us. Then all was still. Our getting out of the cave was a matter of unremitting toil through what might have been a year of time. The recollection is of an arduous undertaking, accomplished without the usual incentives of man's activity. Necessity alone remained, the iron necessity without the glamour of freedom of choice, of pride. Our unsteady feet crushed at last the black embers of the fire scattered by the hoofs of horses, and the plain appeared immense to our weakness, swept of shadows by the high sun, lonely and desolate as the sea. We looked at the litter of a Lugareños camp, rags on the trodden grass, a couple of abandoned blankets, a musket thrown away in the panic, a dirty red sash lying on a heap of sticks, a wooden bucket from the schooner, smashed water gourds. One of them remained miraculously poised on its round bottom and full to the brim, while everything else seemed to have been overturned, torn, scattered haphazard by a furious gust of wind. A scaffolding of poles for drying strips of meat had been knocked over. I found nothing there except bits of hairy hide, but lumps of scorched flesh adhered to the white bones scattered amongst the ashes of the camp, and I thanked God for them. We averted our eyes from our faces in very love, and we did not speak from pity for each other. There was no joy in our escape, no relief, no sense of freedom. The Lugareños and the peons, the pursued and the pursuers, had disappeared from the upland without leaving as much as a corpse in view. There were no moving things on the earth, no bird soared in the pellucid air, not even a moving cloud on the sky. The sun declined, and the rolling expanse of the plain frightened us, as if space had been something alive and hostile. We walked away from that spot as if our feet had been shod in lead, and we hugged the edge of the cruel ravine as one keeps by the side of a friend. We must have been grotesque, pathetic, and lonely, like two people newly arisen from a tomb, shrinking before the strangeness of the half-forgotten face of the world. And at the head of the ravine, we stopped. The sensation of light, vastness, and solitude rolled upon our souls emerging from the darkness, overwhelmingly like the wave of the sea. We might have been an only couple sent back from the underworld to begin another cycle of pain on a depopulated earth. It had not for us even the fitful caress of a breeze, and the only sound of greeting was the angry babble of the brook dashing down the stony slope at our feet. We knelt over it to drink deeply and bathe our faces. Then, looking about helplessly, I discovered afar the belt of the sea enclosed between the undulating lines of the dunes and the straight edge of the horizon. I pointed my arm at the white sails of the schooner creeping from under the land, and Seraphina, resting her head on my shoulder, shuddered. "Let us go away from here." Our necessity pointed down the slope. We could not think of another way, and the extent of the plain with its boundary of forests filled us with the dread of things unknown. But by getting down to the inlet of the sea and following the bank of the little river, we were sure to reach the hacienda, if only a hope could buoy our sinking hearts long enough. From our first steps downward, the hard rattling noise of the stones accompanied our descent, growing in volume, bewildering our minds. We had missed the indistinct beginning of the trail on the side of the ravine, and had to follow the course of the stream. A growth of wiry bushes sprang thickly between the large fragments of fallen rocks. On our right, the shadows were beginning to steal into the chasm. Towering on our left, the great stratified wall caught at the top of the glow of the low sun in a rich, tawny tint, right under the dark blue strip of sky that seemed to reflect the gloom of the ravine, the sepulchral, arid gloom of deep shadows and grey rocks, through which the shallow torrent dashed violently with glassy gleams between the sombre masses of vegetation. We pushed on through the bunches of tough twigs. The massive boulders closed the view on every side, and Seraphina followed me with her hands on my shoulders. This was the best way in which I could help her descend till the acclivity became less steep, and then I went ahead, forcing a path for her. Often we had to walk into the bed of the stream. It was icy cold. Some strange beast, perhaps a bird, invisible somewhere, emitted from time to time a faint and lamentable shriek. It was a wild scene, and the orifice of the cave appeared as an inaccessible black hole some 90 feet above our heads. Then, as I stepped round a large fragment of rock, my eyes fell on Manuel's body. Seraphina was behind me. With the wave of my hand I arrested her. It had not occurred to me before that, following the bottom of the ravine, we must come upon the two bodies. Castro's was lower down, of course. I would have spared her the sight, but there was no retracing our steps. We had no strength and no time. Manuel was lying on his back with his hands under him, and his feet nearly in the brook. The lower portion of the rope made a heap of cordage on the ground near him, but a great length of it hung perpendicularly above his head. The loose end he had snatched over the edge of his fall had whipped itself tight round the stem of a dwarf tree growing in a crevice high up in the rock, and as he fell below, the jerk must have checked his descent and prevented him from alighting on his head. There was not a sign of blood anywhere upon him or on the stones. His eyes were shut. He might have lain down to sleep there in our way. Only from the slightly unnatural twist in the position of his arms and legs, I saw at a glance that all his limbs were broken. On the other side of the boulder, Seraphina called to me, and I could not answer her, so great was the shock I received in seeing the flutter of his slowly opening eyelids. He still lived then. He looked at me. It was an awful discovery to make, and the contrast of his anxious and feverish stare with the collapsed posture of his body was full of intolerable suggestions of fate blundering unlawfully, of death itself being conquered by pain. I looked away only to perceive something pitiless, belittling and cruel in the precipitous immobility of the sheer walls, in the dark funereal green of the foliage, in the falling shadows, in the remoteness of the sky. The unconsciousness of matter hinted at a weird and mysterious antagonism. All the inanimate things seemed to have conspired to throw in our way this man, just enough alive to feel pain. The faint and lamentable sounds we had heard must have come from him. He was looking at me. It was impossible to say whether he saw anything at all. He barred our road with his remnant of life. But when suddenly he spoke, my heart stood still for a moment in my motionless body. "You too," he droned awfully. "Behold, I have been precipitated, alive, into this hell by another ghost. Nothing else could have overcome the greatness of my spirit." His red shirt was torn open at the throat. His bared breast began to heave. He cried out with pain. Ready to fly from him myself, I shouted to Serafina to keep away. But it was too late. Imagining I had seen some new danger in our path, she had advanced to stand by my side. "He is dying," I muttered in distraction. "We can do nothing." But could we pass him by before he died? "This is terrible," said Serafina. My real hope had been that after driving the Lugareños away, the peons would off-saddle near the little river to rest themselves and their horses. This is why I had almost pitilessly hurried Serafina, after we had left the cave, down the steep but short descent of the ravine. I had kept to myself my despairing conviction that we could never reach the hacienda unaided, even if we had known the way. I had pretended confidence in ourselves, but all my trust was in the assistance I expected to get from these men. I understood so well the slenderness of that hope that I had not dared to mention it to her, and to propose she should wait for me on the upland while I went down by myself on that quest. I could not bear the fear of returning unsuccessful only to find her dead. That is, if I had the strength to return after such a disappointment. And the idea of her waiting for me in vain, then wandering off perhaps to fall under a bush and die alone, was too appalling to contemplate. That we must keep together at all costs was like a point of honor, like an article of faith with us, confirmed by what we had gone through already. It was like a law of existence, like a creed, like a defense, which once broken would let despair upon our heads. I am sure she would not have consented to even a temporary separation. She had a sort of superstitious feeling that, should we be forced apart even to the manifest saving of our lives, we would lay ourselves open to some calamity worse than mere death could be. I loved her enough to share that feeling, but with the addition of a man's half-unconscious selfishness. I needed her indomitable frailness to prop my grosser strength. I needed that something not wholly of this world which women's more exalted nature infuses into their passions, into their sorrows, into their joys, as if their adventurous souls had the power to range beyond the orbit of the earth for the gathering of their love, their hate, and their charity. "He calls for death," she said, shrinking with horror and pity before the mutterings of the miserable man at our feet. Every moment of daylight was of the utmost importance if we were to save our freedom, our happiness, our very lives, and we remained rooted to the spot, for it seemed as though at last he had attained the end of his enterprise. He had captured us, as if by a very cruel stratagem. A drowsiness would come at times over those big open eyes, like a film through which a blazing glance would break out now and then. He had recognized us perfectly, but for the most part we seemed to him to be the haunting ghosts of his inferno. "You came from heaven," he raved feebly, rolling his straining eyes toward Seraphina. His internal injuries must have been frightful. Perhaps he dared not shift his head, the only movement that was in his power. "I reached up to the very angels in the inspiration of my song," he droned, "and would be called a demon on earth. Manuel el demonio. And now precipitated alive. Nothing less. There is a greatness in me. Let some dew fall upon my lips." He moaned from the very bottom of his heart. His teeth chattered. "The blessed may not know anything of the cold and thirst of this place. A drop of dew, as on earth you used to throw alms to the poor from your coach. For the love of God." She sank on the stones nearer to him than I would willingly have done, brave as a woman only can be before the atrocious depths of human misery. I leaned my shoulders against the boulder and crossed my arms on my breast, as if giving up an unequal struggle. Her hair was loose, her dress stained with ashes, torn by brambles. The darkness of the cavern seemed to linger in her hollow cheeks, in her sunken temples. "He is thirsty," she murmured to me. "Yes," I said. She tore off a strip of her dress, dipped it in the running water at her side, and approached it all dripping to his lips, which closed upon it with avidity. The walls of the rock looked on implacably, but the rushing stream seemed to hurry away, as if from an accursed spot. "Dew from heaven," he sighed out. "You are on earth, Manuel," she said. "You are given time to repent. This is earth." "Impossible," he muttered with difficulty. He had forced his human fellowship upon us, this man whose ambition had been to be called demon on the earth. He had held us by the humanity of his broken frame, by his human glance, by his human voice. I wonder if, had I been alone, I would have passed on as reason dictated, or have had the courage of pity and finished him off as he demanded. Whenever he became aware of our presence, he addressed me as, "Thou English ghost," and directed me in a commanding voice to take a stone and crush his head before I went back to my own torments. I withdrew at last where he could not see me, but Seraphina never flinched in her task of moistening his lips with a strip of cloth she dipped in the brook, time after time, with a sublime perseverance of compassion. It made me silent. Could I have stood there and recited the sinister detail of that man's crimes in the hope that she would recoil from him to pursue the road of safety? It was not his evil, but his suffering that confronted us now. The sense of our kinship emerged out of it like a fresh horror after we had escaped the sea, the tempest, after we had resisted untold fatigues, hunger, thirst, despair. We were vanquished by what was in us, not in him. I could say nothing. The light ebbed out of the ravine. The sky, like a thin blue veil stretched between the earth and the spaces of the universe, filtered the gloom of the darkness beyond. I thought of the invisible sun ready to set into the sea, of the peons riding away, and of our helpless, hopeless state. "For the love of God," he mumbled. "Yes, for the love of God," I heard her expressionless voice repeat, and then there was only the greedy sound of his lips sucking at the cloth, and the impatient ripple of the stream. "Come, death," he sighed. Yes, come, I thought, to release him and to set us free. All my prayer now was that we should be granted the strength to struggle from under the malignant frown of these crags, to close our eyes forever in the open. And the truth is that, had we gone on, we should have found no one by the sea. The routed Lugareños had been able to embark under cover of a fusillade from those on board the schooner. All that would have met our despair at the end of our toilsome march would have been 3 dead pirates lying on the sand. The main body of the peons had gone already up the valley of the river with their few wounded. There would have been nothing for us to do but to stumble on and on upon their track till we lay down never to rise again. They did not draw rein once between the sea and the hacienda, 16 miles away. About the time when we began our descent into the ravine, 2 of the peons, detached from the main body for the purpose of observing the schooner from the upland, had topped the edge of the plain. We had then penetrated into Manuel's inferno, too deep to be seen by them. These men spent some time lying on the grass and watching over the dunes the course of the schooner on the open sea. Their horses were grazing near them. The wind was light. They waited to see the vessel far enough down the coast to make any intention of return improbable. It was Manuel who saved our lives, defeating his own aim to the bitter end. Had not his vanity, policy, or the necessity of his artistic soul induced him to enter the cave, had not his cowardice prevented him joining the Lugareños above at the moment of the attack, had he not recoiled violently in a superstitious fear before my apparition at the mouth of the cave, we should have been released from our entombment, only to look once more at the sun. He paid the price of our ransom to the uttermost farthing in his lingering death. Had he killed himself on the spot, he would have taken our only slender chance with him into that nether world where he imagined himself to have been precipitated alive. Finding him dead, we should have gone on. Less than 10 minutes, no more than another 10 paces beyond the spot, we should have been hidden from sight in the thickets of denser growth in the lower part of the ravine. I doubt whether we should have been able to get through, but even so, we should have been going away from the only help within our reach. We should have been lost. The 2 vaqueros, after seeing the schooner hull down under the low, fiery sun of the west, mounted and rode home over the plain, making for the head of the ravine as their way lay. And as they cantered along the side opposite to the cave, one of them caught sight of a length of rope dangling down the precipice. They pulled up at once. The first I knew of their nearness was the snorting of a horse forced towards the edge of the chasm. I saw the animal's forelegs planted tensely on the very brink, and the body of the rider leaning over his neck to look down. And when I wished to shout, I found I could not produce the slightest sound. The man, rising in his stirrups, the reins in one hand and turning up the brim of his sombrero with the other, peered down at us over the pricked ears of his horse. I pointed over my head at the mouth of the cave, then down at Serafina, lifting my hands to show that I was unarmed. I opened my lips wide. Surprise, agitation, weakness had robbed me of every vestige of my voice. I beckoned downwards with a desperate energy. Horse and rider remained perfectly still like an equestrian statue set up on the edge of a precipice. Serafina had never raised her head. The man's intense scrutiny could not have mistaken me for a Lugareño. I think he gazed so long because he was amazed to discover down there a woman on her knees, stooping over a prostrate body, and a bareheaded man in a ragged white shirt and black breeches, reeling between the bushes and gesticulating violently like an excited mute. But how a rope came to hang down from a tree, growing in a position so inaccessible that only a bird could have attached it there, struck him as the most mysterious thing of all. He pointed his finger at it interrogatively, and I answered this inquiring sign by indicating the stony slope of the ravine. It seemed as if he could not speak for wonder. After a while he sat back in his saddle, gave me an encouraging wave of the hand, and wheeled his horse away from the brink. It was as if we had been casting a spell of extinction on each other's voices. No sooner had he disappeared than I found mine. I do not suppose it was very loud, but at my aimless screech, Serafina looked upwards on every side, saw no one anywhere, and remained on her knees with her eyes full of apprehension fixed upon me. "No, I am not mad, dearest," I said. "There was a man. He has seen us." "Oh, Juan," she faltered out, "pray with me that God may have mercy on this poor wretch and let him die." I said nothing. My thin, quavering scream after the peon had awakened Manuel from his delirious dream of an inferno. The voice that issued from his shattered body was awfully measured, hollow, and profound. "You live," he uttered slowly, turning his eyes full upon my face, and as if perceiving for the first time in me the appearance of a living man. "Ah, you English walk the earth unscathed." A feeling of pity came to me, a pity distinct from the harrowing sensations of his miserable end. He had been evil in the obscurity of his life, as there are plants growing harmful and deadly in the shade, drawing poison from the dank soil on which they flourish. He was as unconscious of his evil as they, but he had a man's right to my pity. "I am broken," he stammered out. Serafina kept on moistening his lips. "Repent, Manuel," she entreated fervently. "We have forgiven thee the evil done to us. Repent of thy crimes, poor man." "Your voice, señorita, what? You yourself bringing this blessing to my lips. In your childhood I cried, 'Viva!' many times before your coach, and now you deign, in your voice, with your hand. I could improvise. The star stoops to the crushed worm." A rising clatter of rolling stones mingled from afar with the broken moanings of his voice. Looking over my shoulder, I saw one peon beginning the descent of the slope, and higher up, motionless between the heads of two horses, the head of another man, with the purple tint of an enlarged sky beyond, reflecting the glow of an invisible sun setting into the sea. Manuel cried out piercingly, and we shuddered. Serafina shrank close to my side, hiding her head on my breast. The peon staggered awkwardly down the slope, descending sideways in small steps, embarrassed by the enormous rowels of his spurs. He had a striped sarape over his shoulder, and grasped a broad-bladed machete in his right hand. His stumbling, cautious feet sent into the ravine a crashing sound, as though we were to be buried under a stream of stones. "Vuestra Signoria," gasped Manuel, "I shall be silent. Pity me. Do not withdraw your hand from my extreme pain." I felt she had to summon all her courage to look at him again. She disengaged herself resolutely from my enfolding arms. No, unfortunate man," she said, in a benumbed voice. "Think of thy end." "A crushed worm, señorita," he mumbled. The peon, having reached the bottom of the slope, became lost to view amongst the bushes and the great fragments of rocks below. Every sound in the ravine was hushed, and the darkening sky seemed to cast the shadow of an everlasting night into the eyes of a dying man. Then the peon came out, pushing through in a great swish of parted bushes. His spurs jingled at every step. His footfalls crunched heavily on the pebbles. He stopped as if transfixed, muttering his astonishment to himself, but asking no questions. He was a young man with a thin black moustache twisted gallantly to two little points. He looked up at the sheer wall of the precipice. He looked down at the group we formed at his feet. Suddenly, as if returning from an abyss of pain, Manuel declared distinctly, "I feel in me a greatness, an inspiration." These were his last words. The heavy dark lashes descended slowly upon the faint gleam of the eyeballs, like a lowered curtain. The deep folds of the ravine gathered the falling dusk into great pools of absolute blackness at the foot of the crags. Rising high above our littleness, that watched, fascinated, the struggle of lights and shadows over the soul entangled in the wreck of a man's body. The rocks had a monumental indifference, and between their great stony faces, turning pale in the gloom, with the amazed peon as if standing guard, machete in hand, Manuel's greatness and his inspiration passed away without as much as an exhaled sigh. I did not even know that he had ceased to breathe, till Serafina rose from her knees with a low cry, and flung far away from her nervously the strip of cloth upon which his parted lips had refused to close. My arms were ready to receive her. "Ah, at last," she cried. There was something resentful and fierce in that cry, as though the pity of her woman's heart had been put to too cruel a test. I too had been humane to that man. I had had his life on the end of my pistol, and had spared him from an impulse that had done nothing but withhold from him the mercy of a speedy death. This had been my pity. But it was Serafina's cry, this "at last," showing the stress and pain of the ordeal, that shook my faith in my conduct. It had brought upon our heads a retribution of mental and bodily anguish, like a criminal weakness. I was young, and my belief in the justice of life had received a shock. If it were impossible to foretell the consequences of our acts, if there were no safety in the motives within ourselves, what remained for our guidance? And the inscrutable immobility of towering forms, steeped in the shadows of the chasm, appeared pregnant with a dreadful wisdom. It seemed to me that I would never have the courage to lift my hand, open my lips, make a step, obey a thought. A long sun ray shot to the zenith from the beclouded west, crossing obliquely in a faint red bar the purple band of sky above the ravine. The young vaquero had taken off his hat before the might of death, and made a perfunctory sign of the cross. He looked up and down the lofty wall as if it could give him the word of that riddle. Twice his spurs clashed softly, and with one hand grasping the rope, he stooped low in the twilight over the body. "We looked for this lugareño," he said, replacing his hat on his head carelessly. "He was a mad singer, and I saw him once kill one of us very swiftly. They used to call him in jest El Demonio. But you. His wonder overcame him. His bewildered eyes glimmered, staring at us in the deepening dusk. "Speak, hombre," he cried. "Who are you? And who is she? Whence came you? Where are you going with this woman?" This ends Part 4, Blade and Guitar, Chapter 10 of Romance. Part 4, Blade and Guitar, Chapter 11 of Romance by Joseph Conrad and Ford Madox Ford. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Mark Leader. Part 4, Blade and Guitar, Chapter 11 of Romance. Not a soul stirred in the one long street of the Negro village. The yellow crescent of the diminished moon swam low in the pearly light of the dawn, and the bamboo walls of huts, thatched with palm leaves, glistened here and there through the great leaves of bananas. All that night we had been moving on and on, slowly crossing clear savannas, in which nothing stirred beside ourselves but the escort of our own shadows, or plunging through dense patches of forest of an obscurity so impenetrable that the very forms of our rescuers became lost to us, though we heard their low voices and felt their hands steadying us in our saddles. Then our horses paced softly on the dust of a road, while athwart an avenue of orange trees whose foliage seemed as black as coal, the blind walls of the haciendas shone dead white like a vision of mists. A Brazilian aloe flowered by the side of the gate. We drooped in our saddles, and the heavy knocks against the wooden portal seemed to go on without cause and stop without reason, like a sound heard in a dream. We entered Serafina's hacienda. The high walls enclosed a square court deep as the yard of a prison, with flat-roofed buildings all around. It rang with many voices suddenly. Every moment the daylight increased. Young negresses in loose gowns ran here and there, cackling like chased hens, and a fat woman waddled out from under the shadow of a veranda. She was Serafina's old nurse. She was scolding volubly, and suddenly she shrieked as though she had been stabbed. Then all was still for a long time. Sitting high on the back of my patient mount, with my fingers twisted in the mane, I saw in a throng of woolly heads and bright garments Serafina's pale face. An increasing murmur of sobs and endearing names mounted up to me. Her hair hung down, her eyes seemed immense. These people were carrying her off. And a man with a careworn, bilious face and a straight, grey beard neatly clipped on the edges stood at the head of my horse, blinking with astonishment. The fat woman reappeared, rolling painfully along the veranda. "Enrico, it is her lover! Oh, my treasure, my lamb, my precious child! Do you hear, Enrico? Her lover! Oh, the poor darling of my heart!" She appeared to be giggling and weeping at the same time. The sky above the yard brightened all at once as if the sun had emerged with a leap from the distant waters of the Atlantic. She waved her short arms at me over the railing, then plunged her dark fingers in the shock of iron-grey hair gathered on the top of her head. She turned away abruptly. A yellow head-kerchief dodged in her way. A slap resounded, a cry of pain, and a Negro girl bolted into the court, nursing her cheek in the palms of her hands. Doors slammed. Other Negro girls ran out of the veranda dismayed and took cover in various directions. I swayed to and fro in the saddle, but faithful to the plan of our escape, I tried to make clear my desire that these peons should be sworn to secrecy immediately. Meantime, somebody was trying to disengage my feet from the stirrups. "Certainly, it is as your worship wishes." The careworn man at the head of my horse was utterly in the dark. "Attention!" he shouted. "Catch hold, hombres! Carry the caballero!" What caballero? A rosy flush tinged a boundless expanse above my face, and then came a sudden contraction of space and dusk. They were big earthenware jars ranged in a row on the floor, and the two vaqueros stood bareheaded, stretching their arms over me towards a black crucifix on a wall, taking their oaths while I rested on my back. A white beard hovered about my face. A voice said, "It is done," then called anxiously twice, "Senor! Senor!" And when I had escaped from the dream of a cavern, I found myself with my head pillowed on a fat woman's breast and drinking chicken broth out of a basin held to my lips. Her large cheeks quivered. She had black twinkling eyes and slight mustaches at the corners of her lips. But where was her white beard? And why did she talk of an angel as if she were Manuel? "Serafina!" I cried. But Castro's cloak swooped on my head like a sable wing. It was death. I struggled, then I died. It was delicious to die. I followed the floating shape of my love beyond the worlds of the universe. We soared together above pain, strife, cruelty, and pity. We had left death behind us and everything of life but our love, which threw a radiant halo around two flames which were ourselves, and immortality enclosed us in a great and soothing darkness. Nothing stirred in it. We drifted no longer. We hung in it quite still, and the empty husk of my body watched our two flames side by side, mingling their light in an infinite loneliness. There were two candles burning low on a little black table near my head. Enrico, with his white beard and zealous eyes, was bending over my couch, while a chair on high runners rocked empty behind him. I stared. "Senor, the night is far advanced," he said soothingly, "and Dolores, my wife, watches over Donna Serafina's slumbers on the other side of this wall." I had been dead to the world for nearly 20 hours, and the awakening resembled a new birth, for I felt as weak and helpless as an infant. It is extraordinary how quickly we regain so much of our strength, but I suppose people recover sooner from the effects of privation than from the effects of disease. Keeping pace with the return of our bodily vigor, the anxieties of mind returned, augmented tenfold by all the weight of our sinister experience. And yet, what worse could happen to us in the future? What other terror could it hold? We had come back from the very confines of destruction. But Serafina, reclining back in an armchair, very still, with her eyes fixed on the high white wall facing the veranda across the court, would murmur the word, "Separation." The possibility of our lives being forced apart was terrible to her affection and intolerable to her pride. She had made her choice, and the feeling she had surrendered herself to so openly must have had a supreme potency. She had disregarded for it all the traditions of silence and reserve. She had looked at me fondly through the very tears of her grief. She had followed me, leaving her dead unburied and her prayers unsaid. What more could she have done to proclaim her love to the world? Could she after that allow anything short of death to thwart her fidelity? Never. And if she were to discover that I could, after all, find it in my heart to support an existence in which she had no share, then indeed it would be more than enough to make her die of shame. "Ah, dearest," I said, "you shall never die of shame." We were different, but we had read each other's natures by a fierce light. I understood the point of honor in her constancy, and she never doubted the scruples of my true devotion, which had brought so many dangers on her head. We were flying not to save our lives, but to preserve inviolate our truth to each other and to ourselves. And if our sentiments appear exaggerated, violent, and overstrained, I must point back to their origin. Our love had not grown like a delicate flower, cherished in tempered sunshine. It had never known the atmosphere of tenderness. Our souls had not been awakened to each other by a gentle whisper, but as if by the blast of a trumpet. It had called us to a life whose enemy was not death, but separation. The enemy sat at the gate of our shelter, as death sits at the gate of life. These high walls could not protect us, nor the tearful mumble of the old woman's prayers, nor yet the careworn fidelity of Enrico. The couple hung about us, quivering with emotion. They peeped round the corners of the veranda and only rarely ventured to come out openly. The silent Galician stroked his clipped beard. The obese woman kept on crossing herself with loud, resigned sighs. She would waddle up, wiping her eyes, to stroke Seraphina's head and murmur endearing names. They waited on us hand and foot and would stand close together, ready for the slightest sign in a rapt contemplation. Now and then she would nudge her husband's ribs with her thick elbow and murmur, "I love her." She was happy when Seraphina let her sit at her feet and hold her hand. She would pat it with gentle taps, squatting shapelessly on a low stool. "Why go so far from thy old nurse, darling of my heart? Ah, love is love, and we have only one life to live. But this England is very far away." She nodded her big iron-grey head slowly, and to our longing England appeared very distant too, a fortunate isle across the seas, an abode of peace, a sanctuary of love. There was no plan open to us but the one laid down by Seabright. The secrecy of our sojourn at the hacienda had in a measure failed, though there was no reason to suppose the two peons had broken their oath. Our arrival at dawn had been unobserved as far as we knew, and the domestic slaves, mostly girls, had been kept from all communication with the field hands outside. All these square leagues of the estate were very much out of the world, and this isolation had not been broken upon by any of O'Brien's agents coming out to spy. It seemed to be the only part of Seraphina's great possessions that remained absolutely her own. Not a whisper of any sort of news reached us in our hiding place till the fourth evening, when one of the vaqueros reported to Enrico that, riding on the inland boundary, he had fallen in with a company of infantry encamped on the edge of a little wood. Troops were being moved upon Rio Medio. He brought a note from the officer in command of that party. It contained nothing but a requisition for 20 head of cattle. The same night we left the hacienda. It was a starry darkness. Behind us, the soft wailing of the old woman at the gate died out. So far, so very far. We left the long street of the slave village on the left, and walked down the gentle slope of the open glade towards the little river. Seraphina's hair was concealed in the crown of a wide sombrero, and wrapped up in a serape she looked so much like a cloaked vaquero that one missed the jingle of spurs out of her walk. Enrico had fitted me out in his own clothes from top to toe. He carried a lanthorn, and we followed the circle of light that swayed and trembled upon the short grass. There was no one else with us, the crew of the droguer being already on board to await our coming. Her mast appeared above the roof of some low sheds grouped about a short wooden jetty. Enrico raised the lamp high to light us as we stepped on board. Not a word was spoken. The 5 Negroes of the crew, Enrico answered for their fidelity, moved about noiselessly, almost invisible. Blocks rattled feebly aloft. "Enrico," said Seraphina, "do not forget to put a stone cross over poor Castro's grave." "No, señorita. May you know years of felicity. We would all have lain down our lives for you. Remember that, and do not forget the living. Your childhood has been the consolation of the poor woman there for the loss of our little one, your foster brother, who died. We have given to you much of our affection for him who was denied to our old age." He stepped back from the rail. "Go with God," he said. The faint air filled the sail, and the outlines of wharf and roof fell back into the somber background of the land. But the lanthorn in Enrico's hand glimmered motionless at the end of the jetty till a bend of the stream hid it from our sight. We glided smoothly between the banks. Now and then a stretch of osiers and cane brakes rustled alongside in the darkness. All was strange. The contours of the land melted before our advance. The earth was made of shifting shadows, and only the stars remained in unchanged groups of glitter on the black sky. We floated across the landlocked basin, and under the low headland we had steered for from the sea in the storm. All this, seen only once under streams of lightning, was unrecognizable to us, and seemed plunged in deep slumber. But the fresh feel of the sea air and the freedom of earth and sky wedded on the sea horizon returned to us like old friends, the companions of that time when we communed in words and silences on board the Lion, that fragment of England found in a mist, boarded in battle with its absurd and warm-hearted protection. On our other hand, the rampart of white dunes intruded the line of a ghostly shore between the depth of the sea and the profundity of the sky. And when the faint breeze failed for a moment, the Negro crew troubled the silence with the heavy splashes of their sweeps falling in slow and solemn cadence. The rudder creaked gently. The black in command was old and of spare build, resembling Cesar, the major domo, without the splendor of maroon velvet and gold lace. He was a very good sailor, I believe, taciturn and intelligent. He had seen the Lion frequently on his trips to Havana, and would recognize her, he assured me, amongst a whole host of shipping. When I had explained what was expected of him, according to Seabright's program, a bizarre grimace of a smile disturbed the bony, mournful cast of his African face. "Fall on board by accident, senor. See. Now, by Saint Riego of Compostela, the patron of our hacienda, you shall see this old Pedro, who has been set to sail the craft ever since she was built, as overcome by an accident as a little rascal of a boy that has stolen a boat." After this wordy declaration, he never spoke to us again. He gave his short orders in low undertones, and the others, 4 stalwart blacks in the prime of life, executed them in silence. Another night brought the unchanging stars to look at us in their multitudes, till the dawn put them out just as we opened the entrance of the harbor. The daylight discovered the arid coloring of the coast, a castle on a sandy hill, and a few small boats with ragged sails making for the land. A brigantine that seemed to have carried the breeze with her right in threw up the stars and stripes radiantly to the rising sun before rounding the point. The sound of bells came out to sea and met us while we crept slowly on, abreast of the battery at the water's edge. "A feast day in the city," said the old Negro at the helm, "and here is an English ship of war." The sun rays struck from afar full at her belted side. The water was like glass along the shore. She swam into the very shade of the hill before she wore round with great deliberation in an ample sweep of her headgear through a complete half-circle. She came to the wind on the other tack under her short canvas. Her lower deck ports were closed, the hammock cloths like a ridge of unmelted snow lying along her rail. It was evident she was kept standing off and on outside the harbor, as an armed man may pace to and fro before a gate. With the hum of 600 wakeful lives in her flanks, the tapping of a drum, and the shrill modulations of the boatswain's calls piping some order along her decks, she floated majestically across our path. But the only living being we saw was the red-coated Marine on sentry by the lifebuoys, looking down at us over the taffrail. We passed so close to her that I could distinguish the whites of his eyes and metampions in the muzzles of her stern chasers protruding out of the ports belonging to the admiral's quarters. I knew her. She was Rowley's flagship. She had thrown the shadows of her sails upon the end of my first sea journey. She was the man of war going out for a cruise on that day when Carlos, Tomas, and myself arrived in Jamaica in the old Thames. And there she was, meeting me again after 2 years before Havana, the might of the fortunate isle to which we turned our eyes, part and parcel of my inheritance, formidable with the courage of my countrymen, humming with my native speech, and as foreign to my purposes as if I had forfeited forever my birthright in her protection. I had drifted into a sort of outlaw. You may not break the king's peace and be made welcome on board a king's ship. You may not hope to make use of a king's ship for the purposes of an elopement. There was no room on board that 74 for our romance. As it was, I very nearly hailed her. What would become of us if a lion had already left Havana? I thought. But no, to hail her meant separation, the only forbidden thing to those who, in the strength of youth and love, are permitted to defy the world together. I did not hail, and the marine dwindled to a red speck upon the noble hull forging away from us on the offshore tack. The brazen clangor of bells seemed to struggle with the sharp puff of the breeze that sent us in. The shipping in harbour was covered with bunting in honour of the feast day. For the same reason, there was not a sign of the usual crowd of small boats that give animation to the waters of a port. The middle of the harbour was strangely empty. A solitary bumboat canoe with a yellow bunch of bananas in the bow, and an old Negro woman dipping a languid paddle at the stern were all that met my eye. Presently, however, a 6-oared custom-house galley darted out from the tier of ships, pulling for the American brigantine. I noticed in her, beside the ordinary port officials, several soldiers and a person astonishingly like the alguazil of the illustrations to Spanish romances. One of the uniformed sitters waved his hand at us, recognizing an estate droguer, and shouted some directions of which we only caught the words, "Steps, examination, tomorrow." Our steersman took off his old hat humbly to hail back, "Muy bien, senor." I breathed freely, for they gave us no more of their attention. Soldiers, alguazil, and custom-house officers were swarming aboard the American as if bent on ransacking her from stem to stern in the shortest possible time, so as not to be late for the procession. The absence of movement in the harbour, the festive and idle appearance of the ships, with the flutter of innumerable flags on the forest of masts, and the great uproar of church bells in the air, made an impressive greeting for our eyes and ears. And the deserted aspect of the harbour front of the city was very striking, too. The feast had swept the quays of people so completely that the tiny pair of sentries at the foot of a tall yellow building caught the eye from afar. Serafina crouched on a coil of rope under the bulwark. Old Pedro at the tiller peered about from under his hand, and I, trying to expose myself to view as little as possible, helped him to look for the lion. There she is. Yes. No. There she was. A crushing load fell off my chest. We had made her out together, old Pedro and I. And then the last part of Seabright's plan had to be carried out at once. The foresheet of the droguer appeared to part, our mainsail shook, and before I could gasp twice, we had drifted stern foremost into the lion's mizzen chains with a crash that brought a genuine expression of concern to the old Negro's face. He had managed the whole thing with a most convincing skill, and without even once glancing at the ship. We had done our part, but the people of the line seemed to fail in theirs unaccountably. Of all the faces that crowded her rail at the shock, not one appeared with a glimmer of intelligence. All the cargo ports were down. Their surprise and their swearing appeared to me alarmingly unaffected. With the most imbecile alacrity, they exerted themselves with small spars and boat-hooks to push the Roguer off. Nobody seemed to recognize me. Serafina might have been a peon sitting on deck, cloaked from neck to heels and under a sombrero. I dared not shout to them in English for fear of being heard on board the other ships around. At last Seabright himself appeared on the poop. He gave one look over the side. "What the devil?" he began. Was he blind too? Suddenly I saw him throw up his arms above his head. He vanished. A port came open with a jerk at the last moment. I lifted Serafina up. 2 hands caught hold of her, and in my great hurry to scramble up after her, I barked my shins cruelly. The port fell, the Roguer went on bumping alongside, completely disregarded. Serafina dropped the cloak at her feet and flung off her hat. "Good morning, amigos," she said gravely. A hissed, "Damn you fools, keep quiet," from Seabright stifled the cheer in all those bronzed throats. Only a thin little poor "Hooray!" quavered along the deck. The timid steward had not been able to overcome his enthusiasm. He slapped his head in despair and rushed away to bury himself in his pantry. "Turned up, by heavens! Go in! Good God! Bucket full of tears!" stammered Seabright, pushing us into the cuddy. Go in at once." Mrs. Williams rose from behind the table, wide-eyed, clasping her hands, and stumbled twice as she ran to us. "What have you done to that child, Mr. Kemp?" she cried insanely at me. "Oh, my dear, you look like your own ghost." Seabright, burning with impatience, pulled me away. The cabin door fell upon the 2 women, locked in a hug, and stepping into his stateroom, we could do nothing at first but slap each other on the back and ejaculate the most unmeaning exclamations, like a couple of jocular idiots. But when in the expansion of my heart I tried to banter him about not keeping his word to look out for us, he bent double in trying to restrain his hilarity, slapped his thighs, and grew red in the face. The excellent joke was that for the past 6 days we had been supposed to be dead, drowned. At least Donna Serafina had been provided with that sort of death in her own name. I was drowned too, but in the disguise of a piratical young English nobleman. "There's nothing too bad for them to believe of us," he commented, and guffawed in his joy at seeing me unscathed. "Dead, drowned, good, wasn't it?" Mrs. Williams, he said, had been weeping her eyes out over our desolate end, and even the skipper had sulked with his food for a day or 2. Drowned, excellent. He shook me by the shoulders, looking me straight in the eyes, and the bizarre nervous hilarity of my reception, so unlike his scornful attitude, proved that he too had believed the rumor. Indeed, nothing could have been more natural, considering my inexperience in handling boats and the fury of the Norther. It had sent the line staggering into Havana in less than 20 hours after we had parted from her on the coast. Suddenly a change came over him. He pushed me onto the settee. "Speak, talk. What has happened? Where have you been all this time? Man, you look 10 years older." 10 years? Is that all? I said. And after he had heard the whole story of our passages, he appeared greatly sobered. "Wonderful, wonderful," he muttered, lost in deep thought, till I reminded him it was his turn now to speak. "You are the talk of the town," he said, recovering his elasticity of spirit as he went on. The death of Don Balthasar had been the first great sensation of Havana, but it seemed that O'Brien had kept that news to himself, till he heard by an overland messenger that Serafina and I had escaped from Casa Riego. Then he gave it to the world. He let it be inferred that he had the news of both events together. The story, as sworn to by various suborned rascals and put out by his creatures, ran that an English desperado arriving in Rio Medio with some Mexicans in a schooner had incited the rabble of the place to attack the Casa Riego. Don Balthasar had been shot while defending his house at the head of his Negroes, and Don Balthasar's daughter had been carried off by the English pirate. The amazement and sensation were extreme. Several of the first families went into mourning. A service for the repose of Don Balthasar's soul was sung in the cathedral. Captain Williams went there out of curiosity and returned full of the magnificence of the sight. Nave draped in black, an enormous catafalque with silver angels more than life-size, kneeling at the four corners with joined hands, an amazing multitude of lights, a demonstration of unbounded grief from the judge of the Marine Court had startled the distinguished congregation. In his place amongst the body of higher magistrature, Don Patricio O'Brien burst into an uncontrollable paroxysm of sobs and had to be assisted out of the church. It was almost incredible, but I could well believe it. With the thunderous strains of Dies Irae rolling over his bowed head, amongst all these symbols and trappings of woe, he must have seen in the black anguish of his baffled passion the true image of death itself, and tasted all the profound deception of life. Who could tell how much secret rage, jealousy, regret, and despair had gone to that outburst of grief, whose truth had flooded a distinguished company of mourners, and had nearly interrupted their official supplications for the repose of that old man, who had been dead to the world for so many years. I believe that on that very day, just as he was going to the service, O'Brien had received the news of our supposed death by drowning. The music, the voices, the lights of the grave, the pomp of mourning, awe and supplication crying for mercy upon the dead had been too much for him. He had presumed too much upon his fortitude. He wept aloud for his love lost, for his vengeance defeated, for the dreams gone out of his life, for the inaccessible consummation of his desire. And with all these affairs, he feels himself wobbling in his socket, Seabright began again, after musing for a while. Indeed, the last events in Rio Medio were endangering his position. He could no more present his reports upon the state of the province with incidental reflections upon the bad faith of the English government, who encouraged the rebels against the Catholic king, the arrogance of the English admiral, and concluding with the loyalty and honesty of the Rio Medio population, who themselves suffered many acts of molestation from the Mexican pirates. The most famous of these papers, printed at that time in the official Gazette, had recommended that the loyal town should be given a battery of 36-pounders for purposes of self-defense. They had been given them just in time to be turned on Rowley's boats. It is known with what deadly effect. O'Brien's report after that event had made it clear that that virtuous population of the bay, exasperated by the intrusions of the Mexicanos upon their peaceful state, and abhorring in their souls the rebellion trying to lift its envenomed head, etc., etc., heroically manned the battery to defend their town from the boats which they took to be these very pirates the British admiral was in search of. He pleaded for them the uncertain light of the early morning, the ardor of citizens valorous, but naturally inexperienced in matters of war, and the impossibility to suppose that the admiral of a friendly power would dispatch an armed force to land on these shores. I have read these things with my own eyes. There were old files of the Gazette on board, and Seabright, who had been reading up his O'Brien, pointed them out to me with his finger, muttering, "Here, look there. Pretty, ain't it?" But that was all over. The bubble had burst. It was reported in town that the private audience the Juez had lately from the Captain General was of a most stormy description. They say old Marshal, ended by flinging his last report in his face, and asking him how dared he work his lawyer's tricks upon an old soldier. Good old fighting cock. But stupid. All these old soldiers were stupid, Seabright declared. Old admirals, too. However, the land troops had arrived in Rio Medio by this time. The Tornado frigate, too, no doubt, having sailed 4 days ago with orders to burn the villages to the ground, and the good Lugareños must be catching colds trying to hide from the carabineers in the deep, damp woods. Our admiral was awaiting the issue of that expedition. Returning home under a cloud, Rowley wanted to take with him the assurance of a pirate nest being destroyed at last, as a sort of diplomatic feather in his cap. "He may think," Seabright commented, "that it's his cellularly bluff that's done it, but as far as I can see, nobody but you yourself, Kemp, had anything to do with bringing it about. Funny, is it not? Old Rowley keeps his ship dodging outside because it's cooler at sea than stewing in this harbour. But he sends in a boat for news every morning. What he's most anxious for is to get the notorious Nichols into his hands, take him home for a hanging. It seems clear to me that they're humbugging him ashore. Nichols? Where's Nichols? There are people here who say that Nichols has had free board and lodgings in Havana jail for the last 6 months. Others swear that it's Nichols who's killed the old gentleman, run off with Donna Serafina and got drowned. Nichols? Who's Nichols? On that showing, you are Nichols. Anybody may be Nichols. Who's ever seen him outside Rio Medio? I used to believe in him at one time, but upon my word I begin to doubt whether there ever was such a man." "But the man existed at any rate," I said. "I knew him. I've talked with him. He came out second mate in the same ship with me in the old Thames. Ramon took charge of him in Kingston, and that's the last positive thing I can swear to of him. But that he was in Rio Medio for 2 years and vanished from there almost directly after that unlucky boat affair, I am absolutely certain." "Well, I suppose O'Brien knows where to lay his hand on him. But no matter where the fellow is, in jail or out of it, the Admiral will never get hold of him. If they had him, they could not think of giving him up. He knows too much of the game, and remember that O'Brien, if he wobbles in the socket, is by no means down yet. A man like that doesn't get knocked over like a 9-pin. You may be sure he has 20 skeletons put away in good places that he'll haul out one by one, rather than let himself be squashed. He's not going to give in. A few days ago a priest, your priest, you know, turned up here on foot from Rio Medio, and went about wringing his hands, declaring that he knew all the truth, and meant to make a noise about it too. O'Brien made short work of him, though, got the Archbishop to send him into retreat, as they call it, to a Franciscan convent 100 miles from here. These things are whispered about all along the gutters of this place." I imagined the poor Father Antonio with his simple resignation, mourning for us in his forced retreat, broken-hearted and murmuring, "Inscrutable, inscrutable." I should have liked to see the old man. "I tell you the town is fairly buzzing with the atrocities of this business," Seabright went on. "It's the thing for fashionable people to go and see what I may call the relics of the crime. They're on show in the waiting hall of the Palace of Justice. Why, I went there myself. You go through a swing door into a big place that for cheerfulness is no better than a monster coal cellar, and there you behold, laid out on a little black table, Mrs. Williams' woolen shawl, your senorita's tortoiseshell comb that had got entangled in it somehow, and my old cap that I lent you. You remember, I assure you, it gave me the horrors to see the confounded thing spread out there in that dim religious light. Dash me if I didn't go queer all over. And all the time swell carriages stopping before the portico, dressed up women walking up in pairs and threes, sighing before the Mrs. Shawl, turning up their eyes. Ah, pobrecita, pobrecita. But what a strange rap for her to have. It is very coarse. Perished in the flower of her youth, Incredible! Oh, the savage, cruel Englishman! Funniest thing in the world. But if this was so, Manuel's lugareños were now in Havana. Seabright pointed out that, as things stood, it was the safest place for them under the wing of their patron. Seabright had recognized the schooner at once. She came in very early one morning and hauled herself unostentatiously out of sight amongst a ruck of small craft moored in the lower part of the harbour. He took the first opportunity to ask one of the guards on the quay what was that pretty vessel over there, just to hear what the man would say. He was assured that she was a Puerto Rico trader of no consequence and well known in the port. Never mind the scoundrels, they can do nothing more to you. Seabright dismissed the lugareños out of my life. The unfavourable circumstance for us was the captain had gone ashore. The ship was ready for sea, absolutely cleared, papers on board, could go in an hour if it came to that, but at any rate, next morning at daylight, before O'Brien could get wind of the Riego droguer arriving. Every movement in port was reported to the Juez, but this was a feast, and he would not hear of it probably till next day. Even fiestas had their uses sometimes. In his anxiety to discover Serafina, O'Brien had played such pranks amongst the foreign shipping, after the line had been drawn blank, that the whole consular body had addressed a joint protest to the governor, and the Juez had been told to moderate his efforts. No ship was to be visited more than once. Still, I had seen myself soldiers going in a boat to board the American brigantine, a garlic-eating crew poisoning the cabins with their breath and poking their noses everywhere. Of course, since our supposed drowning, there had been a lull, but the least thing might start him off again. He was reputed to be almost out of his mind with sorrow, arising from his great attachment for the family. He walked about as if distracted, suffered from insomnia, and had not been fit to preside in his court for over a week now. But don't you expect Williams back on board directly? He shook his head. No, not even tonight. He told the missus he was going to spend the day out of town with his consignee, but he tipped me the wink. This evening he'll send a note that the consignee detains him for the night because the letters are not ready and I'll have to go to her and lie the best I'm able. But it's quite the usual thing. Damn. I was appalled. This was too bad. And as I raged against the dissolute habits of the man, Seabright entreated me to moderate my voice so as not to be heard in the cabin. Did I expect the man to change his skin? He'd been doing the gay bachelor about here all his life, had never suspected he was doing anything particularly scandalous either. He married the old girl out of chivalry, the romantic fat beggar, and never realized what it meant till she came out with him, Seabright went on, whispering to me. He loves and honors her more than you may think. That is so for all your shrugs, Mr. Kemp. It's not so easy to break the old connection as you imagine. Why, the other evening, 2 of his dissolute habits, as you call them, came off with mantillas over their heads in a boat, in company with a male scalawag of sorts, pinching a mandolin, and serenaded the ship for him. We were all in the cabin after supper, and poor Mrs. Williams, with her eyes still red from weeping over you people, says to us, "How sweet and melancholy that sounds," says she. You should have seen the skipper rolling his eyes at me. The perspiration of fright was simply pouring down his face. I rushed on deck, and it took me all my Spanish to stop them from coming aboard. I had to swear by all the saints in the honor of a caballero that there was a wife. They went away laughing at last. They did not want to make trouble. They simply had not believed a tale before. Thought it was some dodge of his. I could hear their peals of laughter all the way up the harbour. These are the difficulties we have. The old girl must be protected from that sort of eye-opener if I've got to forswear my soul. I've been keeping guard over her ever since we arrived here, besides looking out for you people. as long as there was any hope. I was greatly cast down. Perhaps Williams was justified in making concessions to the associates of his former jolly existence to save some outrage to the feelings of his consort. I did not want to criticize his motives, but what about getting him back on board at once? Seabright was biting his lip. The necessity was pressing, he admitted. He had an idea where to find him, but for himself he could not go, that was evident. Neither would I wish him to leave the ship even for a moment now Serafina was on board. An unexpected visit from some zealous police understrapper, a momentary want of presence of mind on the part of a timid steward, there was enough to bring about our undoing. Moreover, as he had said, he must remain on guard over the missus. But whom to send? There was not a single boatman about. The harbour was a desert of water and dressed ships, but even the crews of most of them were ashore, on a regular spree of praying, as he expressed it vexedly. As to our own crew, not one of them knew anything more of Spanish than a few terms of abuse, perhaps. Their hearts were in the right place, but as to their wits, he wouldn't trust a single one of them by himself. No, not an inch away from the ship. How could he send one of them ashore with the wine shops yawning wide on all sides and not enough lingo to ask for the way? Sure to get drunk, to get lost, to get into trouble in some way, and in the end get picked up by the police. The slightest hitch of that sort would call attention upon the ship, and with O'Brien to draw inferences. He rubbed his head. "I suppose I'll have to go," he grunted. "But I am known. I may be followed. They may wonder why I rushed to fetch my skipper. And yet I feel this is the time, the very time. Between now and 4 o'clock tomorrow morning, we have an almost absolute certitude of getting away with you too. This is our chance and your chance." He was lost in perplexity. Then, as if inspired, I cried, "I will go." "The devil," he said, amazed. "Would you?" I rushed at him with arguments. No one would know me. My clothes were all right and clean enough for a feast day. I could slip through the crowds unperceived. The principal thing was to get Serafina out of O'Brien's reach. At the worst, I could always find means to get away from Cuba by myself. There was Mrs. Williams to look after her, and if I missed Williams by some mischance and failed to make my way back to the ship in time, I charged them solemnly not to wait, but sail away at the earliest possible moment. I said much more than this. I was eloquent. I became as if suddenly intoxicated by the nearness of freedom and safety. The thought of being at sea with her in a few hours away from all trouble of mind or heart made my head swim. It seemed to me I should go mad if I was not allowed to go. My limbs tingled with eagerness. I stuttered with excitement. "Well, after all," Seabright mumbled. "I must go in and tell her," I said. "No, don't do that," said the wise young man. "Have you made up your mind?" "Yes, I have," I answered. "But she's reasonable." "Still," he argued, "the old girl's sure to say that nothing of the kind is necessary. The captain told her that he was coming back for tea. What could we say to that? We can't explain the true state of the case, and if you persist in going, it'll look like pig-headed folly on your part." He threw his writing desk open for me. "Write to her. Write down your arguments, what you've been telling me. It's a fact that the door stands open for a few hours. As to the rest," he pursued with a weary sigh, "I'll do the lying to pass it off with Mrs. Williams." Thus it came about that, with only 2 flimsy bulkheads between us, I wrote my first letter to Serafina, while Seabright went on deck to make arrangements to send me ashore. He was some time away, long enough for me to pour out on paper the exultation of my thought, the confidence of my hope, my desire to have her safe at last with me upon the blue sea. One must seize a propitious moment, lest it should slip away and never return, I wrote. I begged her to believe I was acting for the best, and only for my great love that could not support the thought of her being so near O'Brien, the arch enemy of our union. There was no separation on the sea. Seabright came in brusquely. Come along. The American brigantine was berthed by then, close astern of the Lion, and Seabright had the idea of asking her mate to let his boat, it was in the water, put ashore a visitor he had on board. His own were hoisted, he explained, and there were no boatmen plying for hire. His request was granted. I was pulled ashore by 2 American sailors who never said a word to each other and evidently took me for a Spaniard. It was an excellent idea. By borrowing the Yankees' boat, the track of my connection with the Lion was covered. The silent seaman landed me, as asked by Seabright, near the battery on the sand, quite clear of the city. I thanked them in Spanish, and traversing a piece of open ground, made a wide circle to enter the town from the land side, to still further cover my tracks. I passed through a sort of squalid suburb of huts, hovels, and Negro shanties. I met very few people, and these mostly old women, looking after the swarms of children of all colors and sizes playing in the dust. Many curs sunned themselves among heaps of rubbish, and took not the trouble to growl at me. Then I came out upon a high road and turned my face towards the city lying under a crude sunshine and in the ring of metallic vibrations. Better houses with plastered fronts washed yellow or blue and even pinky red alternated with tumble-down wooden structures. A crenellated squat gateway faced me with a carved shield of stone above the open gloom. A young, smooth-faced mulatto in some sort of dirty uniform was wearing new straw slippers with blue silk rosettes over his naked feet, lounged cross-legged at the door of a kind of guard-room. He held a big cigar tilted up between his teeth and ogled me like a woman out of the corners of his languishing eyes. He said not a word. Fortunately, my face had tanned to a dark hue. Enrico's clothes would not attract attention to me, of course. The light color of my hair was concealed by the handkerchief bound under my hat. My footsteps echoed loudly under the vault, and I penetrated into the heart of the city. And directly, it seemed to me, I had stepped back 300 years. I had never seen anything so old. This was the abandoned inheritance of an adventurous race that seemed to have thrown all its might, all its vigor, and all its enthusiasm into one supreme effort of valor and greed. I had read the history of the Spanish conquest, and looking at these great walls of stone, I felt my heart moved by the same wonder and by the same sadness. With what a fury of heroism and faith had this whole people flung itself upon the opulent mystery of a new world. Never had a nation clasped closer to its heart its dream of greatness, of glory, and of romance. There had been a moment in its destiny when it could believe that heaven itself smiled upon its massacres. I walked slowly, awed by the solitude. They had conquered and were no more, and these wrought stones remained to testify gloomily to the depth of their success. Heavy houses, immense walls, pointed arches of the doorways, cages of iron bars projecting balcony-wise around each square window. And not a soul in sight, not a head looking out from these dwellings, these houses of men, these ancient abodes of hate, of base rivalries, of avarice, of ambitions, these old nests of love, these witnesses of a great romance now past and gone below the horizon. They seemed to return mournfully my wondering glances. They seemed to look at me and say, "What do you here? We've seen other men, heard other footsteps." The peace of the cloister brooded over these aged blocks of masonry, stained with the green trails of mosses, infiltrated with shadows. At times the belfry of a church would volley a tremendous crash of bronze into the narrow streets, and between whiles I could hear the faint echoes of far-off chanting, the brassy distant gasps of trombones. A woman in black whisked round a corner, hurrying towards the route of the procession. I took the same direction. From a wine shop, yawning like a dirty cavern in the basement of a palatial old building, issued suddenly a brawny ruffian in rags, wiping his thick beard with the back of a hairy paw. He lurched a little and began to walk before me hastily. I noticed the glitter of a gold earring in the lobe of his huge ear. His cloak was frayed at the bottom into a perfect fringe, and as he flung it about, he showed a good deal of naked skin under it. His calves were bandaged crosswise. His peaked hat seemed to have been trodden upon in filth before he had put it on his head. Suddenly I stopped short. A lugareño! We were then in the empty part of a narrow street, whose lower end was packed, close with a crowd viewing the procession which was filing slowly past along the wide thoroughfare. It was too late for me to go back. Moreover, the ruffian paid no attention to me. It was best to go on. The people, packed between the houses with their backs to us, blocked our way. I had to wait. He took his position near me in the last rank of the crowd. He must have been inclined to repentance in his cups, because he began to mumble and beat his breast. Other people in the crowd were also beating their breasts. In front of me I had the facade of a building which, according to the little plan of my route Seabright drew for me, was the Palace of Justice. It had a peristyle of ugly columns at the top of a flight of steps. A cordon of infantry kept the roadway clear. The singing went on without interruption, and I saw tall saints of wood, gilt and painted red and blue, pass, borne shoulder-high, swaying and pitching above the heads of the crowd like the masts of boats in a seaway. Crucifixes were carried, flashing in the sun. An enormous banana, which must have weighed 1/2 ton, tottered across my line of sight, dressed up in gold brocade and with a wreath of paper roses on her head. A military band sent a hurricane blast of brasses as it went by. Then all was still at once, except the silvery tinkling of handbells. The people before me fell on their knees together and left me standing up alone. As a matter of fact, I'd been caught gaping at the ceremony quite new to me, and had not expected a move of that sort. The ruffian kneeling within a foot of me thumped and bellowed in an ecstasy of piety. As to me, I own I stood there looking with impatience at a passing canopy that seemed all gold, with 3 priests in gorgeous capes walking slowly under it, and I absolutely forgot to take off my hat. The bearded ruffian looked up from the midst of his penitential exercises, and before I realized I was outraging his or anybody else's feelings, leapt up with a yell, "O sacrilegious infidel!" and sent my hat flying off my head. Just then the band crashed again. The bells pealed out and no one heard his shout. With one blow of my fist I sent him staggering backwards. The procession had passed. People were rising from their knees and pouring out of the narrow street. Swearing, he fumbled under his cloak. I watched him narrowly, but in a moment he sprang away and lost himself amongst the moving crowd. I picked up my hat. For a time I stood very uneasy, and then retreated under a doorway. Nothing happened, and I was anxious to get on. It was possible to cross the wide street now. That lugareño did not know me. He was a lugareño, though, no doubt about it. I would make a dash now. But first I stole a hasty glance at the plan of my route, which I kept in the hollow of my palm. "Señor," said a voice. I lifted my head. An elderly man in black, with a white mustache and imperial, stood before me. The ruffian was stalking up to his side, and 4 soldiers with an officer were coming behind. I took in the whole disaster at a glance. "The senor is no doubt a foreigner. Perhaps an Englishman," said the official in black. He had a lace collar, a chain on his neck, velvet breeches, a well-turned leg, and black stockings. His voice was soft. I was so disconcerted that I nodded at him. "The senor is young and inconsiderate. Religious feelings ought to be respected." The official in black was addressing me in sad and measured tones. "This good Catholic," he continued, eyeing the bearded ruffian dubiously, "has made a formal statement to me of your impious demonstration." What a fatal accident, I thought, appalled. But I tried to explain the matter. I expressed regret. The other gazed at me benevolently. "Nevertheless, senor, pray follow me. Even for your own safety, you must give some account of yourself." This I was firmly resolved not to give. But the Lugareño had been going through a pantomime of scrutinizing my person. He crouched up, stepped back, then to one side. "This worthy man," began the official in black, "complains of your violence, too." "This worthy man," I shouted stupidly, "is a pirate. He's a Rio Medio Lugareño. He is a criminal." The official seemed astounded, and I saw my idiotic mistake at once. Too late. "Strange," he murmured, and at the same time the ruffianly wretch began to shout, "It is he, the traitor, the heretic! I recognize him!" "Peace, peace," said the man in black. "I demand to be taken before the Juez Don Patricio for a deposition," shrieked the Lugareño. A crowd was beginning to collect. The official and the officer exchanged consulting glances. At a word from the latter, the soldiers closed upon me. I felt utterly overcome, as if the earth had crumbled under my feet and the heavens had been rent in twain. I walked between my captors across the street among hooting knots of people and up the steps of the portico as if in a frightful dream. In the gloomy, chilly hall they made me wait. A soldier stood on each side of me, and there, absolutely before my eyes on a little table, reposed Mrs. Williams' shawl and Seabright's cap. This was the very hall of the Palace of Justice of which Seabright had spoken. It was more than ever like an absurd dream now. But I had the leisure to collect my wits. I could not claim the consul's protection simply because I should have to give him a truthful account of myself, and that would mean giving up Serafina. The consul could not protect her, but the lion would sail on the morrow. Seabright would understand it if Williams did not. I trusted Seabright's sagacity. Yes, she would sail tomorrow evening, a day and a half. If I could only keep the knowledge of Serafina from O'Brien till then. She was safe, and I should be safe too, for my lips would be unsealed. I could claim the protection of my consul and proclaim the villainy of the Juez. "Go in there now, senor, to be confronted with your accuser," said the official in black, appearing before me. He pointed at a small door to the left. My heart was beating steadily. I felt a sort of intrepid resignation. This ends Part 4, Blade and Guitar, Chapter 11 of Romance. Part 5, The Lot of Man, Chapter 1 of Romance, by Joseph Conrad and Ford Madox Ford. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Mark Leader. Part 5, The Lot of Man, Chapter 1 of Romance. Why have I been brought here, your worships? I asked with a great deal of firmness. There were two figures in black, the one beside, the other behind a large black table. I was placed in front of them between two soldiers in the center of a large gaunt room, with bare dirty walls and the arms of Spain above the judge's seat. "You are before the juez de la primera instancia," said the man in black beside the table. He wore a large and shadowy tricorn. "Be silent and respect the procedure." It was, without doubt, excellent advice. He whispered some words in the ear of the judge of the first instance. It was plain enough to me that the judge was a quite inferior official, who merely decided whether there were any case against the accused. He had even to his clerk an air of timidity, of doubt. I said, "But I insist on knowing," the clerk said, "in good time." And then in the same tone of disinterested official routine, he spoke to the Lugareño, who from beside the door rolled very frightened eyes from the judges and the clerk to myself and the soldiers. "Advance." The judge, in a hurried, perfunctory voice, put questions to the Lugareño. The clerk scratched with a large quill on a sheet of paper. "Where do you come from?" "The town of Rio Medio, Excellency." "Of what occupation?" "Excellency, a few goats." "Why are you here?" "My daughter, Excellency, married Pepe of the Posada in the Calle." The judge said, "Yes, yes," with an unsanguine impatience. The Lugareño's dirty hands jumped nervously on the large rim of his limp hat. "You lodge a complaint against the senor here?" The clerk pointed the end of his quill towards me. "I? God forbid, Excellency," the Lugareño bleated. "The alguazil of the criminal court instructed me to be watchful." "You lodge an information, then," the juez said. "Maybe it is an information, Excellency," the Lugareño answered, "as regards the senor there." The alguazil of the criminal court had told him, and many other men of Rio Medio, to be on the watch for me, undoubtedly touching what had happened, as all the world knew, in Rio Medio. He looked me full in the face with stupid insolence and said, "At first I much doubted, for all the world said this man was dead, though others said worse things. Perhaps, who knows?" He had seen me, he said, many times in Rio Medio, outside the casa, on the balcony of the casa too, and he was sure that I was a heretic and an evil person. It suddenly struck me that this man, I was undoubtedly familiar with his face, must be the lieutenant of Manuel del Popolo, his boon companion. Without doubt, he had seen me on the balcony of the casa. He had gained a lot of assurance from the conciliatory manner of the juez, and said suddenly, in a tentative way, "An evil person? A heretic? Who knows? Perhaps it was he who incited some people there to murder his señoria, the illustrious Don." I said almost contemptuously, "Surely the charge against me is most absurd. Everyone knows who I am." The old judge made a gentle, tired motion with his hand. "Señor," he said, "there is no charge against you, except that no one knows who you are. You were in a place where very lamentable and inexplicable things happened. You are now in Havana. You have no passport. I beg of you to remain calm. These things are all in order." I hadn't any doubt that, as far as he knew, he was speaking the truth. He was a man very evidently of a weary and naive simplicity. Perhaps it was really true that I should only have to explain. Perhaps it was all over. O'Brien came into the room with the casual step of an official from an office entering another's room. It was as if seeing me were a thing that he very much disliked, that he came because he wanted to satisfy himself of my existence, of my identity, of my being alone. The slow stare that he gave me did not mitigate the leisureliness of his entry. He walked behind the table. The judge rose with immense deference, with his eternal smile and no word spoken. He motioned the judge to resume the examination. He stood looking at the clerk's notes meditatively, the smile still round lips that had a nervous tremble, and eyes that had dark marks beneath them. He seemed as if he were still smiling just after having been violently shaken. The judge went on examining the lugareño. "Do you know whence the senor came?" "Excellency, Excellency," the man stuttered, his eyes on O'Brien's face. "Know how long he was in the town of Rio Medio?" the judge went on. O'Brien suddenly drooped towards his ear. "All those things are known, senor, my colleague," he said, and began to whisper. The old judge showed signs of very naive astonishment and joy. "Is it possible?" he exclaimed. "This man? He's very young to have committed such crimes." The clerk hurriedly left the room. He returned with many papers. O'Brien, leaning over the judge's shoulder, emphasized words with one finger. What new villainies could O'Brien be meditating? It wasn't possibly the lugareño's suggestion that I had lured men to murder Don Balthasar? Was it merely that I had infringed some law in carrying off Serafina? The old judge said, "How lucky, Don Patricio! We may now satisfy the English admiral. What good fortune!" He suddenly sat straight in his chair. O'Brien behind him scrutinized my face to see how I should bear what was coming. "What is your name?" the judge asked peremptorily. I said, John Kemp. I am of noble English family. I am well enough known. Ask the Senor O'Brien." On O'Brien's shaken face, the smile hardened. "I heard that in Rio Medio the Senor was called... He paused and appealed to the lugareño. "What was he called? The capataz, the man who led the picaroons?" The lugareño stammered, Nicola el Escoces, Senor Don Patricio." "You hear?" O'Brien asked the judge. "This villager identifies the man." Undoubtedly, the juez said. "We need no more evidence. You, senor, have seen this villain in Rio Medio. This villager identifies him by name." I said, "This is absurd. 100 witnesses can say that I am John Kemp." "That may be true," the juez said dryly. And then to his clerk, "Right here, John Kemp of noble British family, called on the scene of his crimes Nicola el Escoces, otherwise El Demonio." I shrugged my shoulders. I did not at the moment realize to what this all tended. The judge said to the clerk, "Read the act of accusation. Read here." He was pointing to a paragraph of the papers the clerk had brought in. They were the act of accusation prepared long before against the man Nichols. This particular villainy suddenly became grotesquely and portentously plain. The clerk read an appalling catalogue of sordid crimes, working into each other like kneaded dough, the testimony of witnesses who had signed the record. Nicola had looted 14 ships and had apparently murdered 22 people with his own hand, 2 of them women. And there was the affair of Rowley's boats. "The pinnace," the clerk said, "of the British came within 10 yards. The said Nicola then exclaimed, 'Curse the bloodthirsty hounds,' and fired the grape shot into the boat. 7 were killed by that discharge. This I saw with my own eyes, signed Isidoro Alemano." And another swore, They said Nicola was below, but he came running up and with one blow of his knife severed the throat of the man who was kneeling on the deck. There was no doubt that Nicola had committed these crimes, that the witnesses had sworn to them and signed the deposition. The old judge had evidently never seen him, and now O'Brien and Belugareño had sworn that I was Nicola Elastosis, alias El Demonio. My first impulse was to shout with rage, but I checked it because I knew I should be silenced. I said, I am not Nicola Elastosis. That I can easily prove. The judge of the first instance shrugged his shoulders and looked with implicit trust up into O'Brien's face. That man, I pointed at Belugareño, is a pirate, and what is more, he is in the pay of the Señor Juez O'Brien. He was the lieutenant of a man called Manuel del Popolo, who commanded the Lugareños after Nicola left Rio Medio. You know very much about the pirates, the Juez said, with the sardonic air of a very stupid man. Without doubt you were intimate with them. I sign now your order for committal to the carcel of the Marine Court. I said, but I tell you I am not Nicola. The Juez said impassively, you pass out of my hands into those of the Marine Court. I am satisfied that you are a person deserving of a trial. That is the limit of my responsibility. I shouted then, but I tell you this O'Brien is my personal enemy. The old man smiled acidly. The Senor need fear nothing of our courts. He will be handed over to his own countrymen. Without doubt of them, he will obtain justice. He signed to the Lugareño to go, and rose, gathering up his papers. He bowed to O'Brien. I leave the criminal at the disposal of your worship, he said, and went out with his clerk. O'Brien sent out the two soldiers after him and stood there alone. He had never been so near his death. But for sheer curiosity, for my sheer desire to know what he could say, I would have smashed in his brains with the clerk's stool. I was going to do it. I made one step towards the stool. Then I saw that he was crying. The curse of Cromwell on you, he sobbed suddenly. You send me back to hell again. He writhed his whole body. Sorrow, he said. I know it. But what's this? What's this? The many reasons he had for sorrow flashed on me like a procession of somber images. Dead and done with a man can bear, he muttered. But this, not to know, perhaps alive, perhaps hidden. She may be dead. With a change like a flash, he was commanding me. Tell me how you escaped. I had a vague inspiration of the truth. You aren't fit for a decent man speaking to, I said. You let her drown. He gave me suddenly the measure of his ignorance. He did not know anything. Nothing. His hell was uncertainty. Well, let him stay there. Where is she? He said. Where is she? Where she's no need to fear you, I answered. He had a sudden convulsive gesture, as if searching for a weapon. If you'll tell me she's alive, he began. Oh, I'm not dead, I answered. Never a drowned puppy was more, he said, with a flash of vivacity. You hang here for murder, or in England for piracy. Then I've little to want to live for, I sneered at him. You let her drown, he said. You took her from that house, a young girl in a little boat, and you can hold up your head. I was trying to save her from you, I answered. By God, he said, these English. I've seen them spit the child on the mother's breast. I've seen them set fire to the thatch of the widow and childless. But this, I can save you, I tell you. You can't make me go through worse than I've borne, I answered. Sorrow and all he might wish on my head My life was too precious to him till I spoke. I wasn't going to speak. I'll search every ship in the harbour, he said passionately. Do, I said. Bring your lugareños to the task. Upon the whole, I wasn't much afraid. Unless he got definite evidence, he couldn't. In the face of the consul's protests, in the presence of the admiral, touch the lion again, he fixed his eyes intently upon me. You came in the American brigantine, he said. It's known you landed in her boat. I didn't answer him. It was plain enough that the Droguer's arrival had either not been reported to him, or it had been searched in vain. In her boat, he repeated. I tell you, I know she is not dead. Even you, an Englishman, must have a different face if she were. I don't at least ask you for life, I said, to enjoy with her. She's alive, he said. Alive! As for where, it matters little. I'll search every inch of the island, every road, every hacienda. You don't realize my power. Then search at the bottom of the sea, I shouted. Let's look at the matter in the right light. He had mastered his grief, his incertitude. He was himself again, and the smile had returned, as if at the moment he forced his features to their natural lines. Send one of your friars to heaven. You'll never go there yourself to meet her. If you'll tell me she's alive, I'll save you. I made a mute, obstinate gesture. If she's alive and you don't tell me, I can't but find her, and I'll make you know the agonies of suspense a long way from here. I was silent. If she's dead and you'll tell me, I'll save you some trouble. If she's dead and you don't, you'll have your own remorse and the rest too. I said, you're too Irish mysterious for me to understand, but you've a choice of 4 evils for me. Choose yourself. He continued with a quivering, taut good humour. Prove to me she's dead, and I'll let you die sharply and mercifully. You won't believe, I said, but he took no notice. I'll tell you plainly, he smiled. If we find her dear body, and I can't help, but I've men on the watch all along the shores, I'll give you up to your admiral for a pirate. You'll have a long, slow agony of a trial. I know what English justice is, and a disgraceful felon's death. I was thinking that, in any case, a day or so might be gained. The lion would be gone. They could not touch her while the flagship remained outside. I certainly didn't want to be given up to the admiral. I might explain the mistaken identity, but there was the charge of treason in Jamaica. I said, I only ask to be given up, but you daren't do it for your own credit. I can show you up. He said, make no mistake. If he gets you, he'll hang you. He's going home in disgrace. Your whole blundering government will work to hang you. They know pretty well, I answered, that there are queer doings in Havana. I promise you, I'll clear things up. I know too much. He said with a sudden intense note of passion, only tell me where her grave is. I'll let you go free. You couldn't, you dare not. Dastard that you are. Go away from where she died without making sure. Then search all the new graves in the island, I said. I'll tell you nothing. Nothing. He came at me again and again, but I never spoke after that. He made all the issues clearer and clearer, his own side involuntarily and all the griefs I had to expect. As for him, he dared not kill me, and he dared not give me up to the admiral. In his suspense, since for him I was the only person in the world who knew Serafina's fate, he dared not let me out of his grip. And all the while he had me, he must keep the admiral there, waiting for the surrender either of myself or of some other poor devil whom he might palm off as Nicola el Escocés. While the Admiral was there, the Lion was pretty safe from molestation, and she would sail pretty soon. At the same time, except for the momentary sheer joy of tormenting a man whom I couldn't help regarding as a devil, I had more than enough to fear. I had suffered too much. I wanted rest, woman's love, slackening off. And here was another endless coil, endless. If it didn't end in a knife in the back, he might keep me for ages in Havana. Or he might get me sent to England, where it would take months and endless time to prove merely that I wasn't Nicola el Escocés. I should prove it, but in the meantime, what would become of Serafina? Would she follow me to England? Would she even know that I had gone there? Or would she think me dead and die herself? O'Brien knew nothing. His spies might report 100 uncertainties. He was standing rigidly still now, as if afraid to move for fear of breaking down. He said suddenly, "You came in some ship. You can't deceive me. I shall have them all searched again." I said desperately, "Search and be damned. Whatever ships you like." "You cold, pitiless English scoundrel!" he shrieked suddenly. The breaking down of his restraint had let him go right into madness. "You've murdered her. You cared nothing. You came from nowhere. A beggarly fool, too stupid to be even an adventurer. A miserable blunderer coming in blind, coming out blind and leaving ruin and worse than hell. What good have you done yourself? What could you? What did you see? What did you hope? Sorrow? Ruin? Death? I'm acquainted with them. It's in the blood. 'Tis in the tone, in the entrails of us, in our mother's milk. Your accursed land has brought always that on our own dear and sorrowful country. You waste, you ruin, you spoil. What for? Tell me what for. Tell me. Tell me. What did you gain? What will you ever gain? An unending curse. You've no souls." He called very loudly, as if with a passionate relief, his voice giving life to an unsuspected, misgiving echo. "Guards! Soldiers! You shall be shot now." He was going to cut the knot that way. 2 soldiers pushed the door noisily open, their muskets advanced. He took no notice of them, and they retained an attitude of military stupidity, their eyes upon him. He whispered, No, not yet." Then he looked at me searchingly, as if he still hoped to get some certainty from my face, some inkling, perhaps some inspiration of what would persuade me to speak. Then he shook his wrists violently, as if in fear of himself. "Take him away," he said. "Away! Out of reach of my hands! Out of reach of my hands!" I was trembling a good deal when the soldiers entered. I thought I had got to my last minute. But as it was, he had not learnt a thing from me, not a thing. And I did not see where else he could go for information. This ends Part 5, The Lot of Man, Chapter 1 of Romance. Part 5, The Lot of Man, Chapter 2 of Romance, by Joseph Conrad and Ford Madox Ford. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Mark Leader. Part 5, The Lot of Man, Chapter 2 of Romance. The entrance to the common prison of Havana was a sort of lofty tunnel, finished by great iron-rusted wooden gates. A civil guard was exhibiting the judge's warrant for my committal to a white-haired man with a red face and blue eyes that seemed to look through tumbled bushes of silver eyebrows, the alcalde of the prison. He bowed and rattled two farcically large keys. A practicable postern was ajar on the yellow wood of the studded gates. It was as if it afforded a glimpse of the other side of the world. The venerable turnkey, a gnome in a steeple-crowned hat, protruded a blood-red hand backwards in the direction of the postern. "Señor Caballero," he croaked, "I pray you to consider this house your own. My servants are yours." Within was a gravelled yard, shut in by portentous lead-white house-sides with black window holes. Under each row of windows was a vast vaulted tunnel, caged with iron bars, for all the world like beasts' dens. It being day, the beasts were out and lounging about the patio. They had an effect of infinite tranquillity, as if they were ladies and gentlemen parading in a Sunday avenue. Perhaps 20 of them, in snowy white shirts and black velvet knee breeches, strutted like pigeons in a knot, some with one woman on the arm, some with two. Bundles of variegated rags lay against the walls, as if they were sweepings. Well, they were sweepings of Havana jail. The men in white and black were the great thieves, and there were children too. The place was the city orphanage. For the 5th part of a second, my advent made no difference. Then, at the far end, one of the men in black and white separated himself and came swiftly to me across the sunny patio. The others followed slowly with peafowl steps, their women hanging to them and whispering. The bundles of rags rose up towards me, others slunk furtively out of the barred dens. The man who was approaching had the head of a Julius Caesar of 50, for all the world as if he had stolen a bust and endowed it with yellow skin and stubby grey and silver hair. He saluted me with intense gravity and an imperial glance of yellow eyes along a hooked nose. His linen was the most spotless broidered and embossed stuff. From the crimson scarf round his waist protruded the shagreen and silver handle of a long dagger. He said, "Señor, I have the honor to salute you. I am Crisostomo Garcia. I ask the courtesy of your trousers." I did not answer him. I did not see what he wanted with my trousers, which weren't anyway as valuable as his own. The others were closing in on me like a solid wall. I leant back against the gate. I was not frightened, but I was mightily excited. The man like Caesar looked fiercely at me, swayed a long way back on his haunches, and imperiously motioned the crowd to recede. "Señor Inglesito," he said, "the gift I have the honor to ask of you is the price of my protection. Without it, these my brothers will tear you limb from limb. There will nothing of you remain." His brothers set up a stealthy, sinister growl that went round among the heads like the mutter of an obscene echo among the mountain tops. I wondered whether this, perhaps, was the man who, O'Brien said, would put a knife in my back. I hadn't any knife. I might knock the fellow's teeth down his throat, though. The alcalde thrust his immense hat, blood-red face, and long, ragged silver locks out of the little door. His features were convulsed with indignation. He had been whispering with the civil guard. "Are you mad, gentlemen?" he said. "Do you wish to visit hell before your times? Do you know who the señor is? Did you ever hear of Carlos el Demonio? This is the Inglesito of Rio Medio." It was plain that my deeds, such as they were, reported by O'Brien's spies, by the Lugareños, by all sorts of credulous gossipers, had got me the devil of a reputation in the patio of the jail. Men detached themselves from the crowd and went running about to announce my arrival. The alcalde drew his long body into the patio and turned to lock the little door with an immense key. In the crowd all sorts of little movements happened. Women crossed themselves and furtively thrust pairs of crooked, skinny, brown, black-nailed fingers in my direction. The man like Caesar said, "I ask your pardon, Senor Caballero. I did not know. How could I tell? You are free of all the patios in this land." The tall alcalde finished grinding the immense key in the lock and touched me on the arm. "If the senor will follow me," he said, "I will do the honors of this humble mansion and indicate a choice of rooms where he may be free from the visits of these gentry." We went up steps and through long, shadowy corridors, with here and there a dark, lounging figure, like a stag seen in the dim aisles of a wood. The alcalde threw open a door. The room was like a blazing oblong box, filled with light but without window or chimney. 2 men were fencing in the illumination of some 20 candles stuck all round the mildewed white walls on lumps of clay. There was a blaze of silver things like an altar of a wealthy church from a black carved table in the far corner. The 2 men in shirts and breeches revolved round each other, their rapiers clinking, their left arms scarved, holding button daggers. The alcalde proclaimed, "Don Vicente Salazar, I have the honor to announce an English senor." The man with his face to me tossed his rapier impatiently into a corner. He was a plump, dark Cuban with a brooding truculence. The other faced round quickly. His cheeks shone in the candlelight like polished yellow leather. His eyes were narrow slits, his face lugubrious. He scrutinized me intently and then drawled, "My, you? Hang me if I didn't think it would be you." He had the air of surveying a monstrosity and pulled the neck of his dirty print shirt open, panting. He slouched out into the corridor and began whispering eagerly to the alcalde. The little Cuban glowered at me. I said I had the honor to salute him. He muttered something contemptuous between his teeth. Well, if he didn't want to talk to me, I didn't want to talk to him. It had struck me that the tall, sallow fellow was undoubtedly the second mate of the Thames, Nicholas, the real Nicolas Escocés. The Cuban grumbled suddenly. "You, senor, are without doubt one of the spies of that friend of the priest's, that O'Brien. Tell him to beware, that I bid him beware. I, Don Vicente Salazar de Valdepeñas y Forley." I remembered the name. He was once the suitor of Serafina, the man O'Brien had put out of the way. He continued with a grotesque frown of portentous significance. "Tomorrow I leave this place, and your compatriot is very much afraid, senor. Let him fear, but 1,000 spies should not save him." The tall alcalde came hurriedly back and stood bowing between us. He apologized abjectly to the Cuban for intruding me upon him. But the room was the best in the place at the disposal of the prisoners of the Juez O'Brien, and I was a noted caballero. Heaven knows what I had not done in Rio Medio. Burnt, slain, ravished. The Senor Juez was understood to be much incensed against me. The gloomy Cuban at once rushed upon me, as if he would have taken me into his arms. "The Inglesito of Rio Medio," he said. "Ah, much have I heard of you, much of the senor's valiance, many tales. That foul eater of the carrion of the priests wishes your life. Ah, but let him beware. I shall save you, senor. I, Don Vicente Salazar." He presented me with the room, a remarkably bare place but for his properties. Silver branch candlesticks, a silver chafing dish as large as a basin. They might have been chased by Cellini. One used to find things like that in Cuba in those days, and Salazar was the person to have them. Afterwards, at the time of the first insurrection, his 8-mule harness was sold for £4,000 in Paris, by reason of the gold and pearls upon it. The atmosphere, he explained, was fetid, but his man was coming to burn sandalwood and beat the air with fans. And tomorrow, he said, his eyes rolling. Suddenly he stopped. Senor, he said, is it true that my venerated friend, my more than father, has been murdered at the instigation of that fiend? Is it true that the senorita has disappeared? These tales are told. I said it was very true. They shall be avenged, he declared, tomorrow. I shall seek out the senorita. I shall find her. I shall find her. For me she was destined by my venerable friend. He snatched a black velvet jacket from the table and put it on. Afterwards, senor, you shall relate. Have no fear. I shall save you. I shall save all men oppressed by this scourge of the land. For the moment, afford me the opportunity to meditate. He crossed his arms and dropped his round head. Alas, yes, he meditated. Suddenly he waved towards the door. Senor, he said swiftly, I must have air. I stifle. Come with me to the corridor. We went towards the window, giving on to the patio. He stood in the shadow, his arms folded, his head hanging dejectedly. At the moment it grew suddenly dark, as if a veil had been thrown over a lamp. The sun had set outside the walls. A drum began to beat. Down below in the obscurity, the crowd separated into 3 strings and moved slowly towards the barren tunnels. Under our feet the white shirts disappeared. The ragged crowd gravitated to the left. The small children strung into the square cage door. The drum beat again and the crowd hurried. Then there was the clang of closing grills and lights began to show behind the bars from deep recesses. In a little time there was a repulsive hash of heads and limbs to be seen under the arches vanishing a long way within, and a little light washed across the gravel of the patio from within. Senor, the Cuban said suddenly, I will pronounce his panegyric. He was a man of a great gentleness, of an inevitable nobility, of an invariable courtesy. Where in this degenerate age shall we find the like? He stopped to breathe a sound of intense exasperation. When I think of these Irish, he said, of that O'Brien. A servant was arranging the shining room that we had left. Salazar interrupted himself to give some orders about a banquet, then returned to me. I tell you, I am here for introducing my knife to the spine of some sort of Madrid embustero, a man who was insolent to my amiga Clara. Do you believe that for that this O'Brien, by the influence of the priest whose souls he licks with his tongue, has had me enclosed for many months? Because he feared me. Aha! I was about to expose him to the noble Don who is now dead. I was about to wed the senorita who has disappeared. But tomorrow I shall expose his intrigue to the Captain General. You, senor, shall be my witness. I extend my protection to you. He crossed his arms and spoke with much deliberation. Senor, this Irishman incommodes me, Don Vicente Salazar de Valdepeñas y Forle. He nodded his head expressively. Senor, we offered these Irish the shelter of our robe, for that your government was making martyrs of them who were good Christians, and it behooves us to act in despite of your government, who are heretics and not to be tolerated upon God's Christian earth. But, senor, if they incommoded your government as they do us, I do not wonder that there was a desire to remove them, senor. The life of that man is not worth the price of 8 mules, which is the price I have paid for my release. I might walk free at this moment, but it is not fitting that I should slink away under cover of darkness. I shall go out in the daylight with my carriage, and I will have an offering to show my friends who, like me, are incommoded by this. The man was a monomaniac, but it struck me that, if I had been O'Brien, I should have felt uncomfortable. In the dark of the corridor a long shape appeared, lounging. The Cuban beside me started hospitably forward. "Vamos," he said briskly, "to the banquet." He waved his hand towards the shining door and stood aside. We entered. The other man was undoubtedly the Nova Scotian maid of the Thames, the man who had dissuaded me from following Carlos on the day we sailed into Kingston Harbour. He was chewing a toothpick, and at the ruminant motion of his knife jaws, I seemed to see him sitting naked to the waist in his bunk, instead of upright there in red trousers and a blue shirt, an immense lank length of each. I pieced his history together in a sort of flash. He was the true Nicola Escocés. His name was Nichols, and he came from Nova Scotia. He had been the chief of O'Brien's Lugareños. He surveyed me now with a twinkle in his eyes, his yellow jaws as shiny shaven as of old, his arms as much like a semaphore. He said mockingly, "So you went there after all." But the Cuban was pressing us towards his banquet. There was gazpacho in silver plates, and a man in livery holding something in a napkin. It worried me. We surveyed each other in silence. I wondered what Nichols knew, what it would be safe to tell him, how much he could help me. One or other of these men undoubtedly might. The Cuban was an imbecile, but he might have some influence. And if he really were going out on the morrow and really did go to the Captain General, he certainly could further his own revenge on O'Brien by helping me. But as for Nichols... Salazar began to tell a long, exaggerated story about his cook, whom he had imported from Paris. "Think," he said, "I bring the fool 2,000 miles, and then not even able to begin on a land crab. A fool." The Nova Scotian cast an uninterested side glance at him and said in English, which Salazar did not understand, "So you went there after all, and now he's got you." I did not answer him. "I know all about you," he added. "It's more than I do about you," I said. He rose and suddenly jerked the door open, peered on each side of the corridor, and then sat down again. "I'm not afraid to tell," he said defiantly. "I'm not afraid of anything. I'm safe." The Cuban said to me in Spanish, "The senor is my friend. Everyone who hates that devil is my friend." "I'm safe," Nichols repeated. "I know too much about our friend the referee." He lowered his voice. "They say you're to be given up for piracy, eh?" His eyes had an extraordinarily anxious leer. "You are now, eh? For how much? Can't you tell a man? We're in the same boat. I can help you." Salazar accidentally knocked a silver goblet off the table, and at the sound Nichols sprang half off his chair. He glared in a wild stare around him, then grasped at a flagon of aguardiente and drank. "I'm not afraid of any damn thing," he said. "I got a hold on that man. He doesn't give me up. I can see he's going to give you up and say you're responsible for it all." "I don't know what he's going to do," I answered. "Will you not, senor?" Salazar said suddenly. "Relate, if you can, without distress, the heroic death of that venerated man." I glanced involuntarily at Nichols. "The distress," I said, "would be very great. I was Don Balthasar's kinsman. The Senor O'Brien had a great fear of my influence in the casa. It was in trying to take me away that Don Balthasar, who defended me, was slain by the Lugareños of O'Brien." Salazar said, "Aha, aha, we are kindred spirits, hated and loved by the same souls. This fiend, senor. And then I escaped by sea, in an open boat in the confusion. When I reached Havana, the juez had me arrested. Salazar raised both hands. His gestures, made for large, grave men, were comic in him. They reduced Spanish manners to absurdity. He said, "That man dies. That man dies. Tomorrow I go to the Captain General. He shall hear this story of yours, senor. He shall know of these machinations which bring honest men to this place. We are a band of brothers." "That's what I say," Nichols leered at me. "We're all in the same boat." I expect he noticed I wasn't moved by his declaration. He said, still in English, "Let us be open. Let's have a council of war. This O'Brien hates me because I wouldn't fire on my own countrymen." He glanced furtively at me. "I wouldn't," he asserted. "He wanted me to fire into their boats, but I wouldn't. Don't you believe the tales they tell about me? They tell worse about you. Who says I'd fire on my countrymen? Where's the man who says it?" He'd been drinking more brandy and glared ferociously at me. "None of your tricks, my hearty," he said. "None of your getting out and spreading tales. O'Brien's my friend. He'll never give me up. He dursn't. I know too much. You're a pirate. No doubt it was you who fired into them boats. By God, I'll be witness against you if they give me up. I'll show you up." All the while the little Cuban talked swiftly and with a saturnine enthusiasm. He passed the wine rapidly. "My own countrymen," Nichols shouted. "Never. I shot a Yankee lieutenant. Allen he was, with my own hand. That's another thing. I'm not a man to trifle with, no sir. Don't you try it. Why, I've papers that would hang O'Brien. I sent them home to Halifax. I know a trick worth his. By God, let him try it. Let him only try it. He dursn't give me up." The man in livery came in to snuff the candles. Nichols sprang from his seat in a panic and drew his knife with frantic haste. He continued, glaring at me from the wall, the knife in his hand. "Don't you dream of tricks. I've cut more throats than you've kissed gals in your little life." Salazar himself drew an immense pointed knife with a shagreen hilt. He kissed it rapturously. "Aha, aha," he said. "Bear this kiss into his ribs at the back." His eyes glistened with this mania. "I swear it. When I next see this dog, this friend of the priest's." He threw the knife on the table. "Look," he said, "was ever steel truer or more thirsty?" "Don't you make no mistake," Nichols continued to me. "Don't you think to presume. O'Brien's my friend. I'm here snug and out of the way of the old fool of an admiral. That's why he's kept waiting off the morrow. When he goes, I walk out free. Don't you try to frighten me. I'm not a man to be frightened." Salazar bubbled. "Ah, but now the wine flows and is red. We are a band of brothers, each loving the other. Brothers, let us drink." The air of close confinement, the blaze, the feel of the jail pressed upon me, and I felt sore suddenly at having eaten and drunk with those two. The idea of Serafina, asleep perhaps, crying perhaps, something pure and distant and very blissful, came in upon me irresistibly. The little Cuban said, "We have had a very delightful conversation. It is very plain this O'Brien must die." I rose to my feet. "Gentlemen," I said in Spanish, "I am very weary. I will go and sleep in the corridor." The Cuban sprang towards me with an immense anxiety of hospitableness. I was to sleep on his couch, the couch of cloth of gold. It was impossible, it was insulting that I should think of sleeping in the corridor. He thrust me gently down upon it, making with his plump hands the motions of smoothing it to receive me. I lay down and turned my face to the wall. It wasn't possible to sleep, even though the little Cuban, with a tender solicitude, went round the walls blowing out the candles. He might be useful to me, might really explain matters to the Captain General, or might even, as a last resort, take a letter from me to the British consul. But I should have to be alone with him. Nichols was an abominable scoundrel, bloodthirsty to the defenseless, a liar, craven before the ghost of a threat. No doubt O'Brien did not want to give him up. Perhaps he had papers, and no doubt once he could find a trace of Seraphina's whereabouts, O'Brien would give me up. All I could do was to hope for a gain of time, and yet, if I gained time, it could only mean that I should in the end be given up to the Admiral. And Seraphina's whereabouts, it came over me lamentably that I myself did not know. The Lion might have sailed, it was possible. She might be at sea. Then perhaps my only chance of ever seeing her again lay in my being given up to the Admiral, to stand in England a trial, perhaps for piracy, perhaps for treason. I might meet her only in England after many years of imprisonment. It wasn't possible. I would not believe in the possibility. How I loved her, how wildly, how irrationally, this woman of another race, of another world, bound to me by sufferings together, by joys together, irrationally. Looking at the matter now, the reason is plain enough. Before then I had not lived. I had only waited for her and for what she stood for. It was in my blood, in my race, in my tradition, in my training. We, all of us for generations, had made for efficiency, for drill, for restraint. Our romance was just this very Spanish contrast, this obliquity of vision, this slight tilt of the convex mirror that shaped the same world so differently to onlookers at different points of its circle. I could feel a little of it even then, when there was only the merest chance of my going back to England and getting back towards our old position on the rim of the mirror. The deviousness, the wayward passion, even the sempiternal abuses of the land were already beginning to take the aspect of something like quaint impotence. It was charm that, now I was on the road away, was becoming apparent. The inconveniences of life, the physical discomforts, the smells of streets, the heat, dropped into the background. I felt that I did not want to go away, irrevocably from a land sanctioned by her presence, her young life. I turned uneasily to the other side. At the heavy black table, in the light of a single candle, the Cuban and the Nova Scotian were discussing, their heads close together. "I tell you no," Nichols was saying in a fluent, abominable literal translation into Spanish. "Take the knife, so, thumb upwards. Stab down in the soft between the neck and the shoulder blade. You get right into the lungs with the point. I've tried it 10 times. Never stick the back. The chances are he moves and you hit a bone. There are no bones there. It's the way they kill pigs in New Jersey." The Cuban bent his brows as if he were reflecting over a chessboard. "Ma," he pondered. His knife was lying on the table. He unsheathed it, then got up, and moved behind the seated Nova Scotian. "You say, there?" he asked, pressing his little finger at the base of Nichols' skinny column of a neck. "And then—" He measured the length of the knife on Nichols' back twice with elaborate care, breathing through his nostrils. Then he said with a convinced, musing air, "It is true. It would go down into the lungs." "And there are arteries and things," Nichols said. Yes, the Cuban answered, sheathing the knife and thrusting it into his belt. With a knife that length, it's perfect. Nichols waved his shadowy hand towards Salazar's scarf. Salazar moved off a little. I see the advantages, he said. No crying out because of the blood in the lungs. I thank you, Senor Escoces. Nichols rose, lurching to his full height, and looked in my direction. I closed my eyes. I did not wish him to talk to me. I heard him say, Well, hasta más ver. I shall get away from here. Good night. He swayed in immense shadow through the door. Salazar took the candle and followed him into the corridor. Yes, that was it. Why she was so great a part, a whole wall, a whole beam of my life's house. I saw her suddenly in the blackness, her full red lips, her quivering nostrils, the curve of her breasts, her lithe movements from the hips, the way she set her feet down, the white flower waxen in the darkness of her hair, and the robin-wing flutter of her lids over her grey eyes when she smiled. I moved convulsively in my intense desire. I would have given my soul, my share of eternity, my honor, only to see that flutter of the lids over the shining grey eyes. I never felt I was beneath the imponderable pressure of a prison's wall till then. She was infinite miles away. I could not even imagine what inanimate things surrounded her. She must be talking to someone else, fluttering her lids like that. I recognized with a physical agony that was more than jealousy how slight was my hold upon her. It was not in her race, in her blood as in mine, to love me and my type. She had lived all her life in the middle of romance, and the very fire and passion of her South must make me dim prose to her. I remember the flicker of Salazar's returning candle, cast in lines like an advancing scythe across the two walls from the corridor. I slept. I had the feeling of appalled horror suddenly invading my sleep. A vast voice seemed to be exclaiming, "Tell me where she is!" I looked at the glowing horn of a lantern. It was O'Brien who held it. He stood over me, very somber. "Tell me where she is," he said, the moment my eyes opened. I said, She's, I don't know. It appalls me even now to think how narrow was my escape. It was only because I had gone to sleep in the thought that I did not know that I answered that I did not know. He was a cunning devil, to suddenly wake one, to get one's thoughts before one had time to think. I lay looking at him, shivering. I couldn't even see much of his face. "Where is she?" he said again. "Where? Dead? Dead? God have mercy on your soul if the child is dead." I was still trembling. If I had told him. I could hardly believe I had not. He continued bending over me with an attitude that hideously mocked solicitude. "Where is she?" he asked again. "Ransack the island," I said. He glared at me, lifting the lamp. "The whole earth, if you like." He ground his teeth, bending very low over me, then stood up, raising his head into the shadow above the lamp. "What do I care for all the admirals?" He was speaking to himself. "No ship shall leave Havana till—" He groaned. I heard him slap his forehead and say distractedly, "But perhaps she's not in a ship." There was a silence in which I heard him breathe heavily, and then he amazed me by saying, "Have pity." I laughed, lying on my back. "On you?" He bent down. "Fool, on yourself." A vast and towering shadow ran along the wall. There wasn't a sound. The face of Salazar appeared behind him, and an uplifted hand grasping a knife. O'Brien saw the horror in my eyes. I gasped to him, "Look! and before he could move, the knife went softly home between the neck and shoulder. Salazar glided to the door and turned to wave his hand at me. O'Brien's lips were pressed tightly together. The handle of the knife was against his ear. The lanthorn hung at the end of his rigid arm for a moment. As he lowered it, the blood spurted from his shoulder as if from a burst standpipe, only black and warm. It fell over my face, over my hands, everywhere. For a minute of eternity, his agonized eyes searched my features, as if to discern whether I had connived, whether I had condoned. I had started up, my face coming right against his. I felt an immense horror. What did it mean? What had he done? He had been such a power for so long, so inevitably over my whole life, that I could not even begin to understand that this was not some new subtle villainy of his. He shook his head slowly, his ear disturbing the knife. Then he turned jerkily on his heel, the lantern swinging round and leaving me in his shadow. There were 10 paces to reach the door. It was like the finish of a race, whether he would cover the remaining 7 after the first 3 steps. The dangling lanthorn shed small patches of light through the holes in the metal top, like sunlight through leaves upon the gloom of the remote ceiling. At the 5th step, he pressed his hand spasmodically to his mouth. At the 6th, he wavered to one side. I made a sudden motion as if to save him from falling. He was dying. He was dying. I hardly realized what it meant. This immense weight was being removed from me. I had no need to fear him any more. I couldn't understand. I could only look. This was his passing. This. He sank, knelt down, placing the lanthorn on the floor. He covered his face with his hands and began to cough incessantly like a man dying of consumption. The glowing top of a lanthorn hissed and sputtered out in little sharp blows like hammer strokes. Carlos had coughed like that. Carlos was dead. Now O'Brien. He was going. I should escape. It was all over. Was it all over? He bowed stiffly forward, placing his hands on the stones, then lay over on his side with his face to the light, his eyes glaring at it. I sat motionless, watching him. The lanthorn lit the carved leg of the black table in a dusty circle of the flags. The spurts of blood from his shoulder grew less long in answer to the pulsing of his heart. His fists unclenched. He drew his legs up to his body, then sank down. His eyes looked suddenly at mine, and as the features slowly relaxed, the smile seemed to come back, enigmatic, round his mouth. He was dead. He was gone. I was free. He would never know where she was, never. He had gone with the question on his lips, with the agony of uncertainty in his eyes. From the door came an immense, grotesque, and horrible chuckle. "Ah, ah, I have saved you, senor. I have protected you. We are as brothers." Against the tenuous blue light of the dawn, Salazar was gesticulating in the doorway. I felt a sudden repulsion, a feeling of intense disgust. O'Brien lying there. I almost wished alive again. I wanted to have him again. Rather than that, I should have been relieved of him by that atrocious murder. I sat looking at both of them. Saved? By that lunatic? I suddenly appreciated the agony of mind that alone could have brought O'Brien, the cautious, the all-seeing, into this place, to ask me a question that for him was answered now. Answered for him more than for me. Where was Serafina? Where? How should I come to her? O'Brien was dead, and could I walk out of this place and go to her? O'Brien was dead, but I suddenly realized that now I was the pirate Nicola Elescosis, that now he was no more there. Nothing could save me from being handed over to the Admiral. Nothing. Salazar outside the door began to call boastfully toward the sound of approaching footsteps. Aha! Aha! Come all of you! See what I have done! Come, Senor Alcalde! Come, brave soldiers! In that way died this man whose passion had for so long hung over my life like a shadow. Looking at the matter now, I am perhaps glad that he fell neither by my hand nor in my quarrel. I assuredly had injured him the first. I had come upon his ground. I had thwarted him. I had been a heavy weight at a time when his fortunes had been failing. Failing they undoubtedly were. He had run his course too far. And if his death removed him out of my path, the legacy of his intrigue caused me suffering enough. Had he lived, there's no knowing what he might have done. He was bound to deliver someone to the British, either myself or Nichols. Perhaps at the last moment he would have kept me in Havana. There is no saying. Undoubtedly he had not wished to deliver Nichols, either because he really knew too much or because he had scruples. Nichols had certainly been faithful to him, and with his fine irony, it was delightful to him to think that I should die a felon's death in England. For those reasons he had identified me with Nicola Elescosis, intending to give up whichever suited him at the last moment. Now that was settled for him and for me. The delivery was to take place at dawn, and O'Brien not to be found. The old judge of the first instance had been sent to identify the prisoner. He selected me, whom of course he recognized. There was no question of Nichols, who had been imprisoned on a charge of theft, trumped up by O'Brien. Salazar, whether he would have gone to the Captain General or not, was now entirely useless. He was retained to answer the charge of murder, and to any protestations I could make, the old Juez was entirely deaf. The Senor must make representations to his own authorities, he said. I have warrant for what I have done. It was impossible to expose O'Brien to him. The soldiers of the escort in the dawn before the prison gates simply laughed at me. They marched me down the grey mists to the water's edge. 2 soldiers held my arms. O'Brien's blood was drying on my face and on my clothes. I was, even to myself, a miserable object. Among the negresses on the slimy boat steps, a thick, short man was asking questions. He opened amazed eyes at the sight of me. It was Williams. The lion was not yet gone then. If he spoke to me or gave token of connection with Serafina, the Spaniards would understand. They would take her from him, certainly, perhaps immure her in a convent. And now that I was bound irrevocably for England, she must go too. He was shouldering his way towards my guards. "Silence!" I shouted, without looking at him. "Go away! Make sail! Tell Seabright!" My guards seemed to think I had gone mad. They laid hands upon me. I didn't struggle, and we passed down towards the landing steps, brushing Williams aside. He stood perturbedly gazing after me. Then I saw him asking questions of a civil guard. A man-of-war's boat, the ensign trailing in the glassy water, the glazed hats of the seamen bobbing like clockwork, was flying towards us. Here was England. Here was home. I should have to clear myself of felony, to strain every nerve and cheat the gallows. If only Williams understood. If only he did not make a fool of himself. I couldn't see him any more. A jabbering crowd all round us was being kept at a distance by the muskets of the soldiers. My only chance was Seabright's intelligence. He might prevent Williams making a fool of himself. The commander of the guard said to the lieutenant from the flagship, who had landed, attended by the master-at-arms, I have the honor to deliver to your worship's custody the prisoner promised to His Excellency the English Admiral. Here are the papers disclosing his crimes to the justice. I beg for a receipt. A shabby escrivano from the prison advanced bowing with an inkhorn, shaking a wet goose quill. A guardia civil offered his back. The lieutenant signed the paper hastily, then looking hard at me, gave the order. Master-at-arms, handcuff one of the prisoner's hands to your own wrist. He is a desperate character. This ends Part 5, The Lot of Man, Chapter 2 of Romance. Part 5, The Lot of Man, Chapter 3 of Romance by Joseph Conrad and Ford Madox Ford. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Mark Leader. Part 5, The Lot of Man, Chapter 3 of Romance. The first decent word I had spoken to me after that for months came from my turnkey at Newgate. It was when he welcomed me back for my examination before the Thames Court magistrate. The magistrate, a bad-tempered man, snuffy with red eyes, and the air of being a piece of worn and dirty furniture of his court, had snapped at me when I tried to speak. "Keep your lies for the Admiralty session. I've only time to commit you. Damn you Spaniards. Why can't they translate their own papers?" Had signed something with a squeaky quill, tossed it to his clerk and grunted, "Next case." I had gone back to Newgate. The turnkey, a man with the air of an innkeeper, bandy-legged, with a bulbous purple-veined nose and watering eyes, slipped out of the gatehouse door whilst the great hollow-sounding gate still shook behind me. He said, "If you hurries up, you'll see a bit of life. Do you good. Condemned sermon, being preached in the chapel now, sheriffs and all. They swing tomorrow, 3 of them, quick with the stumps." He hurried me over the desolate mossy green cobbles of the great solitary yard into a square, tall, bare, whitewashed place. Already from the outside one caught a droning voice. There might have been 300 people there, boxed off in pews, with turnkeys at each end. A vast King's Arms, a splash of red and blue gilt, sprawled above a 2-tiered pulpit that was like the trunk of a large broken tree. The turnkey pulled my hat off and nudged me into a box beside the door. "Kneel down," he whispered hoarsely. I knelt. A man with a new wig was droning outwards, waving his hands now and then from the top of a tall pulpit. Beneath him a smaller man in an old wig was dozing, his head bent forward. The place was dirty and ill-lighted by the tall grimy windows, heavily barred. A pair of candles flickered beside the preacher's right arm. "They that go down to the sea in ships, my poor brethren," he droned, "lying under the shadow." He directed his hands towards a tall deal box painted black, isolated in the center of the lower floor. A man with a red head sat in it, his arms folded. Another had his arms covering his head, which leant abjectly forward on the rail in front. There were large rusty gyves upon his wrists. "But observe, my poor friends," the chaplain droned on, "the psalmist saith, at the last he shall bring them unto the desired haven. Now," the turnkey whispered suddenly into my ear, "them's the condemned he's preaching at, them in the black pew. See Rogie Cullen wink at the woman prisoners up there in the gallery? Him with the red hair. All swings tomorrow." "After they have staggered and reeled to and fro, and been amazed, observe, after they have been tempted, even after they have fallen." The sheriffs had their eyes decorously closed. The clerk reached up from below the preacher and snuffed one of the candles. The preacher paused to rearrange his shining wig. Little clouds of powder flew out where he touched it. He struck his purple velvet cushion and continued, "At the last, I say, he shall bring them to the haven they have desired." A jarring shriek rose out of the black pew, and an insensate jangling of irons rattled against the hollow wood. The ironed man whose head had been hidden was writhing in an epileptic fit. The governor began signaling to the jailers, and the whole dismal assembly rose to its feet and craned to get a sight. The jailers began hurrying them out of the building. The red-headed man was crouching in the far corner of the black box. The turnkey caught the end of my sleeve and hurried me out of the door. "Come away," he said. "Come out of it. Damn my good nature." We went swiftly through the tall, gloomy, echoing stone passages. All the time there was the noise of the prisoners being marshaled somewhere into their distant yards and cells. We went across the bottom of a well where the weeping December light struck ghastly down onto the stones into a sort of rabbit warren of black passages and descending staircases, a horror of cold solitude and night. Iron door after iron door clanged to behind us in the stony blackness. After an interminable traversing, the turnkey, still with his hand on my sleeve, jerked me into my familiar cell. I hadn't thought to be glad to get back to that dim, frozen, damp-chilled little hole with its hateful stone walls, stone ceiling, stone floor, stone bed slab, and stone table. Its rope mat, foul stable blanket, its horrible sense of eternal burial, out of sound, out of sight, under a mined mountain of black stones. It was so tiny that the turnkey, entering after me, seemed to be pressed close up to my chest, and so dark that I could not see the colour of the dirty hair that fell matted from the bald patch on the top of his skull, so familiar that I knew the feel of every little worming of rust on the iron candlestick. He wiped his face with a brown rag of handkerchief and said, "Curse me if I ever go into that place again." After a time he added, "Unless 'tis a matter of duty." I didn't say anything. My nerves were still jangling to that shrieking and to the clang of the iron doors that had closed behind me. I had an irresistible impulse to get hold of the iron candlestick and smash it home through the skull of a turnkey, as I had done to the men who had killed Seraphina's father. To kill this man, then to creep along the black passages and murder man after man beside those iron doors until I got to the open air. He began again. "You'd think we'd get used to it. You'd think we would. But 'tis a strain for us. You never knows what the prisoners will do at a scene like that there. It drives them mad. Look at this scar. Matchell the forger done that for me, 'fore he was condemned after a sermon like that. A quiet, gentlemanly man, much like you, Lord. Yes, 'tis a strain." He paused, still wiping his face, and then went on. "And I swear that when I sees them men sit there in that black pew and have heard the hammers going clack, clack on the scaffolding outside and knew that they hadn't no more chance than you have to get out of there." He pointed his short thumb towards the handkerchief of an opening where the little blur of blue light wavered through the two iron frames crossed in the 9 feet of well. "Lord, you never gets used to it. You wants them to escape. 'Tis in the air through the whole prison, even the debtors. I tell myself again and again, you're a fool for your pains. But it's the same with the others, my mates. You can't get it out of your mind. That little kid now, I've seen children swing, but that little kid as sure to swing as what you are." "You think I am going to swing?" I asked. I didn't want to kill him any more. I wanted too much to hear him talk. I hadn't heard anything from months and months of solitude, of darkness. On board the Admiral's ship, stranded in the guardship at Plymouth, bumping round the coast, and now here in Newgate. And it had been darkness all the time. Jove! That Cuban time with its movements, its pettiness, its intrigue, its warmth, even its villainy showed plainly enough in the chill of that blackness. It had been romance, that life. Little and far away and irrevocably done with, it showed all golden. There wasn't any romance where I lay then, and there had been irons on my wrists, gruff hatred, the darkness, and always despair. On board the flagship coming home, I had been chained down in the cable tier, a place where I could feel every straining of the great ship. Once these had risen to a pandemonium, a frightful tumult. There was a great gale outside. A sailor came down with a lanthorn and tossed my biscuit to me. "You damn pirate," he said, "maybe it's you saving us from drowning." "Is the gale very bad?" I had called. He muttered, and the fact that he spoke to me at all showed how great the strain of the weather must have been to wring any words out of him. "Bad. There's a large Indiaman gone. We saw her 1 minute and then—" He went away, muttering. And suddenly the thought had come to me. What if the Indiaman were the lion with Serafina on board? The man would not speak to me when he came again. No one would speak to me. I was a pirate who had fired on his own countrymen, and the thought had pursued me right into Newgate. If she were dead, if I had taken her from that security, from that peace, to end there, and to end myself. "Swing," the turnkey said. "You'll swing right enough." He slapped the great key on his flabby hand. "You can tell by the signs. You, being an Admiralty case, ought to have been in the Marshalsea, and you're ordered solitary cell, and I'm tipped the straight wink against you of speaking a blessed word to a blessed soul. Why don't they let you see an attorney? Why? Because they mean you to swing." I said, "Never mind that. Have you heard of a ship called the Lion? Can you find out about her?" He shook his head cunningly and did not answer. If a lion had been here, I must have heard. They couldn't have left me here. I said, "For God's sake, find out. Get me a shipping gazette." He affected not to hear. "There's money in plenty," I said. He winked ponderously and began again. "Oh, you'll swing all right. A man with nothing against him has a chance. With the rhino he has it, even if he's guilty. But you'll swing. Charlie, who brought you back just now, had a chat with Attorney General's devil's clerk, while old Nog of Bow Street was trying to read their Spanish. He says it's a government matter. They wants to hang you bad, they do, so's to go to the Jackie Spaniards and say, 'He were a knob, a knobby knob.' So you are, aren't you? One uncle and earl and t'other a dean, if so be what they say's true. He were a knobby knob and we swung him. Go you and do likewise. They want a striking example to keep the West India trade quiet." He wiped his forehead and moved my water jug of red earth on the dirty deal table under the window, for all the world like a host in front of a guest. "They means you to swing," he said. "They've silenced the Thames Court reporters. Not a newspaper will publish a correct report tomorrow. And you haven't seen nobody, nor you won't. Not if I can help it." He broke off and looked at me with an expression of candor. "Mind you," he said, "I'm not offish. To an ordinary gentleman of the road, or what you will, I'm not, if so be he's the necessary. I'd take a letter like another, but for you, no. Fear, not that I've my knife into you. What I can do to make you comfortable, I will do, both now and hereafter. But when I gets the wink, I looks after my skin. So'd any man. You don't see nobody, nor you won't, nor your nobby relations won't have the word. Till the Admiralty trial. Charlie says it's unconstitutional, You ought to see attorney, if you've one or your father's got one. But Lord, I says, Charlie, if they wants it, they gets it. This ain't no habeas corpus. Give the man a chance case, it's the Admiralty. And not a man tried for piracy this 30 year. See what a show it gives them, what bloody radical knows or cares what the proceedings should be. Who's going to make a question out of it? Go away, says I to Charlie, and that's it straight. He went towards the door, then turned. You should be in the Marshalsea common yard, even I knows that. But they've the wink there. Too full, says they. Too full be damned. I've knowed the time, after the Vansdale smash it were, when they found room for 300 more improvident debtors over and above what they charted for. Too full. They're common yard. They don't want you to speak to a soul. And you won't till this day week when the Admiralty session is in full swing. He went out and locked the door, snorting. Too full at the Marshalsea. Go away. Find out about the lion, I called, as the door closed. It cleared the air for me, that speech. I understood that they wanted to hang me, and I wanted not to be hung, desperately, from that moment. I had not much cared before. I had, call it moped. I had not really believed, really sensed it out. It isn't easy to conceive that one is going to be hanged. I doubt if one does, even with the rope round one's neck. I hadn't much wanted to live. But now I wanted to fight, one good fight before I went under for good and all, condemned or acquitted. There wasn't anything left for me to live for. Serafina could not be alive. The lion must have been lost. But I was going to make a fight for it, curse it. I was going to give them trouble. My them was not so much the government that meant to hang me, as the unseen powers that suffered such a state of things that allowed a number of little meannesses, accidents, fatalities to hang me. I began to worry the turnkey. He gave me no help, only shreds of information that led me see more plainly than ever how set they were on sacrificing me to their exigencies. The whole West Indian trade in London was in an uproar over the pirate question and over the slave question. Jamaica was still squealing for separation before the premonitory grumbles of abolition. Horton Penn over there came back with astonishing clearness before me. I seemed to hear old, wall-eyed, sandy-headed MacDonald agitating his immense bulk of ill-fitting white clothes in front of his newspaper and bellowing his ox voice. Abolition! Hey, give us abolition, or ram it down our throats. They haven't even the spunk to rid us of the damned pirates, not the spunk to catch and hang one. Jack, me lad, we'll abolish them before they sail touch our niggers. Let 'em clear our seas, let 'em hang one pirate and then talk. I was the one they were going to hang, to consolidate the bond with the old island. The cement wanted a little blood in the mixing. Damn them. I was going to make a fight. They had torn me from Serafina to fulfill their own accursed ends. I felt myself grow harsh and strong, as a tree feels itself grow gnarled by winter storms. I said to the turnkey again and again, Man, I will promise you £1,000 or a pension for life if you will get a letter through to my mother or Squire Rooksby of Horton. He said he daren't do it. Enough was known of him to hang him if he gave offence. His flabby fingers trembled and his eyes grew large with successive shocks of cupidity. He became afraid of coming near me, of the strain of the temptation. On the next day he did not speak a word, nor the next, nor the next. I began to grow horribly afraid of being hung. The day before the trial arrived. Towards noon he flung the door open. Here's paper, here's pens, he said. You can prepare your defence. You may write letters. Oh, hell, why did not they let it come sooner? I'd have had your £1,000. I'll run a letter down to your people fast as the devil could take it. I know a man, a gentleman of the road. For 20 pund promised, split between us, he'll travel faster than Turpin did to York. He was waving a large sheet of newspaper agitatedly. What does it mean? I asked. My head was whirling. Radical papers got a hold of it, he said. Trust them for nosing out. And the government's answering them. They say you're going to suffer for your crimes. Hark to this. The wretched felon now in Newgate will incur the just penalty. Then they slaps the West Indies in the face. When the planters threaten to recur to some other power for protection, they of course believe that the loss of the colonies would be severely felt. But the lion's home, I said. It burst upon me that she must be. Williams or Seabright, he was the man, had been speaking up for me. Or Serafina had been to the Spanish ambassador. She was back. I should see her. I started up. The lion's home, I repeated. The turnkey snarled. She was posted as overdue 3 days ago. I couldn't believe it was true. I saw it in the papers, he grumbled on. I dursn't tell you. He continued violently. Blow my dicky, it would make a cat sick. My sudden exultation, my sudden despair, gave way to indifference. Oh, coming, he shouted, in answer to an immense bellowing cry that loomed down the passage without. I heard him grumble, Of course, I shan't make a penny. Then he caught hold of my arm. Here, come along. Someone to see you in the press yard. He pulled me along the noisome black warren of passages, slamming the inner door viciously behind him. The press yard, the exercising ground for the condemned, was empty. The last batch had gone out. My batch would be the next to come in, the turnkey said suddenly. It was a well of a place, high black walls going up into the desolate weeping sky, and quite tiny. At one end was a sort of slit in the wall, closed with tall, immense windows. From there a faint sort of rabbit squeak was going up through the immense roll and rumble of traffic on the other side of the wall. The turnkey pushed me towards it. Go on, he said. I'm not listening. I ought to, but curse me. I'm not a bad sort, he added gloomily. I dare say you'll make it worth my while. I went and peered through the bars at a faint object pressed against the other bars in just another slit across a black passage. What? Jackie boy? What, Jackie? Blinking his eyes as if in the dim light were too strong for them, a thin, bent man stood there in a brilliant new court coat. His face was meagre in the extreme, the nose and cheekbones polished and transparent like a bigaroon cherry. A thin tuft of reddish hair was brushed back from his high, shining forehead. It was my father. He exclaimed, What, Jackie boy? How old do you look? Then waved his arm towards me. In trouble, he said. You in trouble? He rubbed his thin hands together and looked round the place with a cultured man's air of disgust. I said, Father! And he suddenly began to talk very fast and agitatedly of what he had been doing for me. My mother, he said, was crippled with rheumatism, and Rooksby and Veronica on the preceding Thursday had set sail for Jamaica. He had read to my mother beside her bed the newspaper containing an account of my case, and she'd given him money, and he had started with violent haste for London. The haste and the rush were still dazing him. He'd lived down there in the farmhouse beneath the downs, with the stackyards under his eyes, with his books of verse and his few prints on the wall. My God, how it all came back to me. In his disjointed speeches, I could see how exactly the same it all remained. The same old surly man with a squint had driven him along the muddy roads in the same ancient gig, past the bare elms to meet the coach. and my father had never been in London since he had walked the streets with the Prince Regent's friends. Whilst he talked to me there, lines of verse kept coming to his lips, and after the habitual pleasure of the apt quotation, he felt acutely shocked at the inappropriateness of the place, the press yard, with the dim light weeping downwards between immensely high walls, and the desultory snowflakes that dropped between us. And he had tried so hard in his emergency to be practical. When he had reached London, before even attempting to see me, he had run from minister to minister, trying to influence them in my favour. And he reached me in Newgate with nothing at all effected. I seemed to know him then so intimately, so much better than anything else in the world. He began, "I had my idea in the up-coach last night. I thought, a very great personage was indebted to me in the old days. More indebted than you are aware of, Johnny. I will intercede with him. That was why my first step was to my old tailor's in Conduit Street, because what is fit for a farm, for a palace, were low." He stopped, reflected, and then said, "What is fit for the farm, for the palace, were low." He felt across his coat for his breast pocket. It was what he had done years and years ago, and all these years between. Inscribe ideas for lines of verse in his pocketbook. I said, "You've seen the king?" His face lengthened a little. "Not seen him, but I found one of the Duke's secretaries, a pleasant young fellow, not such as we used to be, but the Duke was kind enough to interest himself. Perhaps my name has lived in the land. I was called John Kemp, as I may have told you, because I drove a vermilion one with green and gilt wheels." His face, peering at me through the bars, had for a moment a flush of pride. Then he suddenly remembered, as if to propitiate his own reproof. He went on, "I saw the Secretary of State, and he assured me very civilly that not even the highest personage in the land—" He dropped his voice. "Jackie boy," he said, his narrow-lidded eyes peering miserably across at me, "there's not even a hope of a reprieve afterwards." I leaned my face wearily against the iron bars. What, after all, was the use of fighting if the lion were not back? Then, suddenly, as the sound of his words echoed down the bare black corridors, he seemed to realize the horror of it. His face grew absolutely white. He held his head erect as if listening to a distant sound. And then he began to cry, horribly and for a long time. It was I that had to comfort him. His head had bowed at the conviction of his hopeless uselessness. All through his own life he'd been made ineffectual by his indulgence in perfectly innocent, perfectly trivial enjoyments. And now, in this extremity of his only son, he was rendered almost fantastically of no avail. "No, no, sir. You've done all that anyone could. You couldn't break these walls down. Nothing else would help." Small, hopeless sobs shook him continuously. His thin, delicate white fingers gripped the black grill with the convulsive grasp of a very weak man. It was more distressing to me than anything I had ever seen or felt. The mere desire, the intense desire to comfort him, made me get a grip upon myself again. And I remembered that, now that I could communicate with the outer air, it was absolutely easy. He would save my life. I said, "You have only to go to Clapham, sir." At the moment I was in a state to command him, to direct him, to give him something to do. He became a changed man. He looked up and listened. I told him to go to Major Cooper's. It would be easy enough to find him at Clapham. Cooper, I remembered, could testify to my having been seized by Tomas Castro. He'd seen me fight on Madox. And what was more, he would certainly know the addresses of Kingston planters, if any were in London. They could testify that I had been in Jamaica all the while, Nicola and Elscoso was in Rio Medio. I knew there were some. My father was fidgeting to be gone. He had his name marked for him and a will directing his own. He was not the same man, but I particularly told him to send me a lawyer first of all. Yes, he said, fidgeting to go. To Major Cooper's. Let me write his address. And a solicitor, I said. Send him to me on your way there. Yes, he said. I shall be able to be of use to the solicitor. As a rule, they are men of no great perspicacity. And he went hurriedly away. The real torture, the agony of suspense began then. I steadied my nerves by trying to draw up notes for my speech to the jury on the morrow. That was the turnkey's idea. He said, slap your chest, appeal to the honour of a British gent and pitch it in strong. It was not much good. I could not keep to any logical sequence of thought. My mind was forever wandering to what my father was doing. I pictured him in his new blue coat running agitatedly through crowded streets, his coattails flying behind his thin legs. The hours dragged on, and it was a matter of minutes. I had to hold upon the table edge to keep myself from raging about the cell. I tried to bury myself again in the scheme for my defense. I wondered whom my father would have found. There was a man called Carey who had gone home from Kingston. He had a bald head and blue eyes. He must remember me if he would corroborate. And the lawyer, when he came, might take another line of defense. It began to fall dusk slowly through the small barred windows. The entire night passed without a word from my father. I paced up and down the whole time, composing speeches to the jury. And then the day broke. I calmed myself with a sort of frantic energy. Early the jailer came in and began fussing about my cell. Case comes up on about 1, he said. Grand jury at 12:30. No fear they won't return a true bill. Grand jury, 5 West India merchants. They means to have you. Attorney General, Solicitor General, Sir Robert Meade and 5 juniors agin you. You take my tip. Throw yourself on the mercy of the court and make a rousing speech with a young woman in it. Not that you'll get much mercy from them. They Admiralty judges are all hangers. As we say, once the anchor goes up in the Old Bailey, there ain't no hope. We begins to clean out the condemned cell here. Sticks the anchor up over their heads when it is Admiralty case, he commented. I listened to him with strained attention. I made up my mind to miss not a word uttered that day. It was my only chance. You don't know anyone from Jamaica? I asked. He shook his bullet head and tapped his purple nose. Can't be done, he said. You'd get an ornery alibi for a guinea a head, but they'd keep out of this case. They've necks like you and me. Whilst he was speaking, the whole of the outer world, as far as it affected me, came suddenly in upon me. That was what I meant to the great city that lay all round, the world in the center of which was my cell. To the great mass, I was matter for a sensation. To them I might prove myself beneficial in this business. Perhaps there were others who were thinking I might be useful in one way or another. They were the ministers of the crown who did not care much whether Jamaica separated or not, but they wanted to hang me because they would be able to say disdainfully to the planters, separate if you like. We've done our duty. We've hanged a man. All those people had their eyes on me, and they were about the only ones who knew of my existence. That was the end of my romance. Romance. The Broad Seat sellers would see to it afterwards with a dying confession. This ends part 5, The Lot of Man, chapter 3 of Romance. Part 5, The Lot of Man, Chapter 4 of Romance by Joseph Conrad and Ford Madox Ford. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Mark Leader. Part 5, The Lot of Man, Chapter 4 of Romance. I never saw my father again until I was in the prisoner's anteroom at the Old Bailey. It was full of lounging men whose fleshy limbs bulged out against the tight, loud checks of their coats and trousers. These were jailers waiting to bring in their prisoners. On the other side of one black door, the grand jury was deliberating on my case. Behind another, the court was in waiting to try me. I was in a sort of tired lull. All night I'd been pacing up and down, trying to bring my brain to think of points in my defense. It was very difficult. I knew that I must keep cool, be calm, be lucid, be convincing. And my brain had reeled at times, even in the darkness of the cell. I knew it had reeled because I remembered that once I had fallen against the stone of one of the walls, and once against the door. Here in the light, with only a door between myself and the last scene, I regained my hold. I was going to fight every inch from start to finish. I was going to let no chink of their armor go untried. I was going to make a good fight. My teeth chattered like castanets, jarring in my jaws until it was painful. But that was only with the cold. A hubbub of expostulation was going on at the third door. My turnkey called suddenly, "Let the gentleman in, Charlie. Pal along." And my father ran huntedly into the room. He began an endless tale of a hackney coachman who had stood in front of a door of his coach to prevent his number being taken, of a crowd of caddy smashers who had hustled him and filched his purse. "Of course, I made a fight for it," he said. "A damn good fight, considering. It's in the blood. But the watch came, and in short, on such an occasion as this, there's no time for words. I passed the night in the watch house. Many and many a night I passed there when I and Lord, but I'm losing time." "You ain't fit to walk the streets of London alone, sir," the turnkey said. My father gave him a corner of his narrow-lidded eyes. "My man," he said, "I walked the streets with the highest in the land before your mother bore you in Bridewell, or whatever jail it was." "Oh, no offence," the turnkey muttered. I said, "Did you find Cooper, sir? Will he give evidence?" "Jackie," he said agitatedly, as if he were afraid of offending me, "he said you had filched his wife's rings." That, in fact, was what Major Cooper had said, that I had dropped into their ship near Port Royal Heads and had afterwards gone away with the pirates who had filched his wife's rings. My father, in his indignation, had not even deigned to ask him for the address of Jamaica planters in London, and on his way back to find a solicitor, he had come into contact with those street rowdies in the watch. He had only just come from before the magistrates. A man with one eye poked his head suddenly from behind the grand jury door. He jerked his head in my direction. "Two bill against that air," he said, then drew his head in again. "Jackie boy," my father said, putting a thin hand on my wrist and gazing imploringly into my eyes. I can't tell you how." I said, "It doesn't matter, father." I felt a foretaste of how my path would rise up to crush me. Cooper had let that wife of his coerce him into swearing my life away. I remembered vividly his blubbering protestations of friendship when I persuaded Tomas Castro to return him his black deed box with the brass handle on that deck littered with rubbish. "Oh, God bless you! God bless you! You've saved me from starvation." There had been tears in his old blue eyes. "If you need it, I'll go anywhere, do anything to help you, on the honor of a gentleman and a soldier." I had, of course, recommended his wife to give up her rings when the pirates were threatening her in the cabin. The other door opened. Another man said, "Now then, in with that carrion. Do you want to keep the judges waiting?" I stepped through the door straight down into the dock. There were a row of spikes in the front of it. I wasn't afraid. 3 men in enormous wigs and ermine robes faced me. 4 in short wigs had their heads together like parrots on a branch. A fat man, bareheaded, with a gilt chain round his neck, slipped from behind into a seat beside the highest-placed judge. He was wiping his mouth and munching with his jaws. On each side of the judges, beyond the short-wigged assessors, were chairs full of ladies and gentlemen. They all had their eyes upon me. I saw it all very plainly. I was going to see everything, to keep my eyes open, not to let any chance escape. I wondered why a young girl with blue eyes and pink cheeks tittered and shrugged her shoulders. I did not know it was amusing. What astonished me was the smallness, the dirt, the want of dignity of the room itself. I thought they must be trying a case of my importance there by mistake. Presently I noticed a great gilt anchor above the judges' heads. I wondered why it was there until I remembered it was an admiralty court. I thought suddenly, if I had thought to tell my father to go and see if the lion had come in the night. A man was bawling out a number of names. "Peter Plymley, gent, any challenge? Lazarus Cohen, merchant, any challenge?" The turnkey beside me leant with his back against the spikes. He was talking to the man who had called us in. "Lazarus Cohen, West Indian merchant. Lord, well, I'd challenge." The other man said, "Shh! His old dad give me 5 shiners to put him up to a thing if I could," the turnkey said again. I didn't catch his meaning until an old man with a very ragged gown was handing up a book to a row of others in a box so near that I could almost have touched them. Then I realized that the turnkey had been winking to me to challenge the jury. I called out at the highest of the judges, "I protest against that jury. It's packed. Half of them at least are West Indian merchants." There was a stir all over the court. I realized then that what had seemed only a mass of stuffs of some sort were human beings all looking at me. The judge I had called to open a pair of dim eyes upon me, clasped and unclasped his hands, very dry, ancient, wrinkled. The judge on his right called angrily, "Nonsense! It is too late! They are being sworn. You should have spoken when the names were read." Underneath his wig was an immensely broad face with glaring yellow eyes. I said, "It's scandalous. You want to murder me. How should I know what you do in your courts? I say the jury is packed." The very old judge closed his eyes, opened them again, then gasped out, "Silence! We are here to try you. This is a court of law." The turnkey pulled my sleeve under cover of the planking. "Treat him civil," he whispered. "Lord Judge Stowell of the Admiralty. T'other's Garrow of the common law, beast. Him as hanged that kid. You can sass him. It doesn't matter." Lord Stowell waved his hand to the clerk with the ragged gown. The book passed from hand to hand along the faces of the jury, the clerk gabbling all the while. The old judge said suddenly, in an astonishingly deep, majestic voice, "Prisoner at the bar, you must understand that we are here to give you an impartial trial according to the laws of this land. If you desire advice as to the procedure of this court, you can have it." I said, "I still protest against that jury. I am an innocent man and—" He answered querulously, Yes, afterwards," and then creaked, "Now, the indictment." Someone hidden from me by 3 barristers began to read in a loud voice, not very easy to follow. I caught, "For that the said John Kemp, alias Nichols, alias Nicola el Escosis, alias el Demonio, alias el Diabletto, on the 12th of May last, did feloniously and upon the high seas piratically seize a certain ship called the Victoria, the properties of Hyman Cohen and others, and did steal and take therefrom 630 barrels of coffee of the value of 101 barrels of coffee of the value of 94 half-kegs, and divers others. I gave an immense sigh. That was it then. I had heard of the Victoria. It was when I was at Horton that the news of her loss reached us. Old MacDonald had sworn it was the day a Negro called Apollo had taken to the bush. I ought to be able to prove that. Afterwards, one of the judges asked me if I pleaded guilty or not guilty. I began a long wrangle about being John Kemp but not Nicola Eliscosis. I was going to fight every inch of the way. They said, "You will have your say afterwards. At present, guilty or not guilty." I refused to plead at all. I was not the man. The third judge woke up and said hurriedly, "That's a plea of not guilty. Enter it as such." Then he went to sleep again. The young girl on the bench beside me laughed joyously, and Mr. Baron Garrow nodded round at her, then snapped viciously at me. "You don't make your case any better by this sort of foolery." His eyes glared at me like an awakened owl's. I said, "I'm fighting for my neck, and you'll have to fight too to get it." The old judge said angrily, "Silence, or you will have to be removed." I said, "I'm fighting for my life." There was a sort of buzz all round the court. Lord Stowell said, "Yes, yes," and then, "Now, Mr. King's advocate, I suppose Mr. Alfonso Jervis opens for you." A dusty wig swam up from just below my left hand, almost to a level with the dock. The old judge shut his eyes with an air of a man who is going a long journey in a post-chaise. Mr. Baron Garrow dipped his pen into an invisible ink pot and scratched it on his desk. A long story began to drone from under the wig, an interminable farrago of dull nonsense in a hypochondriacal voice. A long tale about piracy in general, piracy in the times of the Greeks, piracy in the times of William the Conqueror, pirato nequissima Eustatio, and thanking God that a case of the sort had not been heard in that court for an immense lapse of years. Below me was an array of wigs, on each side a compressed mass of humanity, squeezed so tight that all the eyeballs seemed to be starting out of the heads towards me. From the wig below, a translation of the florid phrases of the Spanish papers was coming. "His very Catholic Majesty, out of his great love for his ancient friend and ally, His Britannic Majesty, did surrender the body of the notorious El Demonio, called also—" I began to wonder who had composed that precious document, whether it was the Juez de la Primera Instancia, bending his yellow face and slow black eyes above the paper over there in Havana, or whether it was O'Brien, who was dead since the writing. All the while the barrister was droning on. I did not listen because I had heard all that before, in the room of the judge of the first instance at Havana. Suddenly appearing behind the backs of the row of gentlefolk on the bench was the pale, thin face of my father. I wondered which of his great friends had got him his seat. He was nodding to me and smiling faintly. I nodded too and smiled back. I was going to show them that I was not cowed. The voice of the barrister said, "My lords and gentlemen of the jury, that finishes the Spanish evidence, which was taken on commission on the island of Cuba. We shall produce the officer of HMS Elephant, to whom he was surrendered by the Spanish authorities at Havana, thus proving the prisoner to be the pirate Nicola and no other. We come now to the specific instance, my lords and gentlemen, an instance as vile. It was some little time before I had grasped how absolutely the Spanish evidence damned me. It was as if, once I fell into the hands of the English officer on Havana Keys, the identity of Nicola could by no manner of means be shaken from round my neck. The barrister came to the facts. A Kingston ship had been boarded, and there was the old story over again. I seemed to see the Rio Medio schooner rushing towards where I and old Cooper and old Lumsden looked back from the poop to see her come alongside. The strings of brown pirates pour in empty-handed and outladen. Only in the case of the Victoria, there were added the ferocities of the prisoner at the bar, my lords and gentlemen of the jury, a fiend in human shape, as we shall prove with the aid of the most respectable witnesses. The man in the wig sat down, and before I understood what was happening, a fat, rosy man, the Attorney General, whose cheerful gills gave him a grotesque resemblance to a sucking pig, was calling, "Edward Sadler," and my name blared like sudden fire leaping up all over the court. The Attorney General wagged his gown into a kind of bunch behind his hips, and a man, young, fair, with a reddish beard and a shiny suit of clothes, sprang into a little box facing the jury. He bowed nervously in several directions and laughed gently. Then he looked at me and scowled. The Attorney General cleared his throat pleasantly. "Mr. Edward Sadler, you are on May 25th, chief mate of the good ship Victoria." The fair man with the beard told his story. The old story of the ship with its cargo of coffee and dyewood, its good passage past the Gran Caymanos, the becalming off the Cuban shore in latitude so-and-so, and the boarding of a black schooner calling itself a Mexican privateer. I could see all that. "The prisoner at the bar came alongside in a boat with 17 Spaniards," he said in a clear, expressionless voice, looking me full in the face. I called out to the old judge, "My lord, I protest. This is perjury. I was not the man. It was Nichols, a Nova Scotian." Mr. Baron Garrow roared, "Silence!" his face suffused with blood. Old Lord Stowell quavered, "You must respect the procedure." "Am I to hear my life sworn away without a word?" I asked. He drew himself frostily into his robes. "God forbid," he said, "but at the proper time you can cross-examine if you think fit." The Attorney General smiled at the jury box and addressed himself to Sadler with an air of patience very much tried. "You swear the prisoner is the man?" The fair man turned his sharp eyes upon me. I called, "For God's sake, don't perjure yourself. You're a decent man." "No, I won't swear," he said slowly. "I think he was. He had his face blackened then, of course. When I had sight of him at the Thames Court, I thought he was. And seeing the Spanish evidence, I don't see where's the room. The Spanish evidence is part of the plot," I said. The Attorney General snickered. "Go on, Mr. Sadler," he said. "Let's have the rest of the plot unfolded." A juryman laughed suddenly and resumed an abashed sudden silence. Sadler went on to tell the old story. I saw it all as he spoke, only gaunt, shiny-faced, yellow Nichols was chewing and hitching his trousers in place of my Tomas with his sanguine oaths and jerk gestures. And there was Nichols' wanton, aimless ferocity. "He had 2 pistols, which he fired twice each, while we were hoisting the studding sails by his order to keep up with the schooner. He fired twice into the crew. One of the men hit died afterwards. Later another vessel, an American, had appeared in the offing, and the pirates had gone in chase of her." He finished, and Lord Stowell moved one of his ancient hands. It was as if a grey lizard had moved on his desk a little toward me.
"Now, prisoner," he said. I drew a deep breath. I thought for a minute that, after all, there was a little fair play in the game, that I had a decent, fair, blue-eyed man in front of me. He looked hard at me, I hard at him.
It was as if we were going to wrestle for a belt.
The young girl on the bench had her lips parted and leaned forward, her head a little on one side. I said, "You won't swear I was the man, Nicola Eliascoses?" He looked meditatively into my eyes. It was a duel between us. "I won't swear," he said. "You had your face blacked and didn't wear a beard." A soft growth of hair had come out over my cheeks whilst I lay in prison. I rubbed my hand against it and thought that he had drawn first blood. "You must not say you," I said. "I swear I was not the man. Did he talk like me?" "Can't say that he did," Sadler answered, moving from one foot to the other. "Had he got eyes like me, or a nose, or a mouth?" "Can't say," he answered again. "His face was blacked." "Didn't he talk blue nose in the Nova Scotian way?" "Well, he did," Sadler assented slowly. "But anyone could for a disguise. It's as easy as—" Beside me, the turnkey whispered suddenly, "Pull him up. Stop his mouth." I said, "Wasn't he an older man? Didn't he look between 40 and 50? "What do you look like?" the chief mate asked. "I'm 24, I answered. "I can prove it." "Well, you look 40 and older," he answered negligently. So did he. His cool, disinterested manner overwhelmed me like the blow of an immense wave. It proved so absolutely that I had parted with all semblance of youth. It was something added to the immense waste of waters between myself and Serafina, an immense waste of years. I did not ask much of a next witness. Sadler had made me afraid. Septimus Hearn, the master of the Victoria, was a man with eyes as blue and as cold as bits of round blue pebble, a little goat's beard, iron grey, apple-coloured cheeks and small gold earrings in his ears. He had an extraordinarily mournful voice and a retrospective melancholy of manner. He was just such another master of a trader as Captain Lumsden had been, and it was the same story over again with little different touches, the hard blue eyes gazing far over the top of my head, the gnarled hands moving restlessly on the rim of his hat. Afterwards, the prisoner ordered the steward to give us a drink of brandy. A glass was offered me, but I refused to drink it, and he said, "Who is it that refuses to drink a glass of brandy?" He asked me what countryman I was, and if I was an American. There were two others from the unfortunate Victoria, a Thomas Davis, boatswain, who had had one of Nicola's pistol balls in his hip, and a sort of steward, I've forgotten his name, who had a scar of a cutlass wound on his forehead. It was horrible enough, but what distressed me more was that I could not see what sort of impression I was making. Once the judge, who was generally asleep, woke up and began to scratch furiously with his quill. Once 3 of his assessors, the men in short wigs, began an animated conversation. One man with a thin, dark face laughed noiselessly, showing teeth like a white waterfall. A man in the body of the court on my left had an enormous swelling blood red, and looking as if a touch must burst it under his chin. At one time he winked his eyes furiously for a long time on end. It seemed to me that something in the evidence must be affecting all these people. The turnkey beside me said to his mate, "Twig old Justice Best making notes in his stud calendar." And suddenly the convictions forced itself upon me that the whole thing, the long, weary trial, the evidence, the parade of fairness, was being gone through in a spirit of mockery, as a mere formality, that the judges and the assessors and the man with the goiter took no interest whatever in my case. It was a foregone conclusion. A tiny fair man with pale hair oiled and rather long for those days, and with green and red signet rings on fingers that he was forever running through that hair, came mincingly into the witness box. He held for a long time what seemed to be an amiable conversation with Sir Robert Gifford, a tall, portentous-looking man who had black, beetling brows, like tufts of black horsehair sticking in the crannies of a cliff. The conversation went like this. "You are the Honourable Thomas Oldham?" "Yes, yes." "You know Kingston, Jamaica, very well?" "I was there 4 years, 2 as the secretary to the cabinet of His Grace the Duke of Manchester, 2 as civil secretary to the Admiral on the station." "You saw the prisoner?" "Yes, 3 times. I drew an immense breath. I thought for a moment that they had delivered themselves into my hands. The thing must prove of itself that I had been in Jamaica, not in Rio Medio, through those 2 years. My heart began to thump like a great solemn drum, like Paul's bell when the king died. Solemn, insistent, dominating everything. The little man was giving an account of the abominable state of confusion into which the island's trade was thrown by the misdeeds of a pirate called Nicola el Demonio. "I assure you, my lords," he squeaked, turning suddenly to the judges, "the island was wrought up into a pitch of, almost disloyalty. The, planters were clamouring for, separation. And to be sure, I trust you'll hang the prisoner, for if you don't—" Lord Stowell shivered and said suddenly with haste, "Mr. Oldham, address yourself to Sir Robert." I was almost happy. The cloven hoof had peeped so damningly out. The little man bowed briskly to the old judge, asked for a chair, sat himself down and arranged his coat-tails. "As I was saying," he prattled on, "the trouble and the worry that this man caused to His Grace, myself and Admiral Rowley were inconceivable. You have no idea, you can't conceive. And no wonder, for as it turned out, the island was simply honeycombed by his spies and agents. You have no idea. People who seemed most respectable, people we ourselves had dealings with." He rattled on at immense length, the barrister taking huge pinches of yellow snuff and smiling genially with the air of a horse trainer watching a pony go faultlessly through difficult tricks. Every now and then he flicked his whip. "Mr. Oldham, you saw the prisoner 3 times. If it does not overtax your memory, pray tell us." And the little creature pranced off in a new direction. "Tax my memory? Gad, I like that. You remember a man who has had your blood as near as could be, don't you?" I'd been looking at him eagerly, but my interest faded away now. It was going to be the old confusing of my identity with Nicola's. And yet I seemed to know the little beggar's falsetto. It was a voice one does not forget. "Remember," he squeaked. "God, gentlemen of the jury, he came as near as possible. You have no idea what a ferocious devil it is." I was wondering why on earth Nichols should have wanted to kill such a little thing, because it was obvious that it must have been Nichols. "As near as possible murdered myself and Admiral Rowley and a Mr. Topnambo, a most enlightened and loyal inhabitant of the island, on the steps of a public inn." I had it then. It was the little man David MacDonald had rolled down the steps with that night at the Ferry Inn on the Spanish Town Road. "He was lying in wait for us with a gang of assassins. I was stabbed on the upper lip. I lost so much blood. Had to be invalided. Cannot think of horrible episode without shuddering." He had seen me then, and when Ramon, a Spaniard who was afterwards proved to be a spy of El Demonio's, of the prisoners, he has hung since, had driven me from the place of execution after the hanging of the 7 pirates, and he had come into Ramon's store at the moment when Carlos, "a piratical devil if ever there was one," the little man protested, had drawn me into the back room where Don Balthasar and O'Brien and Serafina sat waiting. The men who were employed to watch Ramones had never seen me leave again, and afterwards a secret tunnel was discovered leading down to the quay. This, apparently, was the way by which the prisoner used to arrive and quit the island secretly. He finished his evidence in chief, and the beetle-browed, portly barrister sat down. I was not so stupid but what I could see a little even then, how the most innocent events of my past were going to rise up and crush me. But I was certain I could twist him into admitting the goodness of my tale, which hadn't yet been told. He knew I had been in Jamaica, and put what construction he liked on it, he would have to admit it. I called out, "Thank God, my turn's come at last." The faces of the Attorney General, the King's Advocate, Sir Robert Gifford, Mr. Laws, Mr. Jervis, of all the 7 counsel that were arrayed to crush me, lengthened into simultaneous grins varying at the jury box. But I didn't care. I grinned too. I was going to show them. It was as if I flew at the throat of that little man. It seemed to me that I must be able to crush a creature whose malice was as obvious and as nugatory as the green and red rings that he exhibited in his hair every few minutes. He wanted to show the jury that he had rings, that he was a mincing swell that I hadn't, and that I was a bloody pirate. I said, "You know that during the whole 2 years Nichols was at Rio, I was an improver at Horton Pen with the MacDonalds, the agents of my brother-in-law, Sir Ralph Rooksby. You must know these things. You were one of a Duke of Manchester's spies. We used to call the Duke's Privy Council that." "I certainly know nothing of the sort," he said, folding his hands along the edge of the witness box, as if he had just thought of exhibiting his rings in that manner. He was abominably cool. I said, "You must have heard of me. The Topnambos knew me." The Topnambos used to talk of a blackguard with a name like Kemp, who kept himself mighty out of the way in the Vale. "You knew I was on the island," I pinned him down. "You used to come to the island," he corrected. "I just explained how. But you were not there much, or we should have been able to lay hands on you. We wanted to. There was a warrant out after you tried to murder us, but you'd been smuggled away by Ramon." I tried again. "You've heard of my brother-in-law, Sir Ralph Rooksby?" I wanted to show that, if I hadn't rings, I had relations. "Never heard of the man in my life," he said. "He was the largest land proprietor on the island," I said. "Dare say," he said. "I knew 40 of the largest, mostly sharpers in the boosing kens." He yawned. I said viciously, "It was your place to know the island. You knew Horton Pen, the MacDonalds." The face of jolly old Mrs. Mac came to my mind, the impeccable Scotch, sober respectability. "Oh, I knew the MacDonalds," he said. "Of them. The uncle was a damn rebellious, canting, planting Scotchman. Horton Pen was the centre of the separation movement. We could have hung him if we wanted to. The nephew was the writer of an odious blackmailing print. He calumniated all the decent, loyal inhabitants. He was an agent of you pirates, too. We arrested him. Got his papers, know all about your relations with him." I said, "That's all nonsense. Let us hear." The Attorney General had always said that. "What do you know of myself?" "What I know of you," he sniffed, "if it's a pleasure, was something like this. You came to the island in a mysterious way, gave out that you were an earl's son, and tried to get into the very excellent society of, people like my friends, the Topnambos. But they would not have you, and after that you kept yourself mighty close. No one ever saw you but once or twice, and then it was riding about at night with that humpbacked scoundrel of a blackmailer. You, in fact, weren't on the island at all, except when you came to spy for the pirates. You used to have long confabulations with that scoundrel Ramon, who kept you posted about the shipping. As for the blackmailer with the humpback, David MacDonald, you subsidized his filthy print to foment mutiny and murder among the black fellows and preach separation. You wanted to tie our hands and prevent our prosecuting the preventive measures against you. When you found that it was no good, you tried to murder the Admiral and myself, and that very excellent man Topnambo, coming from a ball. After that you were seen encouraging 7 of your pirate fellows, whom we were hanging, and you drove off in haste with your agent Ramon before we could lay hands on you and vanished from the island. I didn't lose my grip. I went at him again blindly as if I were boxing with my eyes full of blood, but my teeth set tight. I said, "You used to buy things yourself of old Ramon, bought them for the Admiral to load his frigates with, things he sold at Key West." "That was one of the lies your scoundrel David MacDonald circulated against us. You bought things, even whilst you were having his store watched." "Upon my soul," he said. "You used to buy things." I pinned him. He looked suddenly at the King's Advocate, then dropped his eyes. "Never bought a thing in my life," he said. I knew the man had. Ramon had told me of his buying for the Admiral more than 300 barrels of damaged coffee for £30. I was in a mad temper. I smashed my hand upon the spikes of the rail in front of me, and although I saw hands move impulsively towards me all over the court, I did not know that my arm was impaled and the blood running down. "Perjurer!" I shouted. "Ramon himself told me." "Ah, you were mighty thick with Ramon," he said. I let him stand down. I was done. Someone below said harshly, "That closes our case, my lords," and the court rustled all over. Old Lord Stowell in front of me shivered a little, looked at the window, and then said, "Prisoner at the bar, our procedure has it that if you wish to say anything, you may now address the jury. Afterwards, if you had a counsel, he could call and examine your witnesses, if you have any." It was growing very dark in the court. I began to tell my story. It was so plain, so evident. It shimmered there before me, and yet I knew it was so useless. I remembered that in my cell I had reasoned out that I must be very constrained, very lucid about the opening. On such and such a day I landed at Kingston to become an improver on the estate of my brother-in-law. He is Sir Ralph Rooksby of Horton Priory in Kent. I did keep cool. I was lucid. I spoke like that. I had my eyes fixed on the face of the young girl upon the bench. I remember it so well. Her eyes were fixed, fascinated upon my hand. I tried to move it and found that it was stuck upon the spike on which I had jammed it. I moved it carelessly away and only felt a little pain, as if from a pinprick, but the blood was dripping onto the floor. Pat, pat. Later on, a man lit the candles on the judge's desk, and the court looked different. There were deep shadows everywhere, and the illuminated face of Lord Stowell looked grimmer, less kind, more ancient, more impossible to bring a ray of sympathy to. Down below, the barristers of the prosecution leaned back with their arms all folded, and the air of men resting in an interval of cutting down a large tree. The barristers, who were merely listeners, looked at me from time to time. I heard one say, "That man ought to have his hand bound up." I was telling the story of my life. That was all I could do. As for Ramon, how could I know he was in the pay of the pirates? Even if he were, I swear I did not know. Everyone on the island had dealings with him, the Admiral himself. That is not calumny. On my honor, the Admiral did have dealings. Some of you had dealings with forgers, but that does not make you forgers. I warmed to it. I found words. I was telling the story for that young girl. Suddenly I saw the white face of my father peep at me between the head of an old man with an enormous nose and a stout lady in a brown cloak that had a number of little watchman's capes. He smiled suddenly and nodded again and again, opened his eyes, shut them, furtively waved a hand. It distracted me, threw me off my balance. My coolness was gone. It was as if something had snapped. After that I remembered very little. I think I may have quoted The Prisoner of Chillon because he put it into my head. I seemed to be back again in Cuba. Down below the barristers were talking. The King's Advocate pulled out a puce-coloured bandana and waved it abroad, preparatorily to blowing his nose. A cloud of the perfume of a West Indian bean went up from it, sweet and warm. I had smelt it last at Rio. The sensation was so strong that I could not tell where I was. The candles made a yellow glow on the judge's desk, but it seemed to be the blaze of light in the cell where Nichols and the Cuban had fenced. I thought I was back in Cuba again. The people in the court disappeared in the deepening shadows. At times I could not speak. Then I would begin again. If there were to be any possibility of saving my life, I had to tell what I'd been through, and to tell it vividly I had to narrate the story of my life, and my whole life came into my mind. It was Serafina who was the essence of my life, who spoke with the voice of all Cuba, of all Spain, of all romance. I began to talk about old Don Balthasar Riego. I began to talk about Manuel del Popolo, of his red shirt, his black eyes, his mandolin. I saw again the light of his fires flicker on the other side of the ravine in front of the cave. And I rammed all that into my story, the story I was telling to that young girl. I knew very well that I was carrying my audience with me. I knew how to do it. I had it in the blood. The old pale, faded, narrow-lidded father who was blinking and nodding at me had been one of the best raconteurs that ever was. I knew how. In the black shadows of the wall of the court I could feel the eyes upon me. I could see the parted lips of the young girl as she leaned further towards me. I knew it because when one of the barristers below raised his voice, someone hissed, "Shh!" from the shadows. And suddenly it came into my head that even if I did save my life by talking about these things, it would be absolutely useless. I could never go back again, never be the boy again, never hear the true voice of the ever-faithful island. What did it matter even if I escaped, even if I could go back? The sea would be there, the sky, the silent dim hills, the listless surge. But I should never be there. I should be altered for good and all. I should never see the breathless dawn on the pond water of Havana Harbor, never be there with Serafina close beside me in the little droguer. All that remained was to see this fight through and then have done with fighting. I remember the intense bitterness of that feeling and the oddity of it all, of the one eye that felt like that, of the other that was raving in front of a lot of opened eyes idiots, 3 old judges and a young girl. And in a queer way, the thought of the one eye floated through into the words of the other that seemed to be waving its hands in its final struggle a little way in front of me. Look at me. Look at what they have made of me, one and the other of them. I was an innocent boy. What am I now? They have taken my life from me. Let them finish it how they will. What does it matter to me? What do I care? There was a rustle of motion all round the court. On board Rowley's flagship, the heavy irons had sawed open my wrists. I hadn't been ironed in Newgate, but the things had healed up very little. I happened to look down at my claws of hands with the grime of blood that the dock spikes had caused. What sort of a premium is it that you set on sticking to the right? Is this how you're going to encourage the others like me? What do I care about your death? What's life to me? Let them get their scaffold ready. I have suffered enough to be put out of my misery. God, I've suffered enough with one and another. Look at my hands. Look at my wrists and say if I care any more. I held my ghastly paws high, and the candlelight shone upon them. Out of the black shadows came shrieks of women and curses. I saw my young girl put her hands over her face and slip slowly, very slowly from her chair, down out of sight. People were staggering in different directions. I had had more to say, but I forgot in my concern for the young girl. The turnkey pulled my sleeve and said, "I say, that ain't true, is it? It ain't true," because he seemed not to want it to have been true. I glowed for a moment with the immense pride of my achievement. I had made them see things. A minute after, I understood how futile it was. I was not a fool even in my then half-mad condition. The real feeling of the place came back upon me, the court of law of it. The King's advocate was whispering to the Attorney General. He motioned with his hand first in my direction, then towards the jury. Then they both laughed and nodded. They knew the ropes too well for me, and there were 7 West India merchants up there who would remember their pockets in a minute. But I didn't care. I had made them see things. This ends part 5, The Lot of Man, chapter 4 of Romance. Part 5, The Lot of Man, Chapter 5, of Romance, by Joseph Conrad and Ford Madox Ford. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Mark Leader. Part 5, The Lot of Man, Chapter 5, of Romance. I had shot my bolt, and I was going to die. I could see it in the way the King's advocate tossed his head back, fluttered his bands, looked at the jury box, and began to play with the seals on his fob. The court had resumed its stillness. A man in some sort of livery passed a square paper to the Lord Mayor. The Lord Mayor passed it to Lord Stowell, who opened it with a jerking motion of an ancient fashion that impressed me immensely. It was as if I, there at the end of my life, were looking at a man opening a letter of the reign of Queen Anne. The shadows of his ancient, wrinkled face changed as he read, raising his eyebrows and puckering his mouth. He handed the unfolded paper to Mr. Baron Garrow, then with one wrinkled finger beckoned the Attorney General to him. The third judge was still asleep. "What the devil is this?" the turnkey beside me said to his companion. I was in a good deal of pain and felt sickly that every pulse of my heart throbbed in my mangled hand. The other spat straight in front of him. "Tell me if I know," he said. "This cursed business ought to have been over and done with an hour gone. I told Jinks to have my rabbit and noggin down by the gatehouse fire at 5:30, and it's 6 now. They began an interminable argument under their breaths. "It's that wager of Lord March's. Run a mile, walk a mile, eat 5 pounds of mutton, drink 5 pints of claret. No, it ain't. Medmenham coach ain't in yet. Road's too heavy. It is. What else would stop the court at this time of night? It isn't. Or just as best to be awake and hedging his bets." In a dizzy way, I noted the Attorney General making his way carefully back between the benches to his knot of barristers, and their wigs went all together in a bunch like ears of corn drawn suddenly into a sheaf. The heads of the other barristers were like unreaped ears. A man with a face like a weasel's called to a man with a face like a devil's. He was leaving the court. Something about an ambassador. The other stopped, turned, and deposited his bag again. I heard the deep voice of Sir Robert Gifford say, "What? Never! Too infamous!" And then the interest and the light seemed to flicker out together. I could hardly see.
Voices called out to each other, harsh, dry, as if their owners had breathed nothing but dust for years and years. One loud one barked, "You can't hear him, my lords, in Rex versus Marsupenstein." A lot began calling all together. "Ah, but that was different, Mr. Attorney. You couldn't subpoena him, he being in the position of extra lege commune, but if he offers a statement—" The candles seemed to be waving deliberately like elm tops in a high wind. Someone called, "Clerk, fetch me volume 13. I think we shall find there. You recollect the case of Hildesheim versus Rowe." "Wasn't it Hildegardin and other, my lord? I tried the case myself, the Prussian plenipotentiary." I wanted to call out to them that it was not worthwhile to try their dry throats any more, that having shot my bolt, I gave in. But I could not think of any words. I was so tired. "I didn't sleep at all last night," I found myself saying to myself. The sleeping judge woke up suddenly and snarled, "Why in heaven's name don't we get on? We shall be all night. Let him call the second name on the list. We can take the Spanish ambassador when you've settled. For my part, I think we ought to hear him." Lord Stowell said suddenly, "Prisoner at the bar, some gentlemen have volunteered statements on your behalf. If you wish, they can be called." I didn't answer. I did not understand. I wanted to tell him I did not care because the Lion was posted as overdue and Serafina was drowned. The court seemed to be moving slowly up and down in front of me like the deck of a ship. I thought I was bound again and on the sofa in the gorgeous cabin of the Madre de Dios. Someone seemed to be calling, "Prisoner at the bar! Prisoner at the bar!" It was as if the candles had been lit in front of the Madonna with the pink child, only she had a gilt anchor instead of the spiky gilt glory above her head. Somebody was saying, "Hello there, hold up. Here, bring a chair." And there were arms around me. Afterwards I sat down. A very old judge's voice said something rather kindly, I thought. I knew it was the very old judge because he was called the Star of Cuban Law. Someone would be bending over me soon with a lanthorn, and I should be wiping the flour out of my eyes and blinking at the red velvet and gilding of the cabin ceiling. In a minute, Carlos and Castro would come. Or was it O'Brien who would come? No, O'Brien was dead, stabbed with a knife in his neck. The blood was still sticky between my first and second fingers. I could feel it. I ought to have been allowed to wash my hands before I was tried. Or was it before I spoke to the Admiral? One would not speak to a man with hands like that. A loud, high-pitched voice called from up in the air, "I will give any of you gentlemen of the robe down there £50 to conduct the remainder of the case for him. I am the prisoner's father." My father's voice broke the spell. I was in the court. The candles were still burning. All the faces, lit up or in the shadow, were bunched together in little groups. Hands waved. The barrister, whose face was like the devil's under his wig, held in his hands the paper that had been handed to Lord Stowell. My father was talking to him from the bench. The barrister, tall, his robes old and ragged, silhouetted against the light, glanced down the paper, fluttered it in his hand, nodded to my father, and began a grotesque nasal drawl. "My lords, I will conduct the case for the prisoner, if your lordships will bear with me a little. He obviously can't call his own witnesses. If he's been treated as he says, it has been one of the most abominable." Old Lord Stowell said, "Chit, Mr. Walker, you know you must not make a speech for the prisoner. Call your witness. It is all that is needed." I wondered what he meant by that. The barrister was calling a man of the name of Williams. I seemed to know the name. I seemed to know the man, too. "Owen Williams,
Master of the ship Lion, coffee and dyewood. Just come in under a jury rig. Had been dismasted and afterwards becalmed. Heard of this trial from the pilot in Gravesend. Had taken post-chaises. I only heard snatches of his answers. On the 25th of August last, I was close in with the Cuban coast. The mate, Seabright, got boiling water for them. Afterwards, a heavy fog. They boarded us in many boats. He was giving all the old evidence over again, fastening another stone around my neck. But suddenly he said, "This gentleman came alongside in a leaky dinghy. A dead shot. He saved all our lives." His bullet head, the stare of his round blue eyes seemed to draw me out of a delirium. I called out, "Williams, for God's sake, Williams, where is Serafina? Did she come with you?" There was an immense roaring in my head, and the ushers were shouting, "Silence! Silence!" I called out again. Williams was smiling idiotically. Then he shook his head and put his finger to his mouth to warn me to keep silence. I only noted the shake of the head. Serafina had not come. The Havana people must have taken her. It was all over with me. The roaring noise made me think that I was on a beach by the sea, with the smugglers, perhaps, at night down in Kent. The silence that fell upon the court was like the silence of a grave. Then someone began to speak in measured, portentous Spanish that seemed a memory of the past. "I, the ambassador of His Catholic Majesty, being here upon my honor and my oath, demand the re-surrender of this gentleman whose courage equals his innocence. Documents which have just reached my hands establish clearly the mistake of which he is the victim. The functionary who is called Alcalde of the Carcel at Havana confused the men. Nicola Elescosis escaped, having murdered the judge whose place it was to identify. I demand that the prisoner be set at liberty." A long time after, a harsh voice said, "Your Excellency, we retire, of course, from the prosecution." A different one directed, "Gentlemen of the jury, you will return a verdict of not guilty." Down below they were cheering uproariously because my life was saved. But it was I that had to face my saved life. I sat there, my head bowed into my hands. The old judge was speaking to me in a tone of lofty compassion. "You have suffered much, as it seems, but suffering is the lot of us men. Rejoice now that your character is cleared, that here in this public place you have received the verdict of your countrymen that restores you to the liberties of our country and the affection of your kindred. I rejoice with you who am a very old man at the end of my life." It was rather tremendous, his deep voice, his weighted words. Suffering is the lot of us men. The formidable legal array, the great powers of a nation had stood up to teach me that, and they had taught me that. Suffering is the lot of us men. It takes long enough to realize that someone is dead at a distance. I had done that. But how long? How long it needs to know that the life of your heart has come back from the dead. For years afterward I could not bear to have her out of my sight. Of our first meeting in London, all I remember is a speechlessness that was like the awed hesitation of our overtried souls before the greatness of a change from the verge of despair to the opening of a supreme joy. The whole world, the whole of life with her return had changed all around me. It enveloped me, it enfolded me so lightly as not to be felt, so suddenly as not to be believed in, so completely that that whole meeting was an embrace, so softly that at last it lapsed into a sense of rest that was like the fall of a beneficent and welcome death. For suffering is the lot of man,
but not inevitable failure or worthless despair which is without end. Suffering, the mark of manhood, which bears within its pain a hope of felicity like a jewel set in iron. Her first words were, "You broke our compact. You went away from me whilst I was sleeping." Only the deepness of her approach revealed the depth of her love, and the suffering she too had endured to reach a union that was to be without end, and to forgive. And looking back, we see romance, that subtle thing that is mirage, that is life. It is the goodness of the years we have lived through, of the old time when we did this or that, when we dwelt here or there. Looking back, it seems a wonderful enough thing that I who am this and she who is that, commencing so far away a life that, after such sufferings borne together and apart, ended so tranquilly there in a world so stable, that she and I should have passed through so much, good chance and evil chance, sad hours and joyful, all lived down and swept away into the little heap of dust that is life. That too is romance. End of Part 5, The Lot of Man, Chapter 5. This ends Romance by Joseph Conrad and Madox. Read by Mark Leader.